Still on stream 1. I'm going to put a link in the chat if it's still in your clipboard.
It should be, yes. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
So everyone click that link.
Yeah, click that link. Join us over on stream 2. We'll be ending stream 1 very shortly. So everything's now on stream 2.
Yes.
So yeah, let's end stream 1. Now we just need to check, having just changed our stream, is the sound and video quality all good?
It looks it.
So just let us know if the sound quality is all good. Meanwhile, let's go over to stream 1, and we're just going to end stream on that. Are you sure you want to end your stream?
Yeah.
End. Yes, indeed. That'll save a little bit of bandwidth. I'll just close the window. Don't know what to click. I'll just close the window.
There we go.
Right,
okay.
So we should all now be on stream 2.
Everybody.
Hello, everyone. Don't forget, get in the chat so you can be part of the giveaways. And yeah, we'll continue for another 8 hours, and then we'll change again and do another 8 hours. This is unending for us.
Yep.
So we've got only some of you come across so far. Let's get that number up.
Yep, connection's all good.
Across. Let me just repeat that in the chat. The old one. Stream.
All change, please.
All change. New stream. Right.
All change to Paper Castle.
That I haven't yet done is I haven't yet updated the live chat.
Ah, no, we haven't.
Ah, right. So I just need to bring that across, and of course, because I'm very well planned, I haven't got the. Oh no, I have got the link. It's in the clipboard.
Yes.
I'm a professional.
While you're doing that, why don't I do a little recap of the next few prizes we're giving away?
Yes.
So,
but let's save the next one because you're going to need me for the camera.
Yeah. I'm just going to kind of say what they are.
So go to. Oh right, yeah. Okay, we can do that. Yeah.
So our next prize is from a new sponsor, Basically Wooden. I found them, and they do a lot of really cool like dice towers, dice boxes. They do sort of boxes you can keep cards in, things like that, in lots of different designs, or as you can imagine, in wood, Basically Wooden. They're a lovely little business, and we have 3 unique dice towers to give away.
They're not all unique. They're all different.
Sorry, yes, they're all different to each other, but I don't mean they're like one of a kind type thing. But yeah, they're absolutely lovely. We also have, after that, Zealot Miniatures. We have got 3 £25 vouchers from Zealot Miniatures, so you can get yourselves a few little bits and pieces from their shop. We've got some stuff that we did show previously, but I'm sure we can do that again and sort of give you an idea of what amazing stuff they have. Let me just get up the rest of the schedule.
I can put it up on here for you.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, it is already up. It's Filigree Forge after that.
Oh yes, of course. So we have Filigree Forge. Now Filigree Forge, they do a system called Every When, which is essentially, it's an RPG that can be played in any setting that you want, whether it's Roman, whether it's World War II, sci-fi, fantasy, anything. So it's a universal system and nice and streamlined to learn, and they've got a few bundles for that.
Okay. Do you want to do the standing up bit and show us the next bit? Don't forget to demonstrate how they collapse and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I've not really looked at them yet.
Oh, this will be a learning experience for you.
Learning experience. Okay, so these are our 3 dice towers that we are giving away from Basically Wooden. They are really, really nice.
Should we try and get them in order? So the first one is the Ruined Castle.
This one is the Ruined Castle.
Is it, or is that the
this
tower?
is the ruined one.
Hang on a minute. Ruined Castle, Castle Gothic. Yeah, you're quite right. So here's the Ruined Tower.
Mm-hmm. So you've got a drawer with this one, which you can keep dice in.
Yep.
Which opens and shuts.
Quite a sizable drawer as well.
Yep.
So this is how it kind of stores together. Grace is just learning. There we go. And that does actually lock the door in the drawer in place as well.
Yeah, which is
Which is
really,
pretty
really
neat.
awesome. We should have got some dice out really to demonstrate.
Sorry, the
there
camera's
is one on the
wandering
table. I'll
on
go
the-
and get one. I know where there is one.
There's some in my room out there. My room, the painting studio we call it. So there's that one. The next one after that, it's kind of hard to do this while holding a camera. Okay,
Right.
go on, yes, give it a roll.
So here we go.
Dum. All right, very loud. So the next one, I can't read it from here. I'm so sorry.
I think, is it the regular castle and the Gothic tower?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
So the regular castle is next.
Yep.
So here we go.
Again, there is a drawer.
Let's have a good look at how big that drawer is. 'Cause it is quite sizable. You get a fair number of dice there. You get several. I think you get 3 to 4 poly sets. I guess possibly a 5th.
Mm-hmm. So this one, it's more intact looking and it hasn't got the cracked design.
Mm-hmm.
But as you can see, it's got windows all the way around it. So it's not just like when you open it up, it's all round.
And what you can do with these, if you so choose, and you do some all of them.
I've just seen a price tag on one of
Well,
them.
that's fine. People can see the price. What are they? €35, I think, aren't they normally? You can just use it like that. Just
Yeah.
rolling out onto your terrain if you so wished. So because it is separate to the drawer, so you get the option. So you could even build that into your terrain if you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one,
Is Gothic.
yes.
So this one, you can see the design's a bit different. Bigger windows. It's got
Lots of
this
windows.
cool courtyard design thing going on here. And I like the details actually, I didn't really show you this, in the top as well. It's got a pattern in each
Yeah,
of them.
all of them have some kind of top detailing.
Yeah.
This one doesn't have the drawer, 'cause I think it's in its display. But it's fully functional as a dice house. Awesome.
Yes.
All right, I'm just going to stand here like a lemon holding this camera until Jason goes back and changes the camera
I
view.
was
So
just about to. Oh, you followed me. How nice.
well, it was either that or just stay looking at the Ujima flop. The dice tower. I'm kind of just have my builder's bum shot there. I mean, could you go to a different camera? Like there are so many.
Sorry.
I've got to try and get past the microphone.
Hello.
Wow.
Habits.
It's a child-rated show.
Wow. Okay, so yes, so basically wooden, we are giving those away first.
Yes.
So get going in the chat, people. These are beautiful dice towers, and of course, as you can probably tell, we are sending them out from where we are. So
yes.
they'll be coming in the post to you very soon, but we need to know who's going to win.
Yes.
So
So
chat.
to do that, now we haven't managed to migrate everyone across from the old stream. Sadly, we did lose almost half our viewers.
What? Really?
Yeah, sadly. There's a few people still coming in though. The count's going up. It will still count them in the fight though. It's going to monitor the previous chat does count. So I think we can just go ahead and they'll have to find out later if they win. Don't forget, if you win a prize, don't forget to go to the prize claim, fill in any details you need to fill in. It will ask you for stuff if we need it from you.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get prize fighter fighting.
So this is the ruined castle dice tower.
Okay.
Let's draw.
We can show that on screen. Hit prize show.
Yes.
What's the last one? Very last one.
There we go. Basically wooden. Think of our plucky gladiators, they all appear to have... Oh, it's the health ones. They look like little reflective things that cycles smell. Second breakfast, I've never used a dice tower. They're really good because if, say, you have people who like to fudge their dice a bit, it stops them from doing it.
It gets rid of almost all forms of dice cheating, but what I like about them is often when we've got terrain out, our table is often quite busy, especially when we're playing some board games, but also RPGs when we're using miniatures. So, and dice are fantastic because they're so compact. So Lord Morby is taking a hammering straight away from second breakfast. Ronnie and Han Walker going. Have we got our first all-gold gladiator?
I think we might.
Not a gold weapon though, or shield.
Um,
So close. You're fighting someone with a gold shield. So close. But I have to say, best effort so far for the all-gold gladiator. In fact, I'm almost tempted to give you an extra Inked Adventure set of cards, just for that. If you get, I want to see a gold shield and a gold weapon as well, and then I'll send it out. That's what I'm going to do that for.
I would personally make a note of that just in case you forget.
It could happen. But it's not there. I think we need to see the shield and weapon being gold as well.
Yes. So, the Tigers are in. That is the
briefly.
project. Yeah, briefly. They are no match against these amazing tier 4 and 5 fighters. There's so much shiny armor now. It's getting a little bit silly.
Can we just be cautious with potential sexual innuendo from the moderator? Just not. No. So we've got. So Douglas McIntyre still in the arena. Ham Walker, Chav Hunter. So, and somebody else just coming down into view. That's the. I need to learn. I need to get closer to read this name so I can actually understand it. Einherjar. Right, got it. Ronnie, however, is going to win this one, and gets his arm up in the air. So woohoo! Well done, Ronnie. You have won that dice tower. Next tower up is going to be the Castle Dice Tower. So this is the last one with a draw, because the final one won't have a draw in it. So who have we got in the arena?
Not that many people actually, unless people start coming back up again.
It tends to be the smallest fight because there's people leaving the arena, but because they've still got people inside the arena that can't send replacements yet. So Ronnie takes his place on the podium.
Oh, the expo.
So this is for the Castle Dice Tower and Trey. Oh, somebody just went down. There's the signal from the champion saying what we're getting this battle. It looks to me like it could be Kuden. No,
yes.
Wildebeest, I think. Wildebeest.
We shall see.
So Einherjar in the middle of...
Einherjar.
I'm trying in British.
Yeah, here come the wildebeests.
Yeah, so they're running around the arena in a bit of a panic at the moment, but they will calm down, and when they do, wildebeests are quite dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So Han Walker dealing the pain out to one of the wildebeest there. Whilst there's kind of a lot of running around in the first cases here. I'm just going to check the website because maybe people have gone to the wrong screen.
Maybe.
Make sure it's showing the correct site.
Yes, but in the meantime, we have still got a few people left. We've got Witch, we've got Hannah Walker, we've got Douglas McIntyre for Enterprises, Full B, Chad Hunter, Master the Game. Oh, there goes a chain of lightning, which takes a few people down quite quickly. We've got a couple of lower tiers, I think they're tier 0s in there. Oh yeah, I see, yeah, Phil B, Einherjar and Chav Hunter now. It's just between you three and Michael B actually. So we've got Michael B, Einherjar, no, just Einherjar and Chav Hunter. Which one of you will take the Castle Dice Tower? It's gonna be Einherjar. Well done to you. You get the Castle Dice Tower.
Have they just sort of come into the stream quite late and started winning everything?
Yes. With their tier 3 fighter.
Nice. Right, so the website's all good, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a little update to remove the previous screens. So this next commentary will be mostly on you.
Yep, so they are coming in. A good few more people now getting back up, and there are a few that are still living, I suppose, or still able to fight. We shall see. No gamers, you're indeed back. So Einherjar takes their position on the podium with Ronnie. So this is for the Gothic Dice Tower. So with a really nice courtyard design. I really like that. So here we go. Mr. Planet and Enterprises one-on-one against each other. We've got Ian and Sue in the foreground. We've got Hannah Walker versus Douglas McIntyre behind that pillar. Michael B with somebody, I think second breakfast, I couldn't quite see. Friendly Ghost, they're not sure what to do. I think you're supposed to fight people from what I can see. We've also got person in white. Oh, actually, there's lots of people now going into the middle. They're all crowding around each other. For somebody who was querying about the fires, no, they don't cause any damage. And as you can see, people are running through them like they're not even there.
Can I say? No, they don't run through. They run around. Can I say? Don't cause any damage this year. Right? This whole thing, this convention was pulled together in 6 weeks. At that point
That's
we
very
started,
true, yes.
this was kind of half written at that point. So it got finished off within those 6 weeks, and all of the sponsor arrangements and everything else. So yeah, oh lightning! It's changed. It has changed. It's faded out now, having taken just a few people with it. Chav Hunter is getting back up and considering a rejoin. And meanwhile, Master the Game and Michael B are duking it out for what could be the win here. Let's see how it goes. Michael B, not much stamina left. Master the Game, oh, so low on stamina. Chav Hunter's joined this fight as well. I didn't see Chav Hunter's health bars. Oh, I don't know what they're on. Michael B has no stamina left at all.
I think
it's Chav Hunter. Gives a yawning emote. That was an arrogant win. You see that? Knocked him down and then gave a yawn.
Well done, Chav Hunter. You win the Gothic Dice Tower from Basically Wooden.
Woohoo! Well done.
Whoop.
Okay, that has updated already, so we can refresh on. Alright, so the next one up is a voucher for... I haven't got it on screen. I actually have no idea. I know who the company is, I just don't know the amount for the voucher.
£25.
£25. So we've got 3 £25 vouchers for Zealot Miniatures, who are a new sponsor. Now, so you can choose what you want to get with Zealot, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the handheld.
Oh, careful, babe.
Just blocking a screen, I think.
Yes.
And take this camera round and show you the kind of things you can get. So, this is just a sample of some stuff that Zealot Miniatures do. They do quite a big range of different things. This is just the Zealot stuff that I have that I happen to have finished painting already. So, we've got this table and chairs, we've got this cauldron, we've got this sort of dwarven door thing going on that has both an open and a closed thing, so you see his mouth opens up. So I'm having to glance across the room to see. There's no viewfinder on this camera. So there's our sort of fireplace. We've got this well here that I've attached the bucket to and done as kind of a epoxy water in there. I love this map table. So is that on camera?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
No, I see it, right, yeah, sort of from the inside room.
Yeah.
So this map table, what I really love about it is it's got this kind of 3D map of the world, but you can take the map table off, and then you've got a gaming table.
That is really cool.
So we've got some torture equipment, we've got a guillotine just in case your Prime Minister hasn't done a good job with COVID response. We've got a giblet, and I forget what these are called. You know, the stocks. That's it, stocks. We've got an Iron Maiden here, and this, I love this. We've got like the sword in the stone type thing going on.
Yeah.
Is that on camera?
Yes, it is. There's a bit of shadow, but it can't really be helped. So
yeah,
it's fine.
Those lights are way too hot to adjust now.
It's okay.
Okay, now when I'm free.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. So that's it's just my own personal collection of Zealot stuff that I happen to have painted. A load more that I still must get around to painting at some point. But right now, what with lockdown, my painting studio has turned into my office.
Yes.
Right. So we have 3 £25 vouchers. So they're a new sponsor to us. They're a fairly new company. I remember backing their first Kickstarter when I got this stuff. About 2-3 years ago. I think I don't want that in front of the camera though. Sorry, the thingy. I'll chuck it here. So that was about 2-3 years ago, I think. So they're a fairly new firm-ish in the scene, and I quite like their stuff. You know, it's highly detailed. They do quite pronounced detailing, and so you know, if they're like the tables, the grooves are fairly deep, so they're really exaggerated, which I like, but they're not cartoony. So it really helps you to get those details out when you're painting. So yeah, good stuff.
Alright, so that is the giveaway. £25 vouchers and 3 of them for you. So, get typing in that chat.
Yep, don't forget, stay active in chat. It's the only way to get your gladiator in the arena. And then don't forget to head over to complus.live, link your YouTube account, and then go to Prizefighter. And you'll be able to take part in auctions for new gladiators, get new equipment and gear them up, and send them to the Colosseum. We should at some point, in a little bit, we'll go through all that stuff again for anyone who's joined us and isn't sure exactly how Prizefighter works. But for now, here we are in the arena. We have lots of very familiar names by now.
We've got more people there, I think.
A few more people have come back from earlier. There's two new avatars that I don't recognise. Who have we got? I'm waiting to see who these new people are that I can't see. Oh no, one was Mr. Planner, of course. I know Mr. Planner. The person next to who the avatar is, and we can't see them yet. Sue Savage then, getting the paint on to Mr. Planner.
Oh, it is Michael B.
Oh, it's been in ages.
Yeah.
This is new. Not new at all. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
there goes
We're
a
9 hours in.
fireball from
Loads
Chav
of fireballs from Chav Hunter. We've got the witch's hat going on there.
I love it.
Right, so Sue Savage got the whole Gandalf stuff going on.
There, Dan goes
Walker.
in.
Oh, and Walker's got their lovely jade sword. Really
Looking
awesome.
very much like Brienne of Tarth there.
So we've got Wildebeest in the arena, running rampant, fireballs everywhere. Let me see, Master of the Game not got much left on the stamina. Somebody just went down.
is chasing Master of the Game around. Chav Hunter and Feral Games are in the middle. Ian has got back up actually.
Yeah, very low health and stamina bars though. Can't be long for this world left on that gladiator. Douglas McIntyre gets back up, almost at morale as well. There's some very low bars out there, aren't there? I think people are going to start dropping soon.
Yep.
So, who have we got? With so many still. There's wildebeest everywhere. Could anyone know what's happening?
So we've got Chav Hunter, Han Walker, Douglas McIntyre, and Sue Savage still in, apart from the Butterfly Project, of course.
So 4 wildebeest still left alive.
Yep.
Han Walker takes one of them down. And another, and a third. 3 in a row.
This is going well for Han.
Fireballs on Douglas McIntyre and lightning. I'm afraid you're dead, mate. I don't see you getting back up.
No. So, Chav Hunter and Sue Savage, they're both quite low on health, but I think it might be Sue that's going to take them first.
Han Walker, full health bars nearly.
Down goes the wildebeest, so let's see.
I think Han's got this.
Yeah.
You can't argue with health bars like that, I think.
Oh,
more lightning though. That mixes things up. Oh, it chained. No one survived? No, Han survived.
Han Walker!
In amongst the flames.
Well done to you. You get a £25 voucher from Zealot Miniatures.
Okay, so that's our first prize from Zealot. So another 2 of those vouchers to come though. Alright, so in come the reinforcements. Right. I think we see
Josh has come back.
Yeah, welcome back. Actually, wasn't Joshy in the last fight, I think?
I don't think so. Or if they were, then they weren't particularly long for this world.
Right. I'm fresh, I'm awake, I can handle this.
I need some water. My throat is starting to go.
Okay, Douglas and Second Breakfast, and I think it was Master of the Game over one side of the arena. Here in the middle, we've got Lord Morbius, Friendly and Close. Joshy Kimmel, Sue Savage and Feral Games over on the far side. And that is...
a bit jittery.
Well, that happens when it loads in. So that I think is because the champions just got loaded. So Joshy Kimmel fighting Feral Gamers. Can we just ask, there's a bit of swearing going on. I know you're tired stuff. Oh, a healing spell just went off. I know some of you tired stuff, you've been with us a long time and it's great and we love you for being here, but do just mind the language a bit. So we try to keep it friendly for kids. Master of the Game fighting Michael B. David and Jack just took somebody out from behind. I'm not sure who that was. They're fighting someone off screen, but they're healing. It's Chav Hunter they're fighting, and Chav Hunter's standing there healing all the damage.
Huh.
It can happen if you got the healing spell.
Oh, I see a Hydra in the background.
Oh, mesmerise dust. Kind of reminds me of confetti a bit. Flying around the arena, hitting Douglas in the back. So that is Douglas forgetting all about the Hydra even existing, whilst Ian thanks it, and Ian is now going to forget about the Hydra, wander off and get bitten in the back.
I does not want to be them.
No, being manipulated by the Hydra is kind of a bit unfortunate because it does a lot of damage. So Chav gets back up and is running somewhere. We don't know where yet. We'll find out later.
Yeah. So we've got Douglas and David Pearce who've been going at each other for quite a while now.
That's what happens with high-tiered, heavily armed gladiators can last a long time in the arena. Because all that armour, it's taking away the damage.
And the Hydra comes marching in.
Chav's just said his down the world is safe, but I see him clearly on screen, right in the middle. That pointy hat's a bit of a giveaway. Hydra in the middle of the screen, fireballs Ian White.
Burn to a crisp.
Ian's still standing though.
Yeah.
Still standing, still dealing the pain out against this Hydra. But Hydra is almost out of mana though. So I don't think we're going to see much more in the way of magic from that Hydra. So it can be tanked down now. So I think Ian has absorbed all the damage by sitting there and taking it. Thank you for the donation.
Thank
Douglas
you.
now being fireballed by Chav Hunter, who's not got any stamina left. I think Chav Hunter's about to go back down. So's Ian White though.
Yeah.
Ian White has barely any stamina left as
really
well.
slowing down.
Whereas the Hydra is almost out of health.
Master Game is just about back up though.
I think the Hydra's in the best position at the moment. They're a bit below half health, but that is an arena full of very wounded people.
Yeah. So we still have a few people standing. We've got Douglas McIntyre, Ian, Master of the Game, and David Pearce.
I'm just going to clear the blood to speed it back up.
Good idea.
There we go.
And the Hydra. The Hydra is still there and causing problems.
Yeah, that mesmerise spell causing everyone to forget the Hydra is there, allowing it to just wander around and choose its targets. And, maybe just generate a bit of mana.
Indeed.
Ian gets back up. Considering rejoining the fight, the Hydra is mostly focusing on mesmerise, which is not a great strategy. It needs to be getting those damaging spells out as well. It needs to follow up the mesmerise with something big. So we've got the Hydra versus Ian and Douglas at the moment. Can they take down this three-headed beast? Douglas having a damn good go.
Yeah, with that nice katana there.
Oh, a katana, very fast weapon, does a lot of damage. That's about the third time we've seen the katana today.
For those of you who say you can't see any equipment, we are now doing the auctions less frequently.
I might have made it too infrequent.
However, Douglas McIntyre takes that £25 voucher from Zealot Miniatures, so well done to you. Becca's going to double check and just make sure that you can still get it.
There's nothing at the moment. I've made it too rare. I'll make it a little more frequent. I wanted to reduce it too much because, if it all goes too much, we don't lose anything for charity, and ultimately that's what we're here to do.
Yes. So we have one more of these vouchers left to give away from Zealot Miniatures. Will it be you? We shall see. Indeed, it was slog swording Douglas McIntyre. Master of the Game, if that keeps happening, it's because you have no stamina left. So they'll either throw down their weapon and leave, or they might still have a little bit left.
What's the thing? When they go down but get back up?
Just standing there, he says.
Yeah. That's they'll. There was a bug where somebody would basically die, stand up, die, stand up, die, stand up. I think I fixed it, and I meant to fix it so they stayed down. But it seems I may have fixed it so they stand back up. So essentially they're technically out. So what I'm considering it to be is I'm considering it as somebody's making the decision of whether to come back in. We haven't announced they're back in yet. And it is... Wait.
Right. So, what do we have? We have Friendly... Oh, I didn't see that. Second Breakfast and Master of the Game. They're going at each other there. We've got somebody who went down in the background as well. That's the game with a nice little pandax there. We've got Phil B, Mr. Klein of Fenland Ghosts, and Fiuk from Fenland Games as well. And we have a public domain eyeball monster, and yes, I did have to lay down that time for my t-shirts. So deal with it. Okay. Ooh, Joshi has really been battering Lord Morbis in the back there. But the public domain eyeball monster is really kind of going in for the kill and getting people whilst they're in a clump, which is probably not the best place to be right now. Chav Hunter does appear to be down, yes, you are correct. We've got Master Game still though, and Joshi. It is just the two of you now. Who is it going to be?
I think it's going to be Master of the Game looking at those health bars.
Yes.
Let's just tell you what, there's another mode for the blood. The arena doesn't look quite so good, but what this does is you see it drop, but it doesn't pool on the ground. And I think for the moment we'll run the blood at that, because the fires, basically once the fires came on, and we need them for the lighting right now, it's just a little too much for the computer with the streaming as well. Because this computer, I think it handled with max graphics 25 Gladiators fine.
Yes.
We've turned the graphics down a bit at the moment because the extra light sources at night just push it that little bit too hard with the live streaming happening on the same machine.
Yeah.
So sorry about that. But we'll put that stuff back on in the morning, so we'll get the full graphics back tomorrow.
Well done, Master of the Game. You got that final £25 voucher.
Yeah, I may have throttled the auctions back a little too much.
Were they non-existent?
Or it's possible I've made a typo and that it's not actually running at all. So why don't I check that?
It's cool.
That'd be a good idea.
Because we have some footage anyway coming up next.
Well it won't take me long to test this.
No.
But yeah, so I wanted, because in the first sort of start of the convention, basically there were so many things in for auction. Everything was going. I just thought a little bit too cheap, which is good. We want cheap stuff. We don't want everything to be cheap.
Yeah, exactly.
We want you to have a bit of competition for some of your items. So I just thought I'd make them a little less frequent.
Indeed.
Didn't mean to make them that much less frequent. Sorry.
So this next video is another part of Becky's interview with Ben, and they're going to talk about how funding for the Butterfly Project works in general.
Yeah. So I was just going to say that all of these were filmed long before the crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, and how that's changed things for the Butterfly Project. So this is kind of a general thing how things would normally be. We filmed this over Christmas, at his mother's house, because his mother happens to live quite nearby. So we popped over there with the camera and just had a chat about the charity he founded and stuff, and third part on funding.
Yeah. So here we go. Enjoy.
I am here with Ben Parkinson of the Butterfly Project. Now, last year at Com+2, we helped put together, from all of our many supporters in the audience, a donation of, if I recall correctly, around £3,800, depending on where you take the final count as. So this is all part of our mission of trying to raise £5,000 over 2 conventions, which hopefully by the time this goes out we're already really close to. Please make it happen, guys. So the question I really got for you is, what have we been doing with this money since you've had it? I mean, you've had it a couple of months at the time where I'm talking to you now.
Yeah.
So, what difference has it made already?
Well, the main thing that we like to spend any additional money that we receive on is activities for children. And this last December we put on a very special camp for rural children called the Avengers Infinity Wars camp. it gave them the opportunity to feel like superheroes, but also we were able to include lots of interesting topics and give them crafts and these kinds of things to do, and they played a lot of board games, and the benefit of that is to raise their experience, make sure that they have a greater experience, and they can go back home to their village areas and talk about what they've been doing. And we even were able to talk about some world issues like global warming, the ice caps melting, and these kinds of things, which we feel is very important for children to know about these days.
Yeah.
But I suppose the area where we spend most of our money is on looking after children at our different centres. So so that would be things like school sponsorship. It would be their boarding wherever they are staying. And we have 2 sites where we have children staying with us. So at the moment we sponsor something like 62 children.
Okay.
And in Uganda, through each year they move up a year in their schooling, right all the way through to university. So actually, the majority of the money that we spend as a charity goes on that type of expense, either activities for children, sponsors of the individual children at school, or their living costs and food when they stay at our different centres that we have.
Okay. So when you sponsor a child, what does that really involve for the child?
Well, it's quite different from most sponsorship because we don't take a view that actually just simply sending children to school is enough. We even have a kind of motto which is school is not all. And we say to the children that, yeah, fine, you have to work hard, you have to do well at school, but don't think that's enough. You've actually got to take part in the community in some way. You need to learn a skill which you're not going to be taught at school. You need to have fun as part of your growing up. You need to make friends as part of growing up. And you need to learn lots of other things. And if they are selected to become onto one of our main core project, the Butterfly Project itself, that's a training project for to train up social entrepreneurs. So the idea being that only those people that live in rural village areas or in slum areas in cities, they're the best people to solve those particular problems. And therefore, they are the ones we are teaching all of the skills to become social entrepreneurs. So, yes, last year we ran something like 20 to 25 training sessions for 30 to 40 young social entrepreneurs, the members of the Butterfly Project. And these are the young people that we work with specifically to help implement a lot of the programs that we do. For instance, the Uganda Village Board Game Convention, that is almost exclusively run and delivered by these Butterfly Project members. They're the ones that learn the games, teach the games. They're the ones that do the signage at the events. They're the ones that devise the actual program each day, what we're going to do each day. They're the ones that run the competitions. This year we did the Omweso Northern Uganda Omweso Championships.
Okay.
And they were the ones that ran that particular event as well. So yeah, and they are doing all of the events. So we are training them to be leaders, to know how to project manage different things. Also, we teach them to make mistakes, or let's say learn from their mistakes, and encourage them to review what it is that they've done so that they can do better next time. And the money that has come this year surpassed all expectations, but it's really helped us in a very dramatic way at the end of the year. It's been a challenging year this year for us because of exchange rates going down, but at the end of the year to have this money come through, it's been something that to just kind of bring us and enable us to do some exciting things right at the end of the year.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome back, and it's just me. Where's she gone? She's going to come back in a second, apparently. But I'm making a big deal out of it because she's the first one who's not been on camera. Or not been on camera. So I will take this opportunity. The chat has gone quite quiet, so keep going in the chat because we are going to be doing another giveaway soon. But what I'll do is I'll go through the next few giveaways we're going to be doing. We are now about quarter of an hour behind. We're going to skip a bit and go straight on to the next interview and giveaway. Or we might actually do a little brief prize fighter talk. But before then, we are giving away next Everyone PDFs from Filigree Forge. There's 3 of those. We've also got Green Ronin Publishing, and they're giving away some fantastic Expanse RPG books. One of which is the entire line of Expanse books. Then, now that name sounds familiar, Pair of Geeks.
Yes, we're going to give you some denarii from my own personal donations. I'm going to transfer some to you.
Yeah.
So, I just want to see how we're doing with the fundraising, because ultimately, we're doing this for charity.
Yes, we are.
So, where are we up to? We are up to £6,659. Thank you all so much.
Thank you all
very much. I don't think we're going to hit the 9,000 though. But
we're not.
maybe something happen. Tomorrow to bring in some fresh blood.
It does.
But right now, we're kind of in prime time America.
We are indeed.
So, how about do us a favour? Do some help us raise some money for charity. Share this stream out to places, but don't just share the link. Put a little bit of text around it. Say what it is we're doing and why it's how much fun you're having, and that we're going to keep doing this for. Is it 15 and a half more hours? 15 more hours or something? Yes, 14 hours and 45 minutes more.
Yes.
Alright, this is unending for us. So, give it a little share, because right now America should be here. And if we get the, you've been saying, there's less things in the auction house. That's because there's not that many people online right now. So we had to reduce it a bit.
Yeah. In fact, I think we should run a reminder from the sponsors, just a little one.
Yeah, the short one.
Yes.
Because ultimately we're here, to raise money for a really good cause. These kids are wonderful kids. You've met some of them earlier tonight in the little snippets we've been showing, and the work that they've been doing, keeping their community alive in this lockdown. It's a really good cause. These are wonderful kids. The 4 kids that are still at the centre, Arnold, Andrew, Joseph and Patrick, are truly wonderful kids.
Yeah.
And they are the only people keeping... let me see. There are 20 kids being fed directly at the centre every day. And I believe it's a dozen families at the moment that are relying entirely on the charity.
Yeah.
This is a charity that would have been running out of money this week if it wasn't for this convention. So we're the lifeline for this charity. It costs about $1,000 a month to run the centre and the staff.
Yeah.
And of course, if they didn't pay their staff, then the staff would become dependent on the charity.
Yeah, of course. But also, in terms of other things, like we've been able to feed a family for several days just with a few pounds.
Yeah, it's £13 will feed an entire household in the slum districts of Acholi Quarter for a week. Now, bearing in mind, some of these households have several generations in.
Yeah.
And you know, they're often sleeping all together in a room half the size of the one we're filming in. So, admittedly, you can't quite see how big this room is, but you know, there isn't room enough to stand in these places. And in the lockdown in Uganda, they're not allowed out at all. There's curfews in the evening. You know, they're allowed out once a day to exercise for a limited time.
Well, even going out is dangerous anyway because crime has really gone up.
Yeah, there's gun crime and burglaries. There was, as you saw in the film earlier, the absolutely heartbreaking film that we aired earlier, where one guy was talking about one of his neighbours some of his neighbours died because they were burgled. And, you know, you could say, okay, yeah, it's a, you know, poor area, lots of crime and stuff. They were burgled because people are so desperate for food out there. Because these people can't work in the lockdown. And they don't have the social safety nets that we have. So they've got nothing.
Absolutely.
You know, we heard from the guy who sold his only source of income, his motorbike, 'cause he was a motorbike taxi rider. And so even when the lockdown ends, he now doesn't have his work tool. But he had to pay for his wife's medical treatment because she had a miscarriage, and the reason she had that miscarriage was starvation. We talked earlier about the child who turned up at the centre with his leg so badly broken he needed to have pins in, and he couldn't afford the medical treatment, but the centre was able to send him to the hospital out of the donation, or part of the donation we received from the 2 Minute Tabletop. And not only that, but that child whose leg was so badly broken it needed metal pins, his brother was so hungry he'd been in bed sick for a month. I think he was ill with something as well.
Yes,
but
he was, yeah.
the centre was able to send a doctor around. These are people that are eating just one meal a day.
If anything, you know.
Yeah, you know, at most. And you know, there are days when they can't eat at all. You heard earlier from the woman. I'll never forget the way she says, "We are not okay." She's surviving on scrap, was the word she used. Scrap. She's, you know, bins is what I think she's saying. I know she said it first in local language and then translated to scrap, but you know, she means rubbish. She's surviving on rubbish. You know, we have the power to change that, and these kids, they're role players and nerds like us. You know, let's give them a hand because they need it. And with that, if you don't want to hear it from me, how about hearing it from lots of people in the RPG industry who are far better placed than I am?
Oh, hello there. Yes, Stromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names. But one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project.
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to feel the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different, but we gather together and make an adventure.
Give as much as you can. I am. I hope you all do as well.
We're supporting Com+3 and the Butterfly Project,
which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins.
I like goblin because it is nice looking. It is green in its skin and has red eyes, and it shines like something made of gold.
I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project.
Everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause and well worth your support.
Every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps.
So please dig deep, be generous.
So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can.
It's a really important and fantastic cause.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spell. Let's wish. I can wish the reality to change, like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
And I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project,
which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play.
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project.
It's a great cause, and I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it.
And if you are able to contribute something, please donate now.
These kids deserve as much help as we can get.
Get out there and support the Butterfly Project.
Thank you so much if you've donated already, and if you haven't, there's still time.
So in that character, I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant, and I was a hero there.
It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
And we're back.
Hi. I'm just on camera. There we go. Hi.
Yes, I'm just making some coffee. So, next up we have Filigree Forge. Hello, you're still behind me.
Yes.
Which, yes indeed, everywhen it is. Everywhen. Not everywhere, everywhen. You can run this game in any time period / setting that you want.
Yeah. Time and place, everywhen.
Everywhen.
So we've got a movie set up for this one. Not movie.
Movie.
It's not quite that dramatic. Yeah. No, we have another interview to air, which gives us our little evening break.
Yes.
And then we're going to come back, and after that we have a massive run of giveaways to do.
Yes.
So it's going to be Filigree Forge, Green Ronin Publishing, Pair of Geeks, Reaper, Evil Hat, Raging Swan Press. Then there'll be another short video, another couple of short videos before we do another big batch with some other huge names in. So some big names, some great prizes all coming up, but first here's an interview with Filigree Press. You can find out what everyone is.
Filigree Forge.
Filigree yes.
Hello everybody, it is Jason from Compass3 and I am here today with Brian from Filigree Forge. How are you doing today, Brian?
Doing great. Hello.
Wonderful. So we're going to have a chat about Everywhen today as we're giving away a few sets of that for the con. So Everywhen is based off the Barbarians of Lemuria rule set, which Filigree Forge they've done their sort of mythical version, they've published that. So what made you to decide to do a universal book for that rule set rather than branch off and make your own rule set entirely?
You know, it had so many elements to it that were easily switchable, easily modifiable and hackable in a way that a lot of other games simply aren't. People were already doing it one way or another. You know, after I played my third game of Barbarians, I was like, boy, I could probably use this to run science fiction. I could probably use this to run something else. But I'm also a little bit lazy. And if somebody could present to me all those rules in one place, for science fiction artifacts and for firearms and vehicles, those kinds of things, it really makes it possible to take that basic rule set in that mythic world and really expand it to play in whatever world you can imagine.
And the game is literally, or it could literally be for anywhere, any setting, any world, any part of history you want.
Absolutely. All the basics are there in the core rule book. It also comes with, I think, 2 or 3 different scenarios that show you how you can specifically, for example, create fantasy races, which, are not, covered as part of the core rules. It explains how they did it, so you can do it yourself. And there are numerous published settings, I guess is what we would call them, that allow you to play in a sort of a, dark, I don't want to use the right words here, like vampiric type Victorian environment if you want. We actually played a modern day supernatural setting in the southwest of England that was especially fascinating for me, since I knew nothing about the southwest of England. But they're all out there, and more are coming. So if you want to play fantasy, you can play fantasy. If you play science fiction, you can play science fiction. There is you can play in the Wild West. You can play in the Weird West. I've run it using World War II scenarios. And a little project that I'm working on is there's an old game called Time Tripper from a company called SPI from back in the day, about some soldiers that find themselves accidentally traveling through time. And I've been able to use everyone to very good effect to run that world, which is something that I've wanted to do for a long time. And I was always faced with too much complexity, and this really sort of boils it down for you. So you just have fun.
So speaking of complexity, yeah, there is a little bit of crunch in the rules, but yes, it is still quite streamlined and easy to pick up. So could you give us a little rundown of how it works for those who aren't familiar with this rule set?
Sure. It's in a lot of ways the basic idea. If you've ever played Barbarians of Lemuria, you'll have a very good heads up on how to play everyone, because everyone adds complexity to the existing structure. But in a nutshell, you're taking your attributes in a non-combat situation and adding them to your career bonuses, and you're rolling 2 dice, 2d6, to see if you can get a 9 or more. And that's how it would happen. And then if you're fighting, you use a different set of attributes, and you don't involve your career. But the careers are really where you can really make the game shine. So many games have these long lists of skills and feats, and it just can become a bit cumbersome.
Yeah.
With this, you start out with 4 careers, and it's kind of fun. You create your persona in a very short amount of time, and then it has a positive actual mechanical impact on how you play the game. It isn't just fluff. It's going to affect your rolls.
Sure.
So 9 or more on 2d6, that's the base.
Okay. Does that base ever move around? So are there still things like penalties or bonuses that you can add to that?
There are. Certainly in combat, for example, you might be faced with a task difficulty if somebody's in cover.
Yeah.
And if you are able to bring in a boon or a flaw, which are generated mostly during character creation, but can also be added due to events in the game or to your use of experience as you advance. Those can give you advantage, which would be rolling, extra dice to see if you could succeed in your task, or they could give you disadvantage. If you are somebody who doesn't like loud noises, gunfire is going to be a problem for you, and you're going to be constantly at a disadvantage when you use a firearm. Doesn't mean you can't use a firearm, but you will be at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So, that's something that I think appeals to gamers like me who do like a little bit of crunch. If I'm hiding behind a wall, I want that to matter.
Yeah.
You can streamline it down to where it doesn't matter, but I prefer it to matter. So,
I suppose you could say you're using some mechanics to help reflect what's going on in the environment and what's around you.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Having said that, you have also added a couple of extra options compared to regular Lemuria. So magic, for example, there's a few more bits in there that people can use. So tell us a bit about that.
Well, it's interesting. In Barbarians of Lemuria, you could play a sorcerer or a wizard, but because it came from the fiction of the original Barbarians of Lemuria game, it was implied that you would always be sort of evil, you know.
Okay.
And everyone has done away with that with the introduction of arcane points that allows somebody to be, you know, a little bit magical or very magical, depending on what kind of character you want to play. You know, are you an elf with a few cantrips available to you, or are you a mighty wizard who has spent their entire life focused on this? And so the use of the arcane points is a good way to reflect that. You could also introduce psionic points if, you know, this world doesn't have magic, but it does have telekinetic powers, for example. You could use the psionic points. And the last sort of optional and important thing is resolve, which is it reflects your will, so that you could play you could be an investigator seeking out eldritch tomes and suffering, resolve damage from the things that you find, that kind of thing.
Okay. Would you say, because it's something that's completely universal and you can, play it in any setting you want, for a GM that prefers to kind of have some stats to work with, say if they wanted to create a load of monsters, what tips would you give GMs who had that potential obstacle in front of them?
Oh, well, I think the easiest thing to do is to look at the examples first. That's what I did. I looked at the examples and the scenarios in the book to see, what is it that I'm trying to create? Am I trying to create a token orc? What does that look like to me? And you can then decide, because you've got essentially, in most games you generally have, you have the orc, and then you might have maybe a boss orc, right?
Yeah.
In everyone, you have the idea, that the concept of this sort of cannon fodder, these minions who are very easily destroyed but can attack you in large numbers. All right, so that's one form of the orc that you'll be creating, and then you've got your toughs and your villains who are progressively harder, and a villain is almost at the level of a PC, so you got to be careful how you use them. So I would say have an idea in your head of what you want that creature to do and how strong do you want it to be, and then just simply assign the numbers along that idea. And then there's something here that I think works. Some people feel that maybe it's a little bit extra complexity, but there's the idea of scale.
Okay, yeah.
If you've got an elephant, it's a very large creature, and that should have an effect on the game. And you can include that if you want to use that rule. And everyone, you can include the scale, so that if somebody is, firing at a plane or throwing a spear at an elephant, it is reflected in the rules.
Cool. Okay, and you mentioned that there are a lot of different setting books or splat books available, and I was having a look on Drive-Thru, and there are plenty. I particularly like the look of the cyberpunk one, actually, and there are a lot of other sort of sci-fi settings, like the Incoming Transmission series I noticed that had quite a lot of different extra rules and things. What is your favourite published setting so far that you've done?
My favorite published setting is probably The Colony, which is a post-apocalyptic setting because I wrote it. I do think it is quite good, and I hope you'll check it out. But if I had to pick another one, boy, there are some very good ones. It is actually very hard to pick a good one. The Neon Punk Crisis that you mentioned is fantastic. Blood Sundown for Western scenarios is amazing, and it was one of the first ones that I play tested with Filigree. And Red Venus is really interesting. It's like an alternate history where the Russians landed on the moon first, and is all the things that happened because of that. And it's just a blast. It's well written, and it's it's really cool to check out. You know, I think a lot of these are fun to read in addition to being useful settings for your game.
Are there any that you know of that are coming out fairly soon, or ones that you know are in the works, or any that you're writing?
I've written a scenario that takes place in the South Pacific, kind of a weird War II scenario that may be appearing at some point. But I know that they will be publishing Dogs of War, which would allow you to play kind of Magnum PI, James Bond type heroes in a sort of a military A team, that kind of thing. You know, sort of a more military approach. It's Dogs of War came out years ago, and now it's being updated for everyone. And I think that's something that everybody should be looking out for. It's going to be a big hit.
Cool. That sounds brilliant. Okay, just to wind down there, I've just got one fun question left for you, Brian. So if you had to do a mashup of two completely different settings for a new publication, what would those two settings be, and how would they work together?
Whoa.
Kind of like a cocktail.
Two completely different settings. Let's see here. Maybe some Victorian crime fighting and some science fiction dinosaur-based science. It'd be a good combination.
Yeah, I can kind of see Tyrannosaurus Rexes running down the streets of London. That sounds good.
Sure.
Or mechanical dinosaurs. Awesome. Brilliant. Well, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to me today, Brian, and thanks very much for coming on and sponsoring us this year. We're really grateful for that.
Oh, it's our pleasure, and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Take care, Jason. Thanks. Hello, my name is Brian Willey. I'm with Filigree Forge in the United States outreach, and I'm here with Jason Green talking about the Butterfly Project, which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this. They have board game clubs. They run tabletop RPGs like Pathfinder and do LARPs, and every year they do an online con to help raise money. So I hope that you will contribute and give us a listen.
Hello.
And we're back. So we've had our break. Thank you very much. And here we are, ready to do the giveaway for Everywhen.
Indeed.
So first up, it's going to be the Everywhen.
Wait. We can show them a little bit, can we not?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying what it is we're giving away.
I thought you were going to go straight to the first prize fight for a minute. It was just like,
You're the one with the button for that.
Well, yes, exactly.
Welcome to 24 hours of non-stop marital bliss.
I am gasping at both streams at this outrageous comment.
So first up, it's a softback copy
Yes.
of Everywhen. So this will be a postal prize sent directly from Filigree Forge.
Indeed.
Second up will be exactly the same thing again. And then third up, it's an Everywhen hardback copy plus PDF supplements.
Yes.
So Jason will now take you through what exactly those prizes are.
Well, I mean, you've heard a lot about it in the interview. Obviously, we haven't, but I know what's in the interview. But this is Everywhen, so just to remind you, this is essentially powered by Barbarians of Lemuria, so it's the 2d6 system in there. There's a few little tweaks, and again, as you can see, there's like a lizard, a Roman centurion, a spaceman, a person from World War II, or I think World War One actually.
G.I.
Oh, G.I. Joe, maybe?
Yeah, it's a Thompson submachine gun, I think.
Oh, right, okay. Here comes the historian. You can set it anywhere you want. In terms of supplements, you can see that there are these bundles available on drive-thru, for example, but let's have a quick look at Dogs of War, because that was mentioned as well in the interview. So this is the sort of 80s, more military-style action-adventure game. And there is also The Colony as well. That was another one that was mentioned. My personal favourite, like I said, was the Neon Wars. But yeah, so with the hardback copy, you also get some PDF stuff to go with it, which is rather nice.
Awesome. So, shall we see which one of you is willing to kill for this prize?
Metaphorically, babe. This is children-friendly.
Absolutely, in our arena. We think we might have just found it was running a little bit slower on the frame rate, so we might,
yes.
if this runs well, we might be able to re-enable some of the graphic stuff. So, let's go have a look.
Okay, here we go.
Boom. In you come. So don't forget, stay active in the chat. If you fall asleep, you're not going to win prizes. So, it did happen last year. Somebody oh
yes,
maxed out their... Somebody I worked with for the big star prize last year, the massive star prize. They maxed out their gladiator, got the regen potions and everything that we were doing last year, and then forgot to type in the chat. So he never actually entered the arena.
Yeah.
And the worst part was that fight had almost all level 5s, but there were 2 tier 4s. So if he had just written a full stop, he would have been in that fight.
Yeah. So,
Right.
we have some people returning.
Ooh.
Great, I think, like Joshi and Sue Savage.
Welcome back.
We've got Finland Ghost back as well. Very nice. Lord Morbius is rocking another helmet, I see.
Got that gold helmet back out. I
Hello
still want
to
to see...
Ruben, by the way. Nice to see you.
Awesome to see you. Hello and welcome. I still want to see an all-gold gladiator. The person who does it with gold weapon and shield will get an Inked Adventures set of cards. So, what's going on?
We've got Feral Gamers and Finland Ghost who are chasing down somebody else.
Joshi's hammering Joshi.
Yes. Almost barbaric. We got Hannah against Master Game and somebody
Chasing
else.
him down. Ronnie's gone in with a spear. Looks like a 9-footed. I don't think he had a shield with it, so I think it's a 9-foot spear. Hannah attacking a person without an avatar above their head. No idea why. It's a perfectly written game, no problems. I think we've got a herd of kudu. You don't often see that many champions in the arena. So it's kudu. It's good. We haven't seen kudu since right at the start of this stream. It's one of the rarer creatures to appear. They're not that powerful. They stay in panic for a long time, so this is just going to be bedlam, because they'll run around like mad for ages until they start calming down. But if they all start to calm down and the gladiators haven't sort of dealt with the first ones to get calm, it's like a snowball effect. It just overwhelms them.
Yeah.
So Master of the Game's got the Aura of Magnificence going there.
What does that do?
It boosts attack, defense, and speed, I think, from recollection. It still went down, but the aura's still up, so, you know, if it gets back up. I have no idea what's happening. It looks like King's Cross Station to me.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, Euston's apparently supposed to be more busy.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
But we have got Ronnie still, we've got Joshi, Daniel Purse.
I have to say, kudu tastes delicious.
Oh, wow, lovely. Hannah Walker and Fuke are left. Oh, yes, I heard.
Sorry if you're vegetarian.
And we got Chav Hunter as well. Oh, David Purse, I beg your pardon, not Daniel Purse.
I've been good because it's 2 people, and I feel if you only say the first name, you're kind of missing off the other. So, David and Jack.
Okay, so Einherjar is trying to take down
3 kudu
at once.
You can do it. They're a very weak creature in this.
Who else we got? We got Einherjar, who has managed to do it actually, and is going now for Ronnie and Fiuk, and possibly David Purse, but someone went down there.
Just I can't read what's coming on the screen. I have no idea.
No, I'm looking at the top bit. So we've still got David Purse, Ronnie, and Einherjar, Fiuk, and Mr. Clanger.
Looks like you've got on top of the kudu now, so it's going to be. I think we're going to see a gladiator victory here. Just a few kudu remain, and they will quickly be dealt with. So David and Jack and Einherjar. are the last survivors.
Yeah.
Although there are still a few kudu that haven't gone down as the two gladiators deal with each other. Einhaya, I think it's got enough to deal with the kudu.
Definitely.
Yeah, easily. Einhaya wins again.
Well done, Einhaya. You win an everyone softback from Philippi Village.
Alright, so as he heads out of the arena with his lockdown haircut to head to the rostrum, a few more gladiators will be coming in, some will be leaving, as they kind of sort themselves out, and we get ready to do the second fight. Now the second fight is always the most dangerous for the champions because they basically, unless there's loads of people in the stream, you're not going to get a fresh influx of gladiators.
Yes.
So you lose some, you don't get the replacements yet. So people who fought in the first fight and lost the gladiator left the arena will generally get a new gladiator in the third fight. So, and that's just part of the system that helps if there's too many people on the stream for the quantity of the set. Anyway, we don't need to know about technical stuff.
So David Purchase just took somebody down. Hannah Walker was there as well. We've got Mr.
Master of the game so easy to spot with that big dome.
We have Ruben in the fight now, fighting somebody over there. And there has been a signal from the champion.
I think that was the rhino signal. We're going to have a big rhino in the arena, I think.
Oh dear.
So, Ruben hitting somebody in the back. Now, Ruben needs to upgrade their gladiators, so we've got to teach you how that works in a minute. There is the rhino.
Right, it was the rhino.
Yeah, I've been learning.
Yeah.
Paying attention. We've got two rhinos in the arena at the moment, causing absolute carnage for our heroes. So Douglas and Fenman Ghost having a go at each other, possibly in between.
Joshi is still there somehow, after being run over by a rhino. And we do have Master of the Game and somebody else fighting each other off screen.
Yeah, so it's hard to see what's going on.
That's why we're kind of pausing, because it's like, what is actually going on?
And also, I'm too far away from the screen to actually be able to read people's names.
There's some slightly weird rendering going on with the rhinos. They look like they're covered in sand sometimes.
It's just the night lighting. Sue me. You know how hard it is to get materials to work in both day and night? This is going to be a rhino victory, basically.
Yeah, I think so.
Because, Master of the Game got back up. He's got back up and is rejoining the action with his mage. Has he got another Earth Shatter in him? He could do that right now.
I mean, good luck with that.
It's the spell he needs right now. But no!
No, not happening. Just lots of running around.
It kind of is a lot of running around at the moment, isn't it? It's the sort of
no, down he goes.
So Master of the Game is down. It's two rhinos again, but will they actually fight each other?
I don't know what is happening.
I don't know.
They are sort of fighting each other, I think.
Do you think?
Yeah, they're kind of falling over a bit, and like that one.
Well, I think that's just one of the idle animations. I think. This is kind of embarrassing. Tell you what, why don't we hit let's just chuck everyone in the centre of the arena and see if that fixes it. There we go. See if they path around correctly now.
Nothing appears to have changed.
No. We have a bit. I mean, I'm slightly entertained by it with this sort of morbid curiosity. So I think what...
Oh, hold on. There we go.
Now they're fighting each other.
Right. That took a while.
I'm sorry.
No,
All I can say is
I
I'm
was
sorry.
complaining of them, not you. Okay.
I wrote it, so it's
after
my
that
bad.
strange arabesque interlude from the
It was
rhino.
somewhat therapeutic, I found.
So they win the Everyone softback. Now it's time for the Everyone hardback.
With a collection of PDF supplements.
Yeah, so now that the champion Budget Project has won something, that means that they can't participate, so it's all gladiators now.
Yeah, and we've got a fresh lot of gladiators coming in. Some are still leaving the arena, some are on their way in. So we'll see who's in this fight. It looks like we've got Phil B, we've got Sue Savage, we've got Feral Games, we've got It's one of our moderate Nexica. That's it. Oh, and a load more gladiators in. Loads more. So it looks like we've pretty much got like most of the people online, I think, at the minute. And most of the people that are regularly taking part. So Second Breakfast taking on Chav Hunter out by themselves, but in the middle, this huge melee.
Oh, Mark W's back. Welcome.
Is there going to be a lightning bolt?
I think now would be a good time to rip one open.
I would love to see that at that moment, because there was so much metal armour in that arena. If it had happened. Right, so it looks like we've got some. Master of the Game is bringing Earth Shatter to the arena, but that Gladiator is just not quite making it through at the moment. So, Mexica taking on Mr. Clanger 1968. Fuke is just
taken down Mark W.
Oh dear.
And has been taken down himself by Ronnie.
That's Ian that's getting stabbed in the back by Ronnie, I think.
Well, no, Ronnie did it first to Fuke and then went over to Ian.
He's just taken out Chav Hunter.
Master Game is back up as well.
Okay, has he got enough mana for some spells though? Because he looks like he's having to hit people with his staff. If you look at his mana bar, it's really low. Not much stamina either on that Gladiator, or health. In fact, he's just morale. He's a very happy man, but he's hurting.
I love pain so much.
Wow. Mr. Clanger versus Chav Hunter then.
Oh, and Fuke is running back in for more.
Yes, Fuke is running in for. You know what? This has run a lot better. Should we try putting the shadows on?
Yeah, sure.
For the next battle.
Oh.
Or you could do it now, in which case we'll get a long pause whilst it re-renders the shaders.
Sorry.
In fact, it won't. It doesn't actually appear to have switched them on yet anyway, because I don't think it can mid-fight.
No. I was too excited.
Well, try putting in the... You can turn them off easily enough. Turning them on is a bit of a problem.
Mr. Clanger, you have won the hardback copy and PDF supplements from everywhere. Congratulations to you.
Okay, so we're going to go straight into the next one, or is... Because we are 24 minutes behind. So we're getting close to half hour behind.
Yeah, we will catch up a bit later.
Okay, so you're okay to run a little bit off schedule for a bit?
Yeah.
Okay, so Green Ronin is next.
Okay, refresh the screen.
First thing we're going to be giving away is the entire line of the Expanse RPG.
Yes.
Did you want to show this on your camera?
Sorry.
Hello. Right. So whilst Jason gets that ready. So yeah, the entire everything in that range as a PDF. That's what's been given to you now. So it's going to pull up. Yeah, there we go. This is the Expanse role-playing game. Believe based on the is it Netflix, isn't it? The Expanse.
Yes.
We haven't actually watched it.
No. So this is using the adventure game engine. So if you've done Blue Rose, Fantasy Age, Modern Age, so lots of systems from Green Ronin. So this is quite a new game that they brought out. I think they did Kickstarter last year with this first book from the Expanse. So really, really cool. As you can imagine, it is science fiction, space opera, colonies, etc. So I'm scrolling down to the bottom to show you a few more bits that come with it, because you're getting 2 PDF core books to give away, and you also have the core book and everything else in the line of Expanse. So these things that I'm just showing right now are going to be part of that prize.
Did you say they get 2 additional core books to give away?
So there's 2 prizes. That's just the core book of the Expanse.
Oh, I see.
And then the third prize is the core book with all this line of Expanse stuff.
Awesome. So we're going to give away the star prize first, and then 2 runners-up will get copies of just the core book.
Indeed.
Let's get the Gladiator open. So if you want to buff your Gladiator, go over to complus.live, hit the create an account, log into it, etc. Go to the Your Prize Fighter tab and link your YouTube account. Only then go into Prize Fighter and you will be able to hire gladiators, get equipment, and we'll take you through a little bit of that later, but right now we're a bit behind schedule. So let's go into the battle. We are on Extreme Shadows, I see. You weren't hanging around.
No, I wasn't.
Alright.
Right, we've got the usual bunch coming in.
Yes, so we'll just introduce everyone as the usual bunch from now on. I do like the Extreme Shadows though.
Yeah, they're cute.
It does look good. I kind of want to turn the blood on as well.
Yeah, but it's already being a little slower in frame rate.
You're asking so much, but it looks so pretty. Look at that! Come on, this is we've got a little bit of briefly. This is actually the way I write this 3D stuff is actually inside a web browser. So there's no executable here. There's no Steam game or something like that. This is a web page.
Yeah.
Because I'm a nerd. This is what I do. Right, the fight is on. Master of the game caught between two people straight away, and yeah, David Jack getting hammered by Fireball right from the word go. Feral Gamers and Ronnie Bradley dishing the pain out to each other as Master of the game runs away from many gladiators chasing him. It's the Earth Shadow. Sends two of them to the ground. There's the signal from the champion. It was the yawning signal, which has actually set me off. God damn it!
I still can't work out how you're seeing that so well because I can barely tell what they're doing. Anyway, we've got Feral Gamers who've just taken somebody down, and there's a lot of something now in the arena. We've got Hannah Walker as well, who has just gone down. And yes, we have indeed got more kudu coming into the arena. There's stuttering going on, but I think it's just amazing.
Yeah, this is the first time something appears on screen. It's the complete shadow technically, but yes. So, big mess of healing spell going off for Chav Hunter there, and just so much stuff on screen I can't see anything. So, yes, I can see that's Ian White. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, you're right. This wouldn't be able to run the blood as well right now.
No. But yeah, everybody is doing a thing of some sort, whether it's running or stabbing or shooting or maging.
If we just, for a moment, I wonder, the camera mode has an arena mode. We might be able to see it a little more?
Not really.
No, not really. Not really. We can go to manual camera maybe and just try kind of an above.
Oh, now the shadows are really confusing.
Okay, we'll go back to normal
Go
camera.
back to the messy sports angle.
Yeah, there are things on screen. Good luck.
Well, what I'll do is I'll read from the top. So we have Mr. Clanger, Second Breakfast, Chav Hunter, Mark W, Hannah Walker, Sue Savage, and Phil B, and Ian, and Lord Morbius still in.
Ronnie just got back up as well.
Yep. Indeed.
For those people still in, there are a lot of kudu still in the arena, and they're still panicking though.
Yes.
And I think there's enough gladiators here that the kudu will be dealt with.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to pose a particularly bad threat.
People are doing okay. They're still standing.
Yeah. So, and there's also a lot of heavily armored gladiators in this arena right now. Yes. So, I think this one's going to go to one of you. I have no idea who.
The whole line of the Expanse RPG.
Yeah. And honestly, it could be literally anyone, including someone who's dead right now.
Mr. Fan is popped back up as well.
So,
Second Breakfast is taking out some of the kudu. And
many
going,
kudu at
"Whoa."
once.
That was an interesting gesture from Second
What
Breakfast.
can happen though when you're fighting that many kudu is your morale can drop because you're fighting too many people. And if you quit from the row, that is a quit. You're not allowed to rejoin when you quit. So that is always dangerous, even against a weak target when you're fighting multiple opponents. So looks like we're getting closer to being able to see what's going on. So Hannah Walker is still in, David Jack is still in, Sue Savage, Ronnie Bradley, Phil B is in there.
That is a pile of bodies.
It is just a mess, isn't it? So Hannah and Phil sorting each other out. Sue is joining into that mix, attacking Hannah, and Mr. Clanger is attacking Sue. So, and
there's 4 of you left now.
Yeah, 2.
Make that. Yep.
2.
3. No,
3.
2, 3, 2.
2.
Hannah
2 of
and
you left.
Sue. It is Hannah who's taken it.
Yes, Hannah wins.
Well done, you get the entire line of the Expanse RPG. Fantastic progress.
We don't know exactly how you did it, but you appeared to be the only one standing at the end.
Yes. So good for you. So next up is the Expanse Rules.
It was a bit random, yeah. You do boost your chances by having a better gladiator, better gear. You can do all of that on the Complus.live website. If you go to your account, head to the Prize Fighter tab, link it to YouTube, and You can take part in auctions for gladiator and equipment, and sort of boost your gladiator up, decorate them how you please, give them a distinctive shield so you can see yourself in the mess that is a kudu fight. So all of that can be done on Complus.live. If you want some more virtual currency, just make a donation to the Butterfly Project, but don't forget to declare the donation. If you do an anonymous donation, it goes straight to the charity when you do a donation on the website. We don't see the money, but if you do a declared donation, the charity will let us know it was you and how much, so that we can give you some denarii in exchange for it. 100 denarii for every £1 donated. So, Douglas just killing a couple of people there casually before joining Earth. That was so much blood. So, I think that was the Earth Shatter spell just erupting in the arena. Look at the cracks on the floor.
Oh my goodness.
So, Feral Gamers and Chatham going at each other, you as well getting in on that action. Ian White appears to be sniffing the corpse of his friend, and I don't know what else to say. That's what it looked like. Mark W and Puke.
What the Butterfly Project's going to be. There are 2 figures.
Well, one is always the champion.
That's
so
true.
It's
It is
a tiger
tigers this time.
Yeah, we've got a tiger just sits there, gets back up, gnaws Douglas, I think it was, to death, and then marches on. Yep. That's dealt with that. On to the next one. But Douglas gets back up.
Ooh, very nice.
He's like, no, I think I'll just give me a moment. I'll get my breath back, and I think I'll rejoin this fight. So Tiger just took somebody else out from behind now. Oh, Lord Morbius got a huge hit on the Tiger and in fact kills it. So Lord Morbius saving the gladiators there from the monster and then gets killed. Shadow Hunter healing. Getting a bit of a healing. It does actually make that sound effect. We can't hear the sound effects, by the way, but it does make that sound effect. So Lord Morbius has gotten back up. He's about to attack Sue Savage from behind, who's kind of stuck between 3 people at the minute. Not the place to be standing. And eventually does, of course, go down. Lord Morbius and Feral Gamers could go to either of those 2 at the moment. It could even go to Douglas if he was quick. He was quick. And gets in there with his big halberdy spear thing.
Yeah, I was going to ask what that was called. I thought it was a halberd.
Well, harsh. Definitely a polearm. I would say more spear than halberd. He's not really got an axe head.
True. Douglas McIntyre, well done. You get an Expanse core rule book.
You do indeed. Tier 4 Gladiator paying off for you there. So as Cyprianus makes his way, an actual Roman.
Yes. Yeah, the Romans aren't doing so well.
I don't know how you're paying attention. It's just the fact that they were actually Roman rather than Etruscan or Oscan or one of the regions of not Rome. Okay, so we have another Expanse core book to be giving away.
Yes.
So from Green Ronin Publishing. And there we go, the fight resumes.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Master Game. One more Expanse to give away. So there's still the possibility of you winning. I did see you eyeing that up. But in the meantime, we've got Ruben versus Einherje and Phil B in that corner over there. Well, I suppose it's not really a corner, is it? It's
one side of the arena somewhere, yeah.
It's a circle.
As opposed to that, which is a mess. I didn't see which gesture that was. I kind of missed it.
There you go. Well, there's a few icons appearing at the top there.
Wildebeest.
I think it will be, yes. More stampeding to happen quite soon.
Oh, now hang on. The gladiators teamed up. It might be Scorpion, but I didn't actually catch the animation. But so I'm not entirely sure. It is Scorpion. Yeah. So the bloodbath resumes. So the gladiators tend to, because that's such a threat, they tend to team up against the Scorpions. But it all depends how many come in versus how many gladiators are around.
Well, I think the Scorpions are being fairly well taken care of there.
They have all evening. If the gladiators team up, they tend to do quite well, unless the monster's really big.
Oh, there goes a fire.
And the thing is, because the Scorpions are such a threat, they always tend to team up. So we've got Chatham, yeah, it's just staying in the flames. It's warm, it's night. The air's cold. Oh,
thank
thank
you
you
very
for the
much.
donation. Thank you very much indeed. We're on to £6,664.55. That does include Plus 2 as well, which was just under £4,000. So it puts us on 2,600 plus for this particular stream. So Mr. Clanger, Lord Morbius, Ronnie Bradley, and Mark W still in this fight.
Yep.
Did somebody just get back up? I think it was Mr. Clanger just getting back up.
Yeah, there were a few people that did manage to get back up.
Don't forget, first person to get an entirely gold gladiator. I'm going to send out some Inked Adventures map and dice playing
Hey,
cards.
it goes to Ronnie. Well done, Ronnie.
Congratulations, you win the Expanse Core Rulebook RPG. So, next up,
we've got the Denari.
You know what? I'm not going to transfer some of my existing donation. I'm going to make new donations for this.
Okay.
So in this battle, we've got 2,000 denarii, 500 denarii, 500 denarii. So it'll be the 2,000 first. First person to win will get 2,000 denarii. Would you mind as main character?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks. So first person is going to get two. Basically, I'm going to make a charity donation, and then I will transfer it to you. Right, so I'm going to make 3. First person gets 2,000 denarii, then 500 and 500. And don't forget, once I've made this donation and transferred it to you, if you put gift aid on your account, it will suddenly be of more.
Amazing.
Now gift aid is available to UK taxpayers only.
Yeah.
And you can boost all of every donation you've made so far by adding gift aid to your account. So you can do that if you go into Complus.live, go to your account page. On the Your Support page, you have the option of adding gift aid. So any UK taxpayer, it's a government incentivised scheme. We can't offer it to people outside of the UK tax region. It's just because it's a UK registered charity. So they're able to offer that to UK taxpayers because this is a government scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I better get ready to make some donations. You guys better get ready to take my money. So, what you're going to win here is the denarii to spend within the auction house of Prizefighter. So, try to send in a gladiator that's worth less than 2,000 denarii.
Yes, I just want
Should
to
be pretty easy.
check that the auctions are okay.
They weren't when I looked last.
Because I think Fuke may have had a problem, but it might have just been his thing lagging.
Yeah, there's auctions. Chav Hunter's got a bid going on something at the minute. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff in the auction house at the minute.
Yes.
Again, it's not going for very much money, so things going quite. There is, however, a gold weapon if somebody's going for the gold gladiator challenge. There is. I would totally count that. That's the Axe of Slaying, definitely a gold weapon.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, but anyway, in the meantime, let's go.
Yeah, let's get the fight on and see if you can win my donation on your behalf.
Alright.
So lots of familiar faces in the arena. It's great to see so many people staying with us for so long.
Yeah, thank you.
It means we're doing a good job in keeping you entertained, so thank you for staying with us.
Hannah Walker is very
very Roman. So Lord Morbius going for the gold gladiator, I think. He's getting more and more gold. Who else have we got here? So we've got Chad Hunter. There's a lot of well-armoured gladiators here, but Second Breakfast has sent a tier 0 in. Doesn't want to win my money.
What else have we got? We've got Feral Games with the double spear, Douglas McIntyre with a bow, Sue Savage has definitely gone down a tier actually.
Well, that is what happens when you win.
It is.
Yeah, when you win, you go down a tier and half of your possessions get passed on. The other half are just whatever that tier normally has.
Yeah.
So, let's go. Let's bring on the pain.
They're just waiting.
They waited a little too long. I'm Heryard taking on Mark W, Wally Bradley, Master of the Game, and Ruben Draconis having a go at each other. Master of the Game getting kind of stuck in the middle there. It's not the ideal place to be. Feral Gamers taking on Douglas McIntyre.
Okay, we've got Chav Hunter and Lord Morbius going at each other there. Ooh, that's a very long sword.
I couldn't see that signal because they...
I think that was a salute, but they did it with a shield.
Yeah. That is a bit of a... I think that's the wibbly wobbly bastard sword.
Yes. I'll take your word for it.
I think I call it the decorated bastard sword. So it is actually called that. It's I'm not swearing for the sake of swearing.
Oh yes, I know that. It was more than wibbly wobbly bit that I was wondering.
Yeah, it's something you see on two-handed swords. Zweihander, I think possibly. Actually.
Oh yeah.
Could have been a Zweihander. But no, he had a shield, so must have been a bastard sword.
But anyway,
Hannah Walker has just taken down Mr. Clanger with that incredibly Roman-looking gladiator. Although there isn't the Roman shield, I'd be more impressed if you had the green sort of Pompeii tower shield.
Not everyone has to be as historically authentic as you.
Well, it kind of wouldn't be that accurate because you've got the red cloak and the red plume, but then a green shield. But at least it's a Roman bit.
True.
So we have Tiger, and we no longer have a Hannah, who's been torn to pieces by a tiger, who has in turn been killed by Master the Game.
Ooh.
Nice gold shield though. Impressed from that. Just got to get the rest of the gladiator gold.
I think Hannah's got back up. Yes, they have. Lord Morbius is still there with Feral Gamers. Mark W is also getting back up there, as is Mr. Clanger and Ian.
I think Ian is kind of got a bit of a pathing problem, and I'm going to pretend I'm not seeing that at all. So it's okay, it's been fixed. He got stabbed in the back and turned around.
Yeah, sure.
There's nothing wrong with the pathing. Actually, there is. I didn't like the pathing. I'm okay with slapping it off.
Okay, so we've got 4 of you left now. We've got Ian, Lord Morbius, Mr. Clanger, and Chav Hunter.
You're right, that is a huge sword. That is just a big...
that's ridiculously big.
It's just a big sword. That isn't the curly one at all. It's not the one I thought it was.
No, that's Andoril, Flame of the West, big.
It could even be that. I think it is in this.
Oh right, okay.
I know there's 68 weapons. I don't remember them all.
No. So Feral Games Inc. has got back up, as is Master of the Game. Oh, and Lord Morbius is down.
I don't know what's going on. Feral Gamers and Master of the Game, the last 2 remaining.
Yeah.
Feral Gamers, not much stamina left, a little bit more health. Master of the Game, not much
Lord
of anything
Morbius
left.
gets back up for the final strike.
Okay, it's Lord Morbius versus Master of the Game. We can't see this. It's Master of the Game, I think.
Master of the Game has won
Master of the Game is
2,000 denarii. Well done.
Okay, I'll be doing these donations after the 3 fights. So, or maybe I'll just... I better just make a note. As we do it.
Yeah, so we won't do it straight away. We'll do it after these 3 fights.
Yeah. And then you'll have some denarii to go do shopping with.
Okay, so people are sorting themselves out.
Yep, change of gladiator. It's running a bit slow again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Should we go down to normal shadows rather than extreme? Oh, no, you have to just turn them off. Yeah. So you can't go to normal shadows during a stream.
Okay.
It's just a thing you kind of have to start it in normal shadows for that to work.
I could play this for a lot longer with that 2,000 denarii, so excited. Yeah, come on, you're an American, you need to stay up for longer. You keep entertained whilst it's still evening for you.
Don't forget, you've got a YouTube channel with a number of followers, so community posts and what you're up to,
nice.
just saying. Alright, so, second breakfast stuck in the wrong place between Fenton Ghost and Puke Enterprises, so repositions themselves.
Arrows were flying there.
Yeah, now we've got the frame rate going. There's the shrug manoeuvre, isn't that the yank peg?
I believe it is, yes. That's a bit dangerous.
Yeah, so it's running a lot faster now as well since we turned the shadows down. But I just miss my shadows.
I know you do.
So the problem is, in testing, I didn't have this variety of kit.
Yeah, here come the yank eggs. And I think Ham was being a bit too brave for that. Going up and trying to take them on single-handedly. Here they come under the ground.
It's a bit unnerving, isn't it? You kind of like, how many are coming?
Yeah, so we've got second breakfast still with Fuke sandwich in the middle, Fenland Ghost. Oh, and down goes Sue Savage there. Oh, Fenland Ghost is now in the wrong place.
Yeah, so second breakfast and an Ankheg and possibly Lord Morbius. I think, yeah, we've still got a few others in this arena actually. Sue Savage gets back up. People start to recover again now. All that armour really helping the gladiators resume fighting.
Yeah.
Because stamina does recover, and when you've got armour, you know, you're taking a lot less hit point damage. It's just coming off your stamina.
Ooh, it's just dead bodies. It's Sue Savage. Sue Savage takes the 500 denarii. Well done to you.
Okay.
And yes, to answer your question, Master of the Game, yes, the coins will just be added to your count.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, the little donation tracker will go a little bit haywire for a while. It'll kind of go up and down. I'm going to actually make donations, and then I'm going to move them to your account. And the reason it'll go a little bit wild is I have gift aid, but you don't, so it'll kind of go up and then it'll come down a bit and stuff. But don't worry, it'll sort itself out. I'm going to make these donations after the Splash of 3 fights, and I'm going to do it in your name. But I'm not going to do it in your, I'm going to transfer it to you afterwards.
Mm-hmm. So, two very shiny armoured people on the podium, and the weaker people are running out of the arena as the others try and scrounge for 500 denarii. Let's see what happens.
There's a lot of gladiators fighting for this money. Here's the signal. They are in. Yep, the champion just says, I'm having this. The champion can't really win this, per se.
No, there's too
They
many.
don't spend it.
No.
But you might recognise this champion from earlier. It might have been one of your own. Basically, if you win a fight, there is a chance that your gladiator will become a champion later.
Indeed.
So a few kind of looks on into the arena as our director, clearly a heuristic, not a machine learning, because it is not that bright. So Invite charges into the crowd. And now that you've all got all this metal armour, it's actually quite hard to tell you all apart.
Yeah, that's very true actually. Well, we've still got Handwalker, Feral Gamers, Mark W and Second Breakfast left, and the Butterfly Project is chasing Second Breakfast around the arena.
Yeah, and in fact it's now stuck between two people. They've gone down.
Project.
Oh, I think Second Breakfast has just fluked this with a little hit
Yeah,
at the right moment.
well done, Second Breakfast.
Well done, Second Breakfast, 500 denarii for you. Okay, I'm going to go make some donations, so Jason will take you through whatever is next.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's repat. Actually, we need to get the camera on.
Yes, we will.
Right. Should we
could do a footage thing.
Yeah, we could chuck some footage in whilst I do these donations. Yeah. And get them assigned.
Yes. Also, just to double check, I'm assuming that there's no lag. Everything's okay.
Yes, sound all in sync with the video. Please let us know. Is the quality all good? And also on the behind the scenes camera as well. Let us know.
Yes.
So yeah, we're gonna play you a little movie now while I make these donations and get them transferred over to you.
Oh, hello there. Yes, Stromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names. But one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project.
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to feel the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different. But we gather together and make an adventure.
Give as much as you can. I am. I hope you will do as well.
We're supporting Com+3 and the Butterfly Project,
which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins.
I like goblin because it is nice looking. It is green in its skin and has red eyes and it is shine like something made of gold.
I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project.
Yeah, everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause and well worth your support.
Every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps.
So please dig deep, be generous.
So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can.
It's a really important and fantastic cause.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spell. Let's wish. I can wish the reality to change, like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
And I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project,
which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play.
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project.
It's a great cause, and I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it.
And if you are able to contribute something, please donate now.
These kids deserve as much help as we can get.
Get out there and support the Butterfly Project.
Thank you so much if you've donated already, and if you haven't, there's still time.
So in that character, I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant, and I was a hero there. It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
Hello!
Welcome back. So we've made those donations. You should have that denarii on your account. You might need to refresh your page before you see it. So, yeah, have some denarii, everyone.
Absolutely. And hello to Robin, who's just joined us as well. Nice
Right.
to see you.
So the next thing we're giving away, how are we going to do this? Right. So the first one, which is the first one on the list?
It's the big one. Or
The big one.
ones.
So that is actually two things.
Yes.
So I think what we'll do is we'll get the boxes out first.
Yeah.
Thank you for that donation, whoever that was. So the first thing you get is there's two things.
Yes.
So we'll show you the box first.
Yep.
This is the box. So it's the Gormore model from Reaper Bones. But I happen to own this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you my personal painted one. This is how I chose to paint it up. You, of course, can paint it however you like. So this is a pretty cool miniature. It's kind of like the whole purple worm thing from D&D, but huge, so you can reenact Arrakis with that, get your Frank Herbert on. But in addition to the worm, as part of the same prize, you also get, not this, but this. This is Kanjira the Worldbreaker. It is, by all accounts, Reaper's unofficial version of a Tarask.
Mm-hmm.
It is a big monster.
Yeah, in all manner of speaking.
Yeah, it's actually quite a heavy box and quite hard to hold out extended like that with one hand. So I'm going to move that back over here. So that is, those two things together are one prize.
Yeah.
The next one is this box over here. So it is another box mini. It's another big one. And you'll notice some wings.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Grim Talon. And it is, by all accounts, Reaper's version of a rock. This is the one that I personally own. I think it's on camera now, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yep. So that's how I chose to paint it up. Rocks in D&D tend to have a bit more colour, but I happen to have a thing in my last campaign where I had some great eagles that were not anywhere near as big as that, and I thought it'd be cool if the players this time met the mother. Hence I painted it up a bit like an eagle.
Yes.
So that's the second prize. And then the third prize, this one over here, we have an iconic from the Pathfinder Bones line. It is a Pathfinder Red Dragon.
Just put your hand down a little bit. There you go.
Yeah, that on camera.
Yeah.
There we go. So Pathfinder Red Dragon. So it's kind of a medium-sized, adult dragon, not ancient. It's in the kind of adult category.
But to be fair, compared to a regular-sized humanoid, it's still pretty massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but it's like Reaper are really cool when it comes to prizes. They let us essentially pick what we want.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to pick too much this year after last year, because we had a huge bundle of stuff from Reaper last year, which was fantastic and everything, but we just wouldn't be able to post that this year.
No.
So we thought, let's just focus on a few sort of really good things. So, yeah.
Sugar Fiend has returned.
Sugar Fiend. There was a problem on your account. I don't know how you managed to do it. But
you're a magician.
You got into Prize Fighter without linking your account to YouTube. So it shouldn't have even been possible. So I need to go through fixing your account with you. So if you could log into the Complus.live website for me, hit the Your Prize Fighter button within your account when you log in, go to Your Prize Fighter. You should get the option to link it to YouTube. And I don't know why, but that somehow you had gladiators. Yeah, maybe they were because he was at last year's con.
Maybe
that could be where it's coming from.
I'm not
so anyway,
sure, I'm afraid.
Once you've got that account linked, I can then make your gladiators work, and then you can access Prize Fighter and start spending all that denarii you've got. Because you do have some.
Indeed.
But I'll need to sort of make your gladiators work with your account. So I just need to do that first before I can do that. So.
But in the meantime.
And welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. But in the meantime, we have the Reaper giveaway up next. So, the first prize that we're giving away is the Bones Gormor Great Worm and Kanjira the World Breaker, aka Veterans. Here we go. This is going to be a big prize.
Yeah. So, if you do use this as a Tarask, it is the most powerful monster in the player's manual. It's basically put in to be the unkillable biggest thing. That's why it exists in the monster manual.
So looks like Ruben's put a few coins in there because now we've got a sword and a shield. We've got Sue Savage, Douglas, and things like that. Is there a different shield, maybe?
No, that's a tier 4 shield.
Okay. We have got Han with a round shield this time. And yep, Sugar Fiend has managed to get that. I think Sugar Fiend did confirm that they've been spending denarii and they did link it.
Okay, so I should be able to fix the gladiators on your account now.
Yeah.
I will go and do that if you can narrate this fight.
Yeah, thank you very much for the donation, whoever that was. So we are off. We have got Phil B running into a group, but first doing some mage magic. Chaff Hunter is working out who to take on first. I do like that pointy shield. That could be quite a lethal weapon, really. We've got Robin in as well this time, although I couldn't see who was fighting there. Phil B against Mr. Clanger. Finley goes against Chaff Hunter. And we have David Purse running around looking for something to do.
Sorry, Sugar Fiend isn't linked to YouTube. The web account isn't linked. If it is, it's not the email address I'm looking at.
Okay, we have got quite a lot of things coming into the arena from the Butterfly Project, although I didn't see what the gesture was.
I think that will be possibly good. I think it could be Kudu. It is
Kudu, yeah. So they're going to cause a bit of a scene around the arena now.
Yeah, they're going to make it a nightmare to commentate as we focus on Sugar Fiend getting taken out.
Yeah.
By Sue and somebody else. Master of the game running around as if he's a Kudu, getting practice in for later. Takes a whack on Mark W and a second one as well. Buke is casting Magic Missile. I thought we were about to see a shockwave then, that would have been dramatic. And Phil B in the middle, I think that might also be another mage for Phil B.
Yes.
We've got Douglas McIntyre in there looks like a gladiator that used to be tier 4 and has got some hand-me-downs. Then who have we got? We've got Chav Hunter with, I think, is that a leather torso but metal bits?
I can't quite tell. There's still too much going on. There's somebody chasing the kudu around. Oh, that's a cool shield. That's a black and red one. Hands dot.
Yeah, I like that one.
Right, so we've got Ian. What's Ian doing? Ian is going to take on a smaller group, possibly even some kudu. Not quite sure. There's still a few kudu running around.
Yeah, there's some mopping up to be done.
Yeah.
But it's still lots of gladiators hammering each other, trying to be the last person standing at any one moment in time. So looks like we've got an invisible servant in the arena as well, but they only last 30 seconds before they
go
dissipate.
Indeed. So who have we got left? We've got Douglas McIntyre somewhere over there. Chaplin, who I think just went down. Master the Game, who is determined to get this prize because he wants his wife to paint this on a stream that they do together. Ian White and Douglas McIntyre still in, as is Fenland Ghost.
Given it's a big heavy postal prize that I'm paying for, I'm rooting for anyone in the UK. But it's down to...
It is Fenland Ghost!
Fenland Ghost! Thank you very much, that is quite cheap postage for me.
Oh.
Sorry, Juice.
Well done to you, Fenland Ghost.
Right, but we still have more Reaper stuff to win, and this could still cost me a fortune to post, because next up is The Rock, Grim Talon. Yeah, now this is always the risky fight for the heroes because there's not as many of them in the arena in the second fight, so it's always the risk. This is going to be denied to all of them and be sent off to Uganda, which I absolutely don't mind doing either. So I'll just give that to Ben at Christmas.
So, Fenland Ghost goes up onto the podium. Oh look, there's some rocks on display there. So Ronnie
running side by side with Ronnie and then changes the mind and hits him.
Yep, we've got, oh gosh, lots of people in the middle there, lots of armour, which again is quite difficult to tell you all apart.
It is, isn't
Some
it?
of you even have the same shields. But we do have Fiuk, who's unfortunately just gone down with a mage. Ruben, who has also, I don't know. I think he's still in, actually.
Somebody
Yes,
goes
he is
down,
still.
it's really kind of not permanent anymore.
Nah.
Not when you got this much armour.
Hannah's gone down at the moment. Einherjar is still up, looking for things to do. So, the Butterfly Project has brought in some Ank eggs. Oh dear.
Okay, Sugar King's got that account. So if you want to do the commentary, I'm going to do
Yeah,
that.
sure. So this is not a good time for the Ank eggs to come out if you want to win this. But we still have Ian and Mr. Clanger still standing with David Purse just kind of sauntering around the arena, pretty damn calm. And your sword is very cool. It was a good choice of sword. So, we've got some dead Ank eggs over there, a bit of a dramatic shot, but I can't see what else is going on, thank you. We've got Mr. Clanger still, and we've got the others taking out the Ank eggs. So it is not the Butterfly Project who are going to take this. It is Mr. Clanger versus Ian White, and they sort of held their swords up in unison there. Before taking the final blow, it is Ian White who has won The Rock. Well done, Ian. Woo! Alright, so we have one more prize from Reaper Minis, which is a small one, but it's still a very good prize.
It's adorable and cute, yeah, it's a dragon. It's an adult dragon.
It is a
It's
red...
not that small, it's just we're used to giving away their huge ones, that's what it is.
Yes. Oh, Joe and Sarah are in from Heroic Maps saying, hey, just popping by to say well done to Jason and Becky for organising and running the con. We're proud to be prize sponsors. Thank you, you two.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for all you do. You've been great supporters of this project since the very beginning, so thank you very much. But, more importantly, please stick around, share it on social media, take part, have fun. That's what it's all about. So, you know what that signal is? I know exactly what that signal is.
It's the red dragon.
It is the red dragon. You're going to have to kill the red dragon to win a red dragon model. That's what's happening here. So if you win this fight, you will get a red dragon model, but you're going to have to kill it first.
That is brilliant. But the
let
question
the
is, where
carnage
is it?
begin. It's going to come in with flames and roars any moment now. Everyone's running to one end of the arena. Why they're gathering in one spot? What? I don't know what's happening. There it is. There it is. It's arrived. Okay, so the red dragon is in the arena.
Maybe they're just preparing themselves.
Not entirely sure. Mark W gets picked up and dropped, and the dragon is down on the ground and gives the breath weapon at the.
Where is everybody? Oh,
they're coming back in.
Okay. They ran away.
The dragon spawned outside the arena, and they kind of ran to the dragon before it got there for some reason. I don't know.
That
Anyway,
is hilarious.
I think we should turn blood on for this.
Okay.
Alright, so the dragon is in amongst the crowd now. So the dragon, basically, once it takes a certain number of hits, it will take off again. So you want the biggest weapons you can possibly hit. Oh my god, that is a huge bundle of heroes. Oh, lots of damage to our heroes. And then once it gets airborne, you need ranged attack weapons to bring it back down faster. Because it's doing... When it's doing these big drops, it's doing a lot of damage to the heroes.
Yeah.
So, Sugar Fiend there, getting in on the action, and that's Feral Gamer's just got dropped from a very big height. I don't know if he'll get back up from that. It's quite a big drop. He's taken a lot of damage. Second Breakfast, quite a low drop there. He should recover from that, as will
Mr. Crunchy Munchy.
I don't know. I've been doing this for a long time. Mr. Clanger, sorry.
Mr. Crunchy.
We started this at 1 PM, right? You know, my brain's fried. So other things the dragon does, that tail whip has a chance of knocking you down. If you have the sea legs ability, that is a thing that can help you stay upright. But it looks to me like that dragon is far too healthy for the number of surviving gladiators.
Yes.
I think we're going to be sending this one to Uganda, and the kids are going to get their first dragon model.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic, because I gave them some lizard men from my own personal collection, and now they're going to have a boss for it.
That is pretty cool, though, the fact that the red dragon
came out for the red dragon. That wasn't planned, that just happened by random chance, so that's kind of cool. Alright, so...
Okay.
What do we have next? Next up is Evil Hat Productions.
Evil Hat Productions, again one of our long-running sponsors. They have also been with us since the beginning.
So if you don't know who Evil Hat are, they
don't. We do have a physical copy of Fate actually that we can show.
This is still a current edition, isn't it? It hasn't changed.
Yeah.
So they are the people behind the Fate book. Now we are going to be giving you, I believe it's a voucher we're giving. You can actually choose what you want from their site.
Yep.
But this is what they're most famous for.
Yep.
I like this as a game as something different. So it's kind of the opposite of Crunch. It is very free form in the way you play this.
Yeah.
If you've not played Fate before. But it is very much, I'm a very powerful character system, I think.
The characters are very larger than life.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of like meta play in that you have aspects that can change the outcome of things, and they're quite sort of, there's quite a lot of leeway in terms of how you interpret how they work.
Yeah.
You've got things like, you've got your fate points, which can help you with things like re-rolling or stuff. And there's all this kind of thing with being compelled.
What I would say about Fate, it's not the system that I would go to for every game. But
No.
I do like to play it occasionally, especially if I've got people in the group who have resorted to the more kind of rolling the dice play, and I want to get them back into role play. A little session of Fate might often be the thing that, just because it approaches things from a very different direction, it might help people break the mould in the way they're playing the game.
Yeah.
So, if you want to try to explore different ways of role playing with your group, I think it's a very good system to use for that kind of stuff.
So here's their website if you want to have a quick peruse. So yes, you've got the Fate core book, which I've got the physical copy of. You've also got Fate Condensed, which I believe is what Fate Accelerator used to be called. You've also got Fate of Cthulhu, which is a new rendition, which, as you can probably tell, is Fate plus Cthulhu. So if you want to play Cthulhu with Fate rules, there it is. You've got Atomic Robo, you've got Bubble Gumshoe as well, Designers and Dragons, Do, which is various different books here. Don't Rest Your Head if you want something horror based with superheroes. And you've also got the Dresden Files Accelerated, which I've actually been wanting for a while. I like Dresden Files. There's Fate Accelerated, there we go. And also you've got various sort of toolkit things if you're a GM. And Fate World, so lots and lots of different things in their shop that you can get.
Yeah, and what are these vouchers, how much are they there?
$25.
25, and we've got 3 of them, yeah?
Yes.
Awesome. So I don't think Fate's an expensive book either, is it?
No, not really, no. So you can get, for example, Fate Condensed. Fate Condensed is actually name your own price.
Oh wow.
Fate Accelerated, I got that very cheap in my local shop. That one's also name your price at the moment. Dresden Files, that one, Dresden Files Accelerated, for example, is $17.50. That's quite a big book. Fate Core is... that one's also name your price. Wow. So you can get a lot of stuff now at the moment for $25. I wonder if they're doing that for the lockdown.
Could be.
Yeah, because there are lots of special offers, as you probably know, at the moment. But yeah, Fate is good. I've used it a few times for different games, and like Becky said, it's not a system I'd use for every game by any means, but for some things it definitely works.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and it's very versatile, so you can use it with any setting you want. There's lots of different...
Yeah, if you've got something just a little bit different, because there isn't much crunch in the system, it has that versatility that I think it's just in that... Like, you've got an idea that's just a little bit off the wall, and you don't want to have to create loads of tables and charts for an existing game.
Yeah.
And it's a good system to use for that kind of stuff. Yeah. Alright, let's go and give it away.
Oh, wait, whoops. There we go. Yep. That's better. Okay, here we go. Did you just pat me on the back?
Yes.
She just patted me on the back. Okay, so this is the first $25 store voucher from Evil Hat Productions.
We have a lot of gladiators in the world.
Yes, we do. And this is going to be just an attachment voucher that sends straight to emails. Okay. So we've got Joe.
He's excusing himself in chat because he's going for 3 minutes. Oh. Yes, you can go to the loo, you. Go on, you don't want to ask where
we don't want to.
Oh, Brian Willie is in.
Oh,
Hello.
welcome, Brian.
Welcome to the stream.
Nice
you have
to
been
see
given a gladiator and you are about to be slaughtered.
Yes, we gave away your prizes about 20 minutes ago.
Alright, but you can join in the bedlam, take part, please do. Welcome and have some fun, stick around, and please do also, give a little share on social media. Let your followers know we're there. Right, so Hannah Walker goes straight for Phil B, who gets his favourite spell out from earlier. Somebody just went down, I missed who that was. Ruben is being magic missiled and sworded from 2 directions at once and speared.
We've got a Ruben sitting on that Ruben.
There's lots of dead people, let's be
Fuke is doing some magic missiles over there.
Yeah, it's Fuke, I think it's going after Phil B, so I saw him heading towards the shockwaves. Sue is deciding what to do. Ian is now trying to take Duke on, and does it. Duke goes down.
Hannibal's just got back up again. And we've got an invisible servant in there.
Yeah, not sure whose servant that is at the moment. Should have been chasing someone across the arena. All the way across the arena.
Is in.
Really? Is the champion in? Oh no, that's
Okay. Although they're going down quite quickly.
Yeah, they tend to. But they look cool. I'm okay with that.
Yes.
Okay. So, big bundle in the middle. We've got... a hammer. That just feels brutal, doesn't it? There's so much leverage on it.
Yep. There goes another magic missile in there.
Yeah, that's Fuke has gotten back up.
But all that hammer
it just looks impressive, I think. On this occasion, didn't manage to do the damage. Sugar Fiend getting in there with the big golden axe.
Hannah's just not got enough stamina, so they're just standing there for now.
There's a new one, Robin Devils. Welcome to the arena.
And hello to John Fegerkins as well from Roll for Initiative. Yes, we certainly can show a non-sport camera. We can show it off like this. And we can also do a manual one. We can turn it round, bring them in a little bit. We do quite like to keep it on sport though, because it's more of a close-up and you can see what's going on normally.
Well, you can see what's happening in the individual fight, but you lose the view of the whole arena. So, you know, we could maybe do a fight on an arena camera.
Yeah.
See how that goes. But it become very hard to commentate because it'll just be sort of dots in the... You'll see what's happening in the arena, but you won't see what's happening on an individual level.
So Sue Savage takes the first $25 store voucher from Evil Hats.
Well done, Sue.
Congratulations.
I mean, Sue, straight to the dressing files. Actually, probably already in the collection, let's be honest.
Maybe. But yeah, she's a big fan of dressing files and it.
Alright, so another one of these to give away.
Indeed.
Should we try this on the arena camera?
Yeah, go on.
We'll see. We'll try this fight on arena. We'll see how it goes. It is kind of zoomed out. What I'm going to do, I'm going to come right up to the camera and see if I can move the screen.
Yeah.
Get square eyes doing this. Okay. So
you do know that's a myth, don't you? You get triangular eyes.
Of course I do. I'm going to have something.
Actually, that does look quite good now that it's zoomed in.
Well, there are different. Basically, I've actually set up natural camera positions. All of this works on camera positions. With the sports camera, I do actually zoom the cameras in.
Yes.
So it is very much like you would be watching a soccer game on television.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't really know what's going on. I know that Phil appears to be a huge fan of shotgun skulls. I know that's him. I know Lord Morbius has got a big halberd at the moment.
Thank you for the donation.
Thank you very much indeed. There's now you get to see the big pathing problem at this end of the arena, so you don't really notice that when you zoomed in so much. But now it becomes really abundantly clear. I'd just like to state again, I didn't write the pathfinding. It's the one bit I didn't do myself.
And here come the wildebeests.
Yeah, in they come, charging around the arena. I do miss the shadows on these long shots though. No, I just miss the shadows full stop.
Oh, you and your shader graphics.
No, but it's just this computer is running that heck of a lot to be able to do what it's doing today. So it's just a little too much when there's this much on screen to run the fancy graphics. But we will bring shadows back once the night lights are out. So yeah, the wildebeest charging around the arena. So they're in a bit of a panic at the start, but they all start calming down and charging into the middle where we've got that big blob of silver somewhere in the centre of the screen. I think individuals watching this have a better idea of what's happening to them than we do. Because they at least know their avatar and can look at the top bar.
Yes.
I have no idea what's happening down there. I can see a wildebeest dying because there's a substantial quantity of blood coming out of it. It looks almost like I had a fluid dynamic system written in this for a moment. So, yeah, there's a big kind of silver blob in the middle of the screen, and it appears to be blobby.
Yes. So, yeah, the Butterfly Project is down now, so it is going to be somebody taking this prize. Lots of heavily armoured people in the middle still, which is proving quite hard to tell you apart once again. But in terms of who is up in the avatars still, we've got Feral Gamers, Mr. Clanger, Douglas McIntyre, Hannah Walker, Second Breakfast, well, a couple of you just gone down. Keep Still, damn it. Fiuk, Chav Hunter, Lord Morbius, and Einherjar are still in.
Yeah, just saw Mexico go down a moment ago.
Oh dear. In fact, no, it might not be Einherjar. It might be Robin Devils.
Could be.
It is. It's a slightly darker shade of brown.
If you say so. We're going to go back to sports camera after this.
Yes. Because we can't see.
But there you go. There's a fight on arena camera, and yeah, it's mostly just a dot in the middle of the screen. We could, there's different camera positions we could set up, like taking manual control of the camera, but manual always feels just a bit too jerky if you try and do it. So we'll zoom in for the end here. So okay, what have we got? We've got
We still don't know what's going on.
I can go back to my chair now,
Yes.
though.
So we've got Hannah Walker taking on Chav Hunter and Second Breakfast, and somebody else has just popped up, I think, but I can't see who they are because there's no.
It's Second Breakfast versus it's Second Breakfast.
It's Second Breakfast, everybody.
Yeah, Second
Well
Breakfast.
done. You get a $25 store voucher from Evil Hat Productions.
Okay, I think that isn't there.
There is one more.
There is one more. Yeah.
One more. These fights aren't being quite long.
Yeah, well, that's because everyone's got lots of armour.
Yes.
And armour tends to have that effect because people tend to be able to recover from their injuries and so forth.
Yes.
Which is good. Means you've spent money earlier. Now I need you to spend money again. I think I know what I'll do next year. I will gradually unlock better armour throughout the con.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. To buy everything 3 times. Alright, no, we've still got trade going on in the auction house. So
That's
if
good
you're
to
new
know.
to the stream, the way this works, let's talk about it afterwards. Because we have action going on screen.
Yes.
So lots of new people. So after this stream, we're going to take all the new people through exactly how this works. So right now, the champion has given a signal called in some monsters into the arena. I think it's going to be Rhino or Tiger, I suspect. So lots of people dead in the middle of the arena. We have David and Jack, Ian, Master of the Game, Fuke is still in. There's a new avatar. Who's? Oh no! That's somebody from earlier.
Yes.
I do. That's David and Jack's avatar. Right. Yes. Robin is still in, as is Einhaya. I know you're going to mock me for how I'm saying it. I'm doing my best. Sugar Fiend is still in. All right. So we've got rhinos charging around the arena now. We did have that hell of a dance with 2 rhinos just wouldn't hit each other. So who do we think's got this? Robin Devils has quite healthy health bars at the moment.
Yes.
Duke has barely any stamina left. So you notice you've got bars behind each gladiator. Those are so you've got health, which is red, stamina, which is yellow, morale, which is blue, and some of you will have purple, which is mana on the magic users. So you've got those 3 different metrics that will keep you alive: morale, health, and stamina. You need all of them to stay in the arena. But when you run out, it means different things depending on what happens. There's a chance you'll recover.
The rhinos may well have got this, but it is taking on 2 very tough opponents.
Lord Morbius might... Yeah, Lord Morbius is kind of taking on the rhino with an invisible servant.
Yeah.
That's actually a mage, but with a gigantic halberd.
Yes.
It's the kind of thing I would do. Welcome to the stream, Wild Pix.
Hey, Wild Pix, how you doing?
So, yeah, I think... No, Lord Morbius has gone down. It's Sugar Fiend against a rhino.
Oh.
I think this could go to Sugar Fiend. No, Sugar Fiend went down.
Is it Robin Devils?
No, it's the rhino.
It is
The rhino. The rhino takes it, so the kids in Africa are going to be getting this particular prize. So yeah, let's take you through, for all those people that have just joined us, exactly how this works.
Yes. John, there are no lions, unfortunately. We haven't got any lions, but we do have tigers. There were some tigers a few rounds ago, but in terms of how frequently they come in, it is random. So we don't control when the rhinos come in or when the tigers come in.
Yeah, just let it happen randomly and it chooses itself. So,
alright.
What we're going to do, so all you have to do to enter a fight at its basic level is take part in the chat. As soon as you enter the chat, you will be in the arena. You've got to keep active over time to keep going in the arena. But if you do that, odds are you're not going to get a great gladiator. So you need to boost your gladiator, and that means going to our website, complus.live. The link's just above my head. Oh, no, we're not on that camera.
No. Alright, I'll bring it back. There we go.
So link's just above my head, complus.live. We particularly like it when you add this bit on the end. Because we're trying to raise money for charity today.
Yes.
And we'll tell you a bit more about the charity later on. Right now, we're in the middle of winning a load of prizes. So, complus.live. If you create an account there, you can link your account to your YouTube account. And what that means is, do all the account creation stuff, go to your account page, and you've got 3 tabs. You've got the Your Support tab, the Your Prize Fighter tab, which is the bit we're interested in. And if you win a prize, there is a prize claim tab. So you might need to fill that out if you win some stuff. Just depends what you win. So if you go to Your Prize Fighter for me, please, Jason. Now, when you first go there...
You sound so polite.
Why, thank you very much.
Oh, you're most welcome.
Yes, I'm going for middle class instead of bohemian today. So, Jason here on his account has the button Enter Prize Fighter 2, but I don't want him to click that yet, even though he has. The main reason is, when you first go there, you won't get that button. It will say something else. It will say link your YouTube account. So we can just, if you wouldn't mind, please, coming back to the normal camera whilst I explain that. So the what we have to do, we have to link your website account to your YouTube account so that we know who you are when you're chatting. We can't change anything on your YouTube account. We look at your name, your avatar, and your channel ID, and basically the part of the URL when you go to your channel page on YouTube. And that it's that ID that we then use to identify who chatted. So when you chat, you get your gladiator. You create your website account and you link it to your chat. Once you've done that, you can now enter the Prize Fighter system. So, if Jason wants to pull that up.
What if he doesn't?
What if he doesn't what?
Want to pull it up because you said if, but never mind.
I see. You can't see what I just did there unless you're on the behind-the-scenes camera, in which case you did see. Right. So if you can go to your Prize Fighter tab, So now he can enter the Prize Fighter system. So this is a little app that we have on our website, and it's basically got 4 buttons. So the first thing you're going to want to do is get yourself a decent gladiator. So if you can go to gladiators, there are no gladiators, they've all been bought.
Oh dear.
Well, that was bad timing, wasn't it?
Oh, there's some equipment left. Yes.
Right, I'm gonna put you more. Tell you what, no, I will manually create a gladiator. That's what I'll do. In the back end. Right, I've just created a new gladiator. So now there we go. We what you can do is that's just going to render the image up, and there we go. Right, so you can buy gladiators in the back end, but this is an auction system. So if nobody shows interest in that gladiator, he'll come down in price. You can place your bid, and then of course you can overbid people and so on.
Yes.
And we put new gladiators in there, fairly often. So you can get yourself a gladiator, and then once you win a gladiator, they will appear in your ludus. So your ludus is your collection, your stable of gladiators.
Yeah.
When they're in your ludus, that doesn't mean they'll fight for you, because for them to fight for you, you have to send them. If you imagine the ludus as your building where you train your gladiators, you have to send them to the Colosseum, and that's what the Send to Colosseum button is that Jason just clicked. So now if he goes to the Colosseum, he can return that gladiator back from the Colosseum to his ludus. And the reason we have to separate the ludus and the Colosseum, kind of do wish I'd used English words because it's easier to understand when it's in English words, but I've kept it all in theme. So we had to separate it because you can't edit a gladiator that's currently in the arena, so I had to kind of come up with a system that prevented it. I wasn't happy with what we did last year where we just locked it, but maybe it was better, I don't know. Anyway, so what he can do is he can click the change gear button. I don't know why I'm gesturing at the camera so much.
I don't know, you're not on camera.
Because I'm explaining, but yeah, anyway. So from here, he can don and doff items of equipment. So he could doff that shield, he can go down and doff his shoes. These are bits of equipment that he's purchased in the auction house. He can put them back on. He can swap them over with other equipment if he had any. If he wants to get some equipment to do that with, he needs to go to the equipment auction house. There we go. So in here we see items of equipment that are up for auction. That is a bargain. For a wizard, of course.
Yes.
So there's various bits of equipment that can be auctioned in here. Purchased in here. And so you can tweak the look of your gladiator. Some stuff is purely cosmetic. Should we come back to the normal camera?
Yes.
So some stuff is purely cosmetic, some stuff has stats. There's a simplified system of stats. If you see those red circles on some of the pages, that's kind of like a level. Level up. That's the quick, easy way to do it. Or you can dig right into the numbers if you want and try to optimise every nth degree. But as I'm sure you've seen in the fights, it's just incredibly random. As long as you're half decent, you're probably fine. But yeah, no, looking cool is most of the battle, let's be honest.
Yes.
So that's how Prize Fighter works. So we give you some denarii, so that's the currency used in the system. We give you some denarii for creating the account, but if you want to add more, go do a donation. Perhaps we should show that. So let's just pull that up.
Hold on a moment.
So if you click your money, that's your denarii counter right there. If you click that, it takes you to a donation page. Now the first thing to bear in mind here that is quite important, it by default is anonymous. When you make a donation here, the money goes directly to charity. We don't know anything about it. But if you change it to declared from anonymous, what happens is once the money hits the charity, they let us know that you made a donation. And when you do that, we can give you virtual currency.
I think we just got quite a large donation.
Did we really?
I think that was £100.
Ooh.
Thank you so much for putting that in.
So, if you declare that donation, we can give you some virtual currency to spend on your gladiator.
Yes. Thank you so very, very much.
So thank you for all these donations that keep coming in. You've been absolutely wonderful tonight. We've raised thousands of pounds.
Can you just tilt it down a little bit more because of the lighting?
I'm trying to read it.
Well, I can read it on here.
Just trying to see what we've got. We're on £6,840.
We have got a good chance of getting to 7,000 before the morning.
Yeah, I think 7.5 is really reasonable for this. I'd still love to be able to hit 9,000, but it just depends how busy tomorrow is.
Absolutely.
Because we've still got another couple of days' work to do on this stream. Oh God.
Yes.
We did in fact just get an anonymous donation of £100.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. There is a slight problem with the prize fighter and that hasn't updated to the next prize.
Who won the last one?
That was it was I can't quite remember.
Okay.
I remember who didn't win.
You say problem with the prize fighter, but you know this was human induced, don't you?
Well, I waited for a while until it all finished.
You need to wait till it updates that bit.
Someone's asking, Wildpix is asking, what time is it in GMT right now? It is not midnight because we are in daylight savings time.
Yes, we're in BST.
Yes, so UK time it is 4 minutes past midnight. In terms of what time it is in UTC, which is what we're using for this stream, which is the universal time, it is, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock.
Yes. So according to the schedule, it would be 11 p.m. So we don't run the stream in British time because it's an international convention. So we use the international convention, which is UTC.
And also, lots of people just use GMT for both times, which is confusing.
Yes, it's a very British thing, isn't it, to not realise that we do change time zone in the summer.
Yes.
As so many British people just in the summer will say, at 7 p.m. GMT, but we're not in BST.
It's not GMT.
So do you actually mean BST? which wouldn't be 7 p.m. GMT at all. Right, so anyway, yes. Let's not rule education standards in the country too long. Instead, we'll need to refresh Prize Fighter to get to update that prize. We are going to do a giveaway.
Yes. Raging Swan Press.
Oh, cool.
There we go. Right, so Raging Swan Press are great for 5e and other kind of fantasy but universal systems. They are giving away 2 PDFs of their Thingonomicon, which, as you can imagine, has a lot of things in. So lots of inspiration for you as a GM. And the third prize is going to be essentially a little bundle. We've got the Thingonomicon, the Gloamhold Campaign Guide, and Villages of Ashlar. So settings book and campaign guide. They do some really nice stuff as Raging Swan. I know a lot of GMs who use their stuff and they say that They're great little books to have as a GM. It's kind of a staple thing really that you need.
Yeah, so these are all coming as PDF?
Yes.
Are they drive-through?
Yes, they are drive-through. So just a reminder about any drive-through prizes. We will remind you in your email if you have won something from drive-through. But essentially what that means is that the sponsor will basically send the prize to your drive-through account. So therefore you need to have an email address affiliated with your drive-through account that we need to be aware of so we can let them know.
Okay, also for people who aren't seeing either Evil Hat or Ultimate Games Master prize wins, that is because we made a human operator error of Prize Fighter at the time, so we will be watching the stream after the convention to find out who won those prizes and put them into the database manually.
Okay.
I'd just like to say the system works fine.
It does, yes.
So we are in full darkness now, aren't we?
We are, yes.
Ow.
Okay, so here we go. The next prize fighter for Raging Swan Press. Get hammering in the chat.
I think we might need to turn all the fires on. That'll make it run slower. But I think we've got to do it.
Yeah.
Shadows are off. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So fires.
Yeah. All of them.
All of the fires.
Many fires.
It's like a Rammstein concert.
Dum dum ch. Dum dum ch.
That could be really out of sync.
It could be, because I have no idea. I can't hear it at all. I could put the headphones on and find out. Right, I'm going to leave you with it for just a moment, because I need to...
Could you give me a replay? Yes. Thank you. Okay, so it is the darkest yet. And absolutely I'm going to get psyched up. So we have a donation, thank you so much. So this is the large prize, I want to double check, the Thingonomicon, the Globehold Campaign Guide and Villagers of Ashlar, so good luck to all of you there. So we have potentially a couple of people who haven't been in for a little while. Oh, and I think we've got a new avatar. Yes we do, I wonder who that is. That person on the end there, with the sunglasses. Ah, yes, Local Initiative on their business account as well. I can't see you at the moment, but we may be in for the next one. We do have Wild Picks who managed to get in though, which is awesome. But in the meantime, people are dropping like flies, so I should probably keep up and commentate. So we have Stu Savage against Robin Devils over there. Again, it's going Hollywood. It's two women going against each other, which, yeah. Anyway, we have the champion making a signal there. Second Breakfast apparently went down already, but is now getting back up. What else is going on? There we go. Oh, we've got some Scorpions. Now, for those of you who've not seen the Scorpions before, they are weak in terms of health, but if they get a hit on you, they can do a lot of damage because of their movements. But people seem to be doing pretty well with them, and yeah, they're way ahead of me there. They're already done. Hello, Fjord. I hope that your 3-minute break was sufficient. So we still have a clump there of Hannah Walker, Second Breakfast, Mark W, Feral Gamers. We've got Sugar Fiend, we've got I'm Her Yet. Oh, everyone's running around, I can't keep up with them. Sugar Fiend's got a tier 4 now, actually, that's pretty good. Joshi is still in as well with another nice shield, but still going with a hammer, which is cool. Let's see, we've got Ian Y, we've got Hannah Walker and David Purse going on there. Lord Morbius is back in. I think he must have gone down for a while. I didn't even realise you were even in this fight. But of course you are, because you're a very dedicated person to the street. Robin has got back up, but not much stamina there. Let's see, we've still got a few people left in though. Hannah Walker's gone down. We've got Lord Morbius, Douglas McIntyre, we've got Robin, who is slowly staggering back to the clump there and doing a bit of stabbing. A Second Breakfast, taking Second Breakfast down. Ooh, and somebody else as well. It's Robin Devils versus Douglas McIntyre and David Purse, but I think David Purse is kind of choosing their opponent wisely. Okay, there's David Purse and Second Breakfast. Lord Morbius as well is in there, as is Douglas McIntyre. Oh, Ian's even got back up. As is Wild Picks. Oh my goodness me. So, This is the Thingonomicon Gloamhold Campaign Guide and Villagers of Ashlar PDF bundle that we are giving away to you in this fight. So, we've got a few of you jumping back in at the last minute. Is it going to be Wild Pix? Yes! Well done to you, Wild Pix. A good first arena fight from you. Well done.
And welcome back to the stream because Wild Pix was here last year.
Yes, you were indeed.
Compost 2, so welcome back. And then kids, welcome back, have a prize.
Yeah, and a level 2 fighter as well, I'm impressed.
Okay, as we get ready for the final fight, what's this prize for?
This is not the final fight, this is round 2.
Oh, this is round 2, I'm sorry.
So this is the first prize of just the Thingonomicon.
Okay.
From Raging Swan Press.
We've got a full day-night cycle in the Coliseum at the moment. It is night here, so we are seeing it pitch black. For those of you in America, well...
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's a worldwide convention with the day-night cycle to ourselves. Yes. So, big bundle in the middle of the arena. There's so much going on. I see a mage armor being cast by, I think it's Phil B. Yep, there's the signal from the arena champion calling in the monsters. So, as we look at Hannah Walker and Feral Game is taking out Sugar Fiend, or vice versa. Not quite sure which way that's going. Sugar Fiend has a huge halberd.
Yeah, they're getting more and more ridiculous as the night goes on.
I think we got rhinos.
Yes, we do have rhinos. Oh dear. It sucks to be all of you right now.
Yeah, Bill P with the shockwave again. He absolutely loves it.
Oh, maybe the rhinos will take the hit with that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So Hannah Walker chasing Sugar Fiend across the arena. And then come back, I want to hit you.
Yes, Wild Pigs, we both remember you. I recognise your avatar as well.
Yeah.
We have good memories.
Yeah, we love our audience.
Yeah.
So, Robin Devils is got an eye patch on that model as well. It's kind of awesome. So, Fuke having... I've just forgotten who they took out. So Lord Morbius is still in, trying to... out of stamina there, because you notice Lord Morbius has resorted to walking.
People are rooting for the rhinos in the chat.
Harsh, Sue, harsh.
Well, I think they're going to get it anyway. Unless Second Breakfast can take them.
I think we're going to see rhinos attacking rhinos. And then
maybe
what's happening?
Phil B
I don't know.
is getting up. Hannah Walker's getting up. There's some more people getting up. It's not quite over yet.
As Phil B tries to tackle the last rhino. But has Phil B got enough stamina to fight? Oh,
there goes a shockwave.
She just got shockwaves and dies. But Hannah Walker is still in and taking out this rhino, possibly. It could go either way. It's gone to the rhino.
Oh.
Congratulations to the kids in Africa who are going to get this prize.
Yay, but there's still one more to give away tonight.
You still have a chance to win this prize.
Yes. So another Thingonomicon. Master Game, did you miss anything awesome? There were a few more prizes that we gave away, and we got some fantastic new donations, which is amazing. We're just trying to get the key in because we don't want her to go gallivanting off into the night and then coming back. That would be terrible.
Kind of happened last year.
Yeah.
We were so busy presenting the convention, we kind of forgot she'd snuck out, and she lost a fight while she was out.
Yep, the silly Billy.
Yeah. So we're trying to make sure she doesn't go out tonight, but she managed to sneak out.
Yes.
So I've just got back in. Right. Let's see how this fight goes down. Some gladiators still leaving the arena. So much blood. So much blood. I think I may have failed to add light source into the blood, which kind of looks awesome.
Yes.
Whoops, my bad. So Feral Game is stuck in the middle there. I don't think it's going to last much longer. But this kind of stage of the fight, you kind of don't mind dying, really, do you? It kind of takes you out for the worst part of the fight, and then you can come back later.
Absolutely. And because the Butterfly Project have won now, that means no more arena champions this round.
Indeed. So Joe Fedekins got stuck in the middle there, went down. Joe and Sarah Bilton taking out Joshi Kimmel, or vice versa.
Who else have we got? We've got a clump of Joshi with Mark W, Lord Morbius and Chap Hunter there.
And Joshi Kimmel giving the pain out to Mark W with that huge warhammer.
Yeah, you can feel
and Mark W giving the yawn emoji back. to Joshy Kimmel, but
It
it's
is
Joshy who
Kimmel.
takes it.
Congratulations, you get a Thingamomicon.
Whoop, whoop. And that prize will be yours to keep and cherish forever.
Yes.
Okay, so next
Right.
up.
Next up, we've got some more footage for you.
Yes, we get a little bit of break from shouting, though I do appreciate I did mostly leave that to Jason. We have a couple of films to show for you now. So first of all, for those of you new to the stream, every now and then we take little breaks where we just play some footage where we've recorded stuff previously. So at Christmas, before the whole COVID thing kicked off, I visited the founder of the charity whilst he was visiting his mum for Christmas. So there is a Christmas tree in the background. And in one of these interviews, she walks in to the background, completely oblivious to the fact we're filming, and kind of sits down, gets her laptop out, starts tapping away and stuff. Not sure if it's this one or next one.
Oh,
but
right.
anyway, so we're airing several of these interview clips throughout the convention. This is the fourth one, where we were talking about the board game convention he runs in Uganda.
Indeed.
So is that one all queued up?
Yeah, it's all queued up.
You're so good at this.
I know.
So much more awake than me. When we get back from that, we're going to, we'll speak to you briefly, and then we're going to go and speak to the Dice Machine.
Yes.
Because they've got the Black Code, which we'll be giving away just after that. Also coming up, we're going to be doing giveaways for Metal Weave Games, On Its Path Publishing, and then we're going right into the cream of the DM's Guild. Hannah Rose, who is a freelance writer for Wizards of the Coast, but she's also released some of her own books on DM's Guild. So we'll be doing a giveaway for some of her stuff. And the top author on DM's Guild is a guy called MT Black. And we're giving away some of his stuff too.
Yes.
So all of that is to follow. But for right now, let's go and have a little chat with the guy who founded this charity and talk about board gaming conventions in Uganda. I am here with Ben Parkinson, who is the instigator behind the biggest board gaming convention in all of Africa. I say without knowing if that's true or not. Can you tell us more?
I don't know whether it's true or not myself. All I do know is that there's a really brilliant convention that's going on in Nigeria, but I believe that ours is also unique in the way that it operates. It's not like we don't run it in London because there's lots of people live in London. We actually run it in villages because we feel it has more impact in the villages. But and that was where the original concept came from. In fact, it wasn't me. It was one of our Butterfly members who we'd been training, and he said, I think we should do something very special this holiday period. What about board games? What about board games for the children living in the village? That's how we started with our first ever Uganda Village Board Game Convention. And it's the way we like to operate, because then it's our youth that are coming up with the ideas, and we just then discuss it with them. We put a team together, and then they deliver the actual project
this
itself.
has become a yearly convention now, hasn't it?
We're this year coming, or let's say, I suppose when this is broadcast, it will be past this year, 2020 May. That event is it's going to be the fourth, or has been the fourth.
Yes.
Event that we do, and we are obviously every year we like to do something completely different, and the plans for this 2020 are still in preparation, but it's it's been one of those events which has started to stimulate a huge interest in board games in these village areas, and I guess you can all imagine that outside the games that are Ugandan games, things like Fundraiser that we do the championships for, there is almost no knowledge at all of the games that perhaps we grew up with, like, you know, Monopoly and careers, etc.
You used the M word. Now, let's talk a little bit about, you know, the impact that will have had for, you know, the children in the villages. I mean, I know obviously they're on the day, you can see them, they're smiling and having a good time because they're at this fun event. But have you found that, you know, since the board game convention, that you know, children have become more aware and got more into gaming?
I think it's very obvious when you're actually at the convention that the children really love to play the board games. It's not like you're saying, "Oh, come on over here, you come and play this." It's like they are playing from early morning to evening without being asked. And to me that means that they are ready to try new things. They love the idea of learning a new game. It's just like learning a new fact at school. They really enjoy the social aspect. They really love winning, of course, because that helps them with their self-esteem. I think the impact of the gaming in this rural setting is very great, because they're able at the end of the convention to choose the games that they like the best and take them home. That's always been our strategy, is that we have a lot of games donated to us over the years, but many of those games are given away to the games clubs that are attending our games convention each year.
So these games clubs, did they exist before the first convention?
No. In fact, the very first time, we were teaching the children for the very first time, and actually that was more of an orientation. They were kind of just getting used to the idea of these types of games, and actually it was more challenging. But by the second, they were already up and running, because we'd sent them home with games. They knew what they were all about, and they were just looking forward to it.
And so now there are board game clubs in the villages in northern Uganda, and you think that, you know, your gaming convention has maybe helped create those?
Definitely. I mean, in fact, the latest group of Butterfly members, more than half of those have been recruited from the board games clubs. Wow. So we have 14 new recruits that started with us last year training. This is what we call our cohort 5, the 5th group that we've recruited overall. And yeah, I think it was around 9 or 10 of the 14 came directly from the games clubs.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And
it helped us with the recruitment, obviously, because we knew all of these, and we knew that from their enthusiasm about board games, that we should give them a chance to become part of the Butterfly Project. So yeah, and in many cases we didn't recruit everyone, of course we didn't, but we found 9 out of the 14. Yeah,
that's great. Thank you. Hello, we are back once again. Becky's just in the bathroom. But yeah, I suppose we should speed along, especially as people are starting to talk about coffee and caffeine in the chat, although I'm actually alright at the moment, so this is good. You wouldn't think it was midnight where we are, almost. But yes, next up we have the dice machine. Now the dice machine, they have actually been on the stream earlier today, although they're not on at the moment. They actually had COVID themselves about a week ago, but I believe they're now fully recovered, so yay. But Dice Machine The guy behind it is a guy called Mark Whittington, and he you might have met him at the expo if you are an expo person. Although I don't know if we've got anybody on who is at the expo, so maybe that's a bit irrelevant at the moment. But he's done a lot of freelancing for a long time. He's very heavy in the RPG community in general, but also he has written The Dice Machine, which is a nice cyberpunk dystopian transhumanist type game. What I will do is I'll just bring up, I just need to remind myself of what he's actually giving away, because one prize in particular is very, very special. Hello, sweetie. Hello. He is giving away 2 of the Black Code core rulebooks. So the game is called Black Code. That is going to be 2 PDFs. And he is also giving away, as the big prize, which we're giving away first, we're giving away a signed copy, so a hard copy of the Black Core rulebook, Black Code core rulebook, even, sorry. A poster map of the world. You will also get a signed copy of The Rise of Tartarus, which is an upcoming book which will be released in the autumn, so you'll get that when it's released. And you can also choose an NPC's name in this new book.
Yes, you get to leave your mark forever within the system, which is really cool.
Yes, absolutely. So we are giving away all of that, and what I will do is I'll just quickly bring up what it looks like. Our cat is getting confused as to why we're not in bed with her yet.
Yes, me too.
So here is the Black Code on drive-through, and I'm pleased to see that this is now working properly now. So drive-through got themselves together. So as you can see, very sort of dark, creepy transhumanism, transhuman cyberpunk role-playing game. So yes, lots of they've even done like a proper.
Oh, it looks like code.
Yes.
Or tries to, but yes. Yeah.
Yes, I heard the laughter in your voice there.
Well, in fairness, I can't actually read it from as far away from the screen as I am. It may or may not have looked like real code.
Fair enough. Ooh, that looks cool. I'm liking the artwork and the style going on. Ooh. Yeah, very cyberpunky. Lots of contrasting designs. One thing actually about Mark is that he is a layout and graphic designer. So his books are going to look super sleek, which is very cool. So let's go to his interview, although I will need to get that ready, so it'll just take me a second.
I already got it to the right folder. It's the third one in the top row.
Yes, thank you.
Not bit keen.
Right, okay, so here we go. Here is my interview with Mark from The Dice Machine.
And after that, a load of giveaways.
Hello everybody, this is Jason from Com+3 and I'm here with Mark, aka Wit, who is sponsoring us with the Dice Machine and his fantastic looking system, the Black Code. But what I wanted to just touch upon a little bit first is your background, because I know that you've done a lot of freelance work. 20 years odd, isn't it? You've done freelancing for a very long time?
Yes, I'm an old. I've been freelancing for since I was about 16, 17, and I've worked for people like Nightfall Games. I've done a little bit of work for various other people. I'm currently working for Modifius. That's my day job. And then when I'm not doing freelance stuff for people, I'm writing role-playing games myself.
And with regards to writing your own systems like the Black Code, did that start quite recently, or is it something you've always done on the side?
It's something I've always done. I've always been hacking and things like that. Many years ago, I wrote a game called Project, which I sort of, when I was sort of 18, 19, I kind of took around to various publishers in a sort of, hey, I've made a role-playing game. Would you like it? And everyone was very impressed and didn't really take up, and it just sort of sat in a drawer. And then a few years ago, another publisher kind of sort of said, does everyone remember that? And we sort of slapped the D6 system on it and kind of came out, and 4 people bought it. So So I've been doing it for a little while. This is the first time with Black Code that I thought, no, I'm going to do it properly. I'm a freelancer. I do graphic design, so I could do the layout and the book, and I wrote everything, developed the system. The only thing I didn't do was the artwork, which was done by Dan Morrison, or Dark Mechanic, who's famous for the Agents and the Mechatron expansion for Mutant Year Zero. But yeah, his art style is really, really nice, and I managed to get him cheap.
With something like that, because you're able to do things like the layout yourself, I imagine in some ways that's really good, because you can maybe come up with the design or general concept first before the nitty-gritty of writing. Or are you somebody who prefers to actually just do the writing and the text first before doing layouts, so more conventional?
I'm a very visual thinker, so the first thing that came was the character sheet. Once that was put together, then I kind of developed the style sort of around that, really. And like for the next book, I've done the cover first. So I need to have those kind of visual elements that kind of inspire me to actually do the difficult part for me, which is the writing.
Yeah. And with Black Code, which from what I know, obviously it's very dystopian, bit of cyberpunk in there. Do you get a lot of visual ideas from, outside, things you've seen, or is it kind of more conjured in your head?
A lot of stuff comes from I like to sort of feed things into my brain constantly. So I've been listening to a lot of specific music. You notice in the back of Black Code there's a couple of soundtracks which are basically music that I listened to while I was putting it together. And there's also things like artists, people like Paul Chadison, who's very influential. He did all the artwork for the concept art for a computer game called Remember Me. A lot of that kind of visualization is in the DNA of Black Code when I'm sort of like writing the city and inventing kind of new complexes and things that are in the background. So yeah, there's a whole list of contributing kind of artists and musicians and films and comics and things that kind of like went into my brain, and then Black Code came out the other end.
That's fantastic. I'm definitely noticing when I talk to people like yourself who've done more dystopian style games as opposed to, like fantasy and things, it's a lot of inspiration comes from literally everywhere as opposed to maybe one or two sources. That's really good, and especially with your music and your external art and things. But tell us a bit about the system behind it. So I know that you say it's quite a streamlined, you didn't want to go too crunchy with this. What made you decide to do that? Because obviously you've got things like Shadowrun that are really quite sort of nitty-gritty and crunchy.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Shadowrun and Cyberpunk, but Black Code sort of came from, I wanted something that I could kind of run myself, that sort of had enough crunch that I could kind of, I hate playing games that have a sort of amorphous, no hooks to hang your character on, so I needed to have things like, if I'm better than that guy, I need to know how much better I am, and I need to know if I'm good at something and bad at something and that kind of thing. But I wanted something that was light enough that you didn't need to roll buckets of dice, or you need a degree in order to kind of keep track of all of kind of like your stats and abilities. So it's I call it Trindy, as in it's got a very traditional kind of skill dice numbers kind of base. But there's that kind of indie narrative aspect for all of the kind of the equipment. Black Code uses a system of tags, which are kind of, they have a game mechanic attached to them, but you can skin them however you like. So your character can basically look and feel exactly how you want, whether it's someone from modern media or your traditional sort of cyberpunk type character. You can basically make them look, sound and feel exactly like they want, but as soon as you need to do something with the system, you need a tag for it. So for example, if you wanted to be able to fly, you could describe the character as having kind of like wings and things and kind of like a jetpack or something like that. But you'd need the tag that gives you the ability to fly in order to kind of have that properly. Otherwise, it's just plastic fairings and no one, it's just for show. So yeah, I wanted something that was kind of like simple, Has a fairly unique dice mechanic. I think I've never seen it before. Doesn't have huge pools of dice. A nice tight probability curve, but it favours the players, so you succeed more than you fail. And then you have some crits in there just to kind of have the excitement of things going crazy when you do very well.
Okay, so excuse me. If you're running the game, okay, the character has the right tags that they need. How does the challenge rating, as it were, come in? If I was to use that loosely, how do you referee that as a GM?
Yep. So basically, the skill mechanic is skills run from 1 to 4. If you have a skill of 1, basically you'd roll 4d6 and you'd take the 3. If you have no skill, you take the 3 lowest. If you have a skill of 1, you take 1 high die and then 2 low dice. If you have a skill of 2, you take 2 high dice, 2 low dice. If you have a skill of 4, you'll roll 4, take 3, but you'll get an automatic crit. So, and the difficulties are 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and for everything above a 10, you basically get extra kind of like effects. So there's like 4 or 5 different kind of levels of goodness. Some systems are kind of like, they're very, very cool, but as a GM, you're sort of like, okay, 3 degrees of success more than 4 degrees of success, what does that mean? So I've kind of broken it down into very specific kind of levels. Assuming if someone rolls like 18, well, it's the best thing that's ever happened. Well done, sir, you win. I like giving players the opportunity to kind of shine rather than just have that sort of being ground away by fail. Oh, I succeeded, that kind of thing. So yeah, the system's techie enough to make your decisions matter. It matters what kind, if you have a big gun or a small gun, or if you're doing this or doing that. But it's also light enough that as an old, I don't get confused with all sorts of things. I'm trying to think what other's interesting about the system. Initiative is a resource. So some things give you more initiative whenever you do crits and things like that, and some attacks will remove the initiative of the bad guys, and if they fall off the bottom of the track, then they basically lose their go. So you can build characters that are very, very fast and strike first, or you can build characters that are designed to go last but hit heavy. But whenever they do good stuff, they slowly speed up over time, that kind of thing. So there's a whole load of meat for your munchkins if you really are there. A couple of people in my demo groups are your traditional kind of gun bunny munchkins, and they after a few weeks of playtesting, they kind of came and said, yeah, it's pretty good, nothing wrong with it. Which is the highest praise that I could ever expect from my group. So, if you're that way inclined, it's very good. Whereas if you're more of a sort of narrative player, there's a whole load of stuff in the background that you will absolutely love. So, yeah, people seem to like it so far. So I'm actually quite chuffed with the response.
Good. And you also have, I believe, a campaign book coming out very shortly.
Yes, that's right. The Rise of Taurus is sort of like a big campaign book. And the idea is it advances the timeline from the for the NPCs and kind of groups that were introduced in the main rulebook. And it's a campaign that basically everything runs in 1 or 2 sessions. It starts off at kind of like low level. You're very, very new contractors if you want to be, and then it runs to a big fight at the end, and sort of advances the timeline along. I don't want to say too much because there's secret squirrel stuff in there. So it's I like sort of backgrounds that kind of they do things with the NPCs that you've been introduced to and the organisations and things like that. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to getting the Rise of Taurus out, because it means that I can talk to people about all the secret stuff that no one knows about the background yet.
No, of course. But yeah, you mentioned about sort of NPCs that characters meet, that you seem to imply that they almost kind of either give them information at least, or give them almost a mission to do. Is that right? Is that a kind of a format that you use in this game?
Yes. In fact, as the campaign kind of works, there are various different corplexes and meanplexes in the Black Coat background. So the corplexes are kind of like the evil corporations, and then the meanplexes are kind of like social groups, gangs. We would be in the game a meanplex, for example. And as the campaign goes on, you can kind of build relationships with these different organisations, and that kind of like affects how the end of the campaign kind of like turns out. Because it may be the fact that you sort of don't get on with one corplex, but you do get on with another, and then that will kind of like change the ending. Okay. I like cyberpunk games that follow the kind of there's some core tenets of cyberpunk that people sort of tend to forget, and one of them is, I think, that kind of friendship and trust is more valuable than actual money. Everyone needs their friends and contacts and things like that in order to sort of like succeed. Relationships are very, very important. There's no, if you don't have trust with that person that you're buying or selling things to, things could go very, very bad for you, because if people just take the money from the corporations, then you're in trouble, aren't you? There's a lot of characters that are in the main rulebook are sort of like they're the guys that do the little talking in the box outs that kind of like give you the color of the background. They are NPCs that you can actually meet in the campaign that you can build relationships with going forward.
Okay, and you mentioned as well, you talk quite a lot about transhumanism as an element in the game, which again is a little bit different from some of the other cyberpunk type games I've seen, although you can sometimes get like cybernetic upgrades and so on. I know that you say that it's quite a flexible thing, so you can put it in if you want or if you don't want to, but how does that implement into your world exactly?
Oh, completely. One of the things, one of the reasons why I did Black Code was I found Cyberpunk and Shadowrun were blunt toolkits for things like transhumanism and that kind of stuff. I hate the idea of humanity as a mechanic. The more you change your body, the less human you become. I think is a ridiculous concept. I have glasses, for example. They're great. It doesn't turn me into a psychopath, I hope. So what I wanted to do with Black Code was to make it as free as possible to design the kind of character that you want. There are slight limits in the fact that you have to choose between a biological frame, as they're called in Black Code, a mechanical frame, or a hybrid, which takes elements from both of them. But if you want to be a giant 6 foot tall anthropomorphic werewolf, then you can be. It's literally, you're a bioframe. If you want to be a strong werewolf, then you may need a tag to kind of give you some extra strength, or if you wanted to be able to transform, once again, that's another tag. But you can basically be who or whatever you want to be. That's literally the whole point of having that kind of technology, really. There are socio-economic ramifications to transhumanism, which is where the different ecologies in Black Code come from. So the temple is a place that believes that technology is holy, and the majority of the people that live there have mech frames, whereas the hive is more of a biopunk. Everyone there is biological, and they believe that kind of like upgrading humanity on a genetic level will advance them, and how these different societies, the relationships between them, and how they kind of deal with each other, that's the core tenet of how Black Code kind of works. So everyone can be transhuman. That's the easy part. It's deciding which one of those methods or factions is going to be the one that everyone goes to as we ascend to the future. And obviously, along with any kind of change, there comes problems. Frameism is a kind of like an issue, as some mechs don't like bios and some bios don't like mechs, kind of thing. So I wanted a lot of detail where characters can kind of play through those kind of growing pains that humanity would have when we can change ourselves and completely. If you're a completely mechanical person, how do you have children? And these are sort of things that I've tried to come up with solutions for, or at least the ability to tell interesting stories about them.
Awesome. And just as a kind of a last question to add on to that, if you were in your own world, what would you look like?
Ooh, that's because it's kind of like, would it be a character of me now, or would it be I'll try and improve myself and change myself to be whatever I want to be? I don't know. I'd probably be kind of like a giant porcupine man. I think that's probably my my way forward. I think I'd definitely go for something biological rather than artificial.
Okay, but something with huge spikes on its back.
Yeah, exactly. I'm scared. Leave me alone.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to me today, and thank you for sponsoring us for the con this year.
No problem at all. Hi, I'm Mark Whittington, better known as Wit from DiceMachine.com. It's very, very important that you donate to this charity. Role-playing games as an educational tool is a thing that I believe in for many, many years, and I think these kids deserve as much help as we can get them. So please donate. I know you've got money in your pocket. Get out.
Hello, we're back, and you just missed a fluffy kitty on Becky's lap.
Yes, but if you had the behind-the-scenes camera, you didn't miss it at all. So we do actually have 2 streams for the whole time, because one wasn't enough. We thought, why not make it harder on ourselves? We've got a behind-the-scenes stream as well, which you can also find on Complus.live, a website.
Yep, so it is now coming up to midnight UTC. Again, we're still behind, but we think we can make up time a bit later on, in about an hour or so. So we are now coming up to the giveaway for the Dice Machine. So you've learnt a lot about his awesome dystopian books, and just to remind you of what the first giveaway is going to be, it is the big 'un. So we have got a lot of stuff. We have got a signed copy of the Black Code core book. We've got a poster map. We've got the new Tartarus book, a signed copy of that when it comes out in the autumn for you, and you can name an NPC, although you will need to, of course, let Whit know who you want to name NPC as. So, have we got some new faces in the arena? I think we do.
A few more, I assume a few more Americans coming in and a few more Europeans dropping by the wayside.
Yes.
I see we've got our New Zealander back.
Yes, welcome back, AJ. Good old New Zealand.
Should say Kiwi, really?
Yes. That's very true. Excuse me, so we have Larpix back in, and we have the Roll for Initiative account as well. And they've been having a lot of fun apparently. Master the Game has also said how addicting this is, which it is, I know.
I'm glad you enjoy it, me particularly, because obviously it was a lot of work to get it ready. So Sue Savage has entered Mage again. AJ Pickett has also come in with a Mage. Not much gear on that Mage yet though. It's looking kind of very standard there, AJ. Need to get some equipment purchases in. Hannah meanwhile charges AJ down and starts hacking at AJ with a big sword. Ein Hayar is having a go at Lord Morbius. I can't really see, he's behind an obelisk. And second breakfast is having a battle with, was that Michael B?
It was Michael B, yeah. Douglas McIntyre sends a shot into the arena with some very good lockdown here. We have Joshie Kimmel and Mark W. Well, Mark W. actually makes a break for it and tries to run off away from
I'm done here, I'm going somewhere else. We have a herd of kudu charging through the arena. This is where we just lose the ability to commentate.
I think we should maybe take it out and see, look at all those kudu, not wildebeests going around. Yes,
it's a kind of deer or antelope type creature, you know, much like that kind of thing. The thing is that on this camera it's so far zoomed out, we can't see to what's going on.
Let's move it back a bit.
Yes. Right, so, yeah, because at least we see something. I see Douglas is shooting at things, I can't see what. I think he just hit a goal later, actually.
Yes.
Joshie Kimmel running behind some flames there somewhere. The arena's looking a little bit lighter than it was an hour ago. So,
only a little bit though.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Yeah.
Might be able to go back down to 2 fires soon. So Robin is chasing down one of the last surviving kudu. We have 2 kudu left. One kudu left. Chap Hunter is chasing after the other one. And let me see, Michael B is still in, as is Robin Devils.
And Chap Hunter and Douglas McIntyre. So it's between the 4 of you now. So who's going to get this fantastic Dice Machine bundle? I'm dying to know.
Okay, one of you is going to get to name the NPC, as well as get some signed merchandise. It's between Robin and Chap Hunter.
It's
And
Robin.
Robin
takes
Devils.
it. Well done to you. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your gladiator Bella Julia Laurinus will now join the rank of champion in the arena, and will come back later to decide what monsters are unleashed upon the heroes.
Indeed. So now we have a Black Code core rulebook as a PDF to give away. Someone was asking again about the bars. So we have red for health. Tell me if I'm wrong here. We've got, is it orange?
I'll go for it to explain the difference. Okay. Red is for health. If that runs out, the gladiator will leave the arena at the end of the fight. They don't recover from losing their health.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow is stamina. Now, stamina goes down at the same, arguably faster than health, because there's not much armor impact to it. But the difference is stamina recovers. So health, armor, you can keep your armor. Sorry, you can keep your health by wearing armor. But stamina will go down regardless, but it does recover.
Yes.
Basically you can go down, but if the gladiator gets back up, that's because they went down for stamina. So that's what the yellow bar is. Armor has some effect, but yeah, it's more like how much exercise they've been doing and stuff. Blue is morale. Now this tends to fail them when they get attacked from multiple directions at once. A gladiator that runs out of morale will actually quit, and when they quit, they're not allowed back into the fight. But they might well hang around for the next fight because they've quite often got a bit of health and stamina left.
I've just realised that we're now quite empty in the arena. We have Lord Morbius, and Hannah's just getting back up, and Douglas McIntyre, but the Tigers really got rid of a lot of them.
They do a lot of damage. The last bar is purple.
It's
only
Lord
some have.
Morbius. Lord Morbius takes the Black Code core rulebook. Congratulations.
Indeed, well done. So the last bar is the purple bar, and that is mana, and that's why not every gladiator has it. It's only the spellcasters. So that is the 4 coloured bars.
Mm-hmm. So we have one more Black Code core rulebook to give away as a PDF. They were letting out a bit of steam there. Alright, so we got Sue rushing in and then rushing back out again because you realised, oh, there's a fireball over there. We have the commentator, the champion, doing some sort of gesture over there.
It's the Scorpions.
It is the Scorpions. So again, this could quite well be in your favour. Let's see. Yeah, you're all rushing, trying to find the Scorpions. AJ's also back in this time.
Low tier gladiator for AJ there. He's got to get some decent gladiators in.
Okay, there's a lot of Scorpion smear over there. Okay, they're just running and taking down the rest of the Scorpions.
Yeah, they'll kill all the Scorpions first, then they'll turn on each other.
Yeah.
So, yes, which is now Medlem in the side of the arena. There's a fireball in the middle of that as well. So there's a mage that's going to have gotten everyone's hit list.
Yeah. So we have match of the game versus Douglas McIntyre, although Douglas has just gone down.
Yep. So Master of the Game just took out our Lexica, our admin. And is now now Master of the Game's gone down. It's second breakfast.
It is second breakfast.
No, Fuke just recovered in time.
Spoke too soon.
Indeed, we did. So Master of the Game is back in. Hannah Walker, so they're all recovering now. It's like a round 2. Ding ding ding, round 2.
Yes. So the second breakfast versus Master of the Game. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be spear or sword?
Sword and shield, critically.
It is second breakfast.
Well done.
Well done to you.
So you win a copy of, what did we just give away there?
It was the Black Code Core Rulebook PDF.
Awesome. So we're moving on to Metal Gear Games now.
Yep.
And we have 2 prizes to give away for Metal Gear Games. So we're going to do a batch of 2 fights.
Yes.
So we'll have to hit refresh before the third one finishes.
Yes.
So what are these?
Okay, so Metal Weave do a lot of kind of animal and beast type supplements.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And they also do things like a cookbook type thing, which I really like the look of. Let's see, Metal Weave. Here we go. So The first thing they are giving away, I'm just bringing that up now, is the Atlas Animalia.
Okay, and then we're also going to be giving away the baby bestiary. So let's take a little look on their website and find out what this product is.
Yep, so this is Atlas Animalia. Essentially, it's really good just for inspiration because there's all this lovely artwork illustrated by Sarah Darlinger, I think that's how you say her name. I mean, look at this sort of three-headed beast here going on. And it is basically just really good artwork. There's no sort of stats or mechanics in here. It is literally an atlas of animals. That's what it's for. So it's a great little book to have and flick through if you need inspiration. I mean, some of these, it's like they're really interesting. They're really unique. I really like them. Oh, look at that! It's like an owl sloth bear thing.
Owl sloth.
It's an
owl sloth eater.
Owl sloth anteater. Yes.
Yeah.
It's really cool combinations.
An owl leopard.
Yes, an owl.
Snow leopard.
Owl leopard. Yes, so very
and
pretty.
an owl badger.
Yes. So a very pretty book.
That is epic.
Yes, and then we also have the baby bestiary, which I am just trying to find. So let's go over to here. It's going to be a little bit slow. The baby bestiary. Okay. So this is the collector's bundle. This is not what we're giving away, but you're essentially getting the PDF that comes in this.
Okay.
So I was just looking for an individual thing. There isn't one. Never mind.
This is going to volume 1. We'll take a quick look at that. So they're getting a PDF of multiple volumes, or
I think it's just volume 1.
Okay, so it's this one then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, what this is, if you think of Pokemon or something similar where you're training up an animal or a creature, it is sort of like that. But it's mainly for sort of 5e or Pathfinder where you have something like a familiar.
Okay.
But these are stats for when the animals are babies. So it's very, very cute. So you can see these little cute little owlbears here. So they are stats, well, they're cubs actually. They are stats for all the cubs, babies, calves of normally quite threatening creatures.
Oh, they're adorable.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never wanted to cuddle a Minotaur so much in my life.
Yeah. And I really like this idea because a lot of the time you either forget that you've got a familiar in the first place, or secondly, if you do remember and keep track of them, you don't think of them as growing older or getting stronger. It's just, oh, it's a wolf, or oh, it's a bird. You know, there's no growth to it. Whereas this really encourages you to make it more like a progression of you're both growing older and wiser, maybe, or
cool,
or better, or you know, getting stronger. So
yeah.
I really like that idea. It's a really cool concept. But anyway, we have those things to give away right now. Where are you off to?
I'm moving this camera because I can't see the prize fighter screen unless I shimmy right up to you, and then we come back to the main camera, and it looks like we're all squished over one side of the screen.
All right, here we go.
So we're giving these away now. So the first up is the Atlas Animalis.
Animalia.
Animalia, sorry. Yeah. I just got too road in there for a moment. The price show. I'll get it up on screen. Boom, there we go. So this is from Metal Weave Games. This is beautiful, aren't those books, isn't it? Really nice. I want to win this, I'm not allowed to enter. Okay, so AJ's managed to get a gigantic halberd onto his mage. No armour yet. You can have armour on your mages in this, there's no reason why you don't. Does Becky know Latin really well? No, Becky does not know Latin really well.
I know a bit of Latin.
I know odd words. You know, mostly the stuff I researched whilst writing this.
Although when I learnt Latin, we always did it from Latin to English. We never learnt it the other way around.
Okay, the fight is on. Robin Devil's second breakfast and somebody, I think it was Mark W, who was bumping into one side. Opposite is Mexica and Michael B. Oh, AJ gets the Earth Shatter out again.
Yep.
So you can have up to 3 gladiators in your sent to the Colosseum, and as many as you like in your ludus ready to go.
They got some chain lightning.
But it didn't appear to chain, unfortunately. So he got a sword across his chest.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, that's what happens. I think we got to go see rhinos.
I think you were correct. Yes, it is some rhinos. They're looking very wrinkly in the pale moonlight. Hold on to your butts, says Roll for Initiative. Yeah, basically. Because the rhinos are tough, especially when there's so few of you in the arena, so this might very well go to
it's
the
down to
project.
Mark W. and Douglas McIntyre at the moment, and a third person who had no avatar above the name. Robin Devils decides to get in on this fight and ignores the rhinos, goes straight for... Oh, Sue just fireballed a rhino.
Roasted
But
rhino.
you know what? It got back up and took her down. That's how hard rhinos are.
Yeah, rhinos are tough.
Just ignored a fireball.
But we still have Lord Morbius. Douglas McIntyre has taken a tumble.
Mark W. is in still as well.
Just about. But not looking very healthy there.
Who else
And
is
we've
there?
got Douglas McIntyre.
Oh, Douglas is back.
Yep.
I think we are down to just here. Oh no, there's still one active rhino.
Yes. One active rhino, and Lord Morbius has got a very big halberd there.
It is a ridiculous halberd.
Yes.
Let's be honest. That rhino is still going. Nobody's managed to take it down yet. It lies down occasionally to tease you into thinking it's dead, and then it just gets back up.
Oh, that's just mean. I was like, yeah.
I kind of like how badly the rhino's animated because it just makes it funnier.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Lord Morbius does a dramatic death throw there.
So Master of the Game has gotten back in on this fight,
Yeah.
and we have Robin Devil still alive as we get near the end of this battle. It's Robin versus the Rhino, which kind of sounds a bit like a fable the way that rhymes.
Oh wait, no, Mark W is back up again.
But Mark W hits Robin instead of the Rhino, I think, or is he? No, he's going for the Rhino. He's going for the Rhino. Oh, but he just quit. He just quit. So it's Master of the Game, then died before he finished quitting.
It is going to the Butterfly Project.
It does indeed.
But that means that there is no Butterfly Project in the next round.
Yeah.
Which will be the Baby Bestiary.
You know, I'm kind of glad because they do have some really cool, really good artists there. You'll actually see that. We've got a film later where you see the kids, a couple of the kids went and volunteered to entertain some refugee children. So bear in mind, these are kids with nothing already.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're finding kids with less than them. And in that clip, you'll see them teaching them some drawing techniques. So, there's some really good artists on the project. Right, so next up, so we're going to have to refresh at the end so it doesn't do the third fight.
Yes.
So this is, the Baby Bestiary.
It's not a basic.
Yes. I will fix it.
Okay. So this is the Baby Bestiary. We've got David Purse doing, is that a spell casting? Maybe. We've got Einhardt and Robin getting sandwiched in with some other people. Michael Bean, David Purse at it one-on-one. Ooh, lots of shots of you two. Ooh, hello. Someone's coming up behind me. I need you to fix the thing. Yes, definitely. So, we have... Oh, going back to Michael Bean, David Purse again. You're definitely centre stage, you two. Robin Devils gets back up. There we go, all fixed. Thank you very much, babe.
You're welcome.
Meanwhile, Master of the Game is running around looking for something to do. Sue Savage and Robin Devils. Oh, actually, no, Robin Devils just gone down. There's a bit of lightning.
It's chaining off the dead bodies as well. And there's enough armoured people there for that to chain for a little while. That's a lot of damage done by that lightning strike.
Indeed. Oh dear. Okay, so we've still got a few people left. We've got Sue, we've got David Purse and Douglas McIntyre. I wonder if it's going to be Sue who's going to take it this time, although there is an invisible servant there.
I think it might be Sue's invisible servant, and it was just for a moment there, it was just Sue versus her invisible servant.
Indeed.
So she started attacking her invisible servant, and then somebody else got up.
Yeah.
But it's the invisible servant who wins it on behalf of... Oh, it's David and Jack's invisible servant.
David Purse.
I didn't see that coming.
Well done, David Purse. Okay.
So yeah, that
now?
was yeah. Don't let it go to the third fight. So we only had 2 prizes.
Okay.
So well done.
I'm just going to go shut that door because it's a bit of a draft.
Oh sure. So next up, we are going to do a giveaway
Oh, wait,
for
no,
Onyx Path. No, you can't shut the. You must have it open.
Table
apparently.
says no.
Indeed. We're doing a giveaway for Onyx Path Publishing, and the first thing we're giving away is a bundle of fiction stuff.
Yes.
So, what's in this bundle? Do we know?
No, it's actually a bit of a surprise because Matt's going to be really generous this year and he's going to throw in a load. But essentially, if you're familiar with Onyx Path, they do a lot of different systems and they have different associated novels and short stories that come with it.
Okay.
So whether you're into, you've got Scion, you've got Mummy the Curse, what else is in there?
Well, Scion is the
Scarred
second
Lands.
giveaway.
Yes, but what I mean is that the novels can be based off, for example, the science setting, things like that. So yeah, all kinds of stuff.
So you're going to get some reading materials to get you through the second part of Lockdown, or
Yes.
Lockdown 2.0, whichever comes first. So the second prize is Scion 2nd Edition PDF.
Okay. So this is a bundle, so you're going to basically get a load
Can we
of stuff.
screen share that?
Yes, I'm just about to.
I'm sorry, you're doing wonderful, darling.
Yes, I know. So Scion is a really cool fantasy setting, essentially. It's very sort of high fantasy. You've got several books in there. You've got the hero, demigod, and god books. And this has been going now for a good decade or so. But if we go into, say, hero, there's a lot of emphasis on things about powers, myth, heroism, but it is a contemporary game. It's got a kind of sort of contemporary, well, more of a contemporary setting to it. So, for example, we've got a dude here with a gun, you know, in presumably New York or somewhere similar. So, it's supernatural with sort of modern bit of real world in there.
Okay, and the last prize we're giving away is Scarred Lands
Yes. Now, Scarred Lands, that is sort of heroes, villains, magic. It's a very good fantasy.
Looks very medieval,
setting.
judging by the armour at the front there and
Yeah.
the heater shield.
Yeah. So it's about a world called Skarn. And this essentially is a setting for 5th edition OGL or for Pathfinder as well.
Okay.
And there's like over 40 titles available for this.
Really?
Which is really cool. Yeah, it's one of the sort of bigger D20 fantasy systems. This. So
Oh, cool. Okay.
really good stuff.
All right. Let's go give them away.
All right. Right. Let me get rid of that a second. And let's give them away.
All right. So first up, it's going to be the fiction bundle to give you some reading material. Let's see who wants it the most by getting you all to fight to the death. So don't forget, you can upgrade your Gladiator anytime. Just head to Complus.live, link your account there, or create an account there, link it to your YouTube account, and then go into the prize fighter system. You can get gladiators and equipment, and just tweak things, buy new shoulder pads, new braces, new shoes, whatever you want. All sorts of different weird and wonderful bits of equipment that you can get in the prize fighter system. And then when you've got your gladiator all geared up, send it to the Colosseum. And don't forget, take part in the chat. It's the only way to enter these battles to win prizes. And if you need a little more money to tweak your gladiator with, don't forget you can make a donation, but you've got to declare your donation. Don't do anonymous, because then it just goes straight to the charity and you don't know about it. If you declare your donation, it goes to the charity still, but they let us know.
Yes.
So AJ's getting a hammering there from multiple directions. David and Jack also getting a bit of a hammering from multiple directions. In fact, there's lots of people getting hammerings from multiple directions. Here's Nexica suffering from a 2-on-1 situation.
Yeah, ouchies. We've got Einherjar
Douglas
Robin.
stood in the fireball.
Yeah. I mean, it's warm.
Yeah, you know, it is night after all, the air gets a bit colder. So Herd of Kudu running through the arena, which, as we've established previously, does make commentary next to impossible. So things are happening. Lots of things are moving on screen.
Well, Robin's moving fairly slowly most of the time.
Are they out of stamina? Maybe? I
think-
haven't seen
yeah,
Robin.
she probably is.
Oh, there's Robin, briefly, down now. Einherjar is getting low on stamina, kind of holding dead.
Yeah.
A
Didn't last very long.
Fuke has sizable health bars at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Fuke might get this one. We'll see.
We see Douglas is looking pretty healthy too, actually. I think the pair of them are looking in good shape. Whereas Robin at the moment is looking... Robin has gotten back up, of course. He's looking on fire.
Looking on fire?
Well, the fireball came whilst I was talking.
Yes.
Mark W is considering rejoining this fight at the moment. He's just kind of stood to the side at the moment, wondering whether he should get back involved or not.
Not many people left now. We've got Fuke versus Mark W and a single kudu. We've got Douglas McIntyre getting back up, and the same with Robin, but their stamina just isn't cutting it at the moment.
It was Fuke versus the kudu for a moment there. He nearly had it because Mark W hadn't rejoined yet.
Yeah.
He's just kind of waiting to get his breath back before he gets back in the battle. Looks like Fuke's going to take it.
It is Fuke with a very golden shield there, and armor actually as well.
Is it completely gold though? That is incredibly close, but green cloak and helmet just kind of loses it for me.
But yes, congratulations. So you get a huge bundle of Onyx Path Fiction. So next up we have Science 2nd Edition PDF bundle. So you will get a load of the different books for Science 2nd Edition in this place.
Awesome. So this is the second battle. I think is always the toughest for the gladiators to win. This is the one where the butterfly was sneaking it away from them. So let's see how this one goes down. David and Jack going straight up against Robin. I think that was. Who am I kidding? It's just a big bundle. Everyone's hitting everyone. And there's blood.
Yep, so that was... I couldn't quite see what
that was the roar. I think that's the tiger.
Okay. Second coming momentarily, but in the meantime we've got Wild Picks and Master Game running around somewhere.
That's a low tier gladiator you got there, Wild Picks. You need to go and get some buffing done on the website.
It is a public domain eyeball monster.
It is indeed. Just designing with, because it's kind of hovering on the edge there. What's it doing?
It's
no, it is coming in. It is coming in.
It was casting a spell, I think.
Right, so we've got
an Invisible Servant going.
We have somebody's casting Invisible Servant. There's a shockwave spell going on, but Lord Morbius got out of the range of the spell before it struck him.
That's always good to do.
It is generally advisable. Sue Savage goes down, having been stuck. I think it was by AJ. Lord Morbius is and AJ trying to hit the public domain eyeball monster from both sides.
So much for
AJ ends up running away and then turns around to face and goes down. Hannah Walker coming in now to deal with this public domain eyeball monster, but can't quite do it. The victory goes
the Butterfly Project.
No, yes, that is indeed a victory. So it's
Science
Perfectissimum Melos wins that prize. So next up we have the Scarred Lands PDF from Onyx Path Publishing.
Yes.
So this is the last of this batch of 3, and then don't we have... Oh yes, now after this we've got the big DM Guilds giveaways.
Yes. Alright.
So how far behind schedule are we?
We're still 45 minutes.
Yeah, so we've not really got time to give you a demonstration of how to use the prize fighter stuff in the back end. So we're starting to see a few low-level gladiators in there. So Douglas is hitting an invisible servant there.
Yes.
Trav Hunter is fighting Mark W, but it's also been struck from behind. Lightning flashing across the arena. Some big whacks across the head there for AJ, and he goes down. Healing spells going off for Robin, but not enough, and they died. Roll for initiative, needs to get that gladiator up a tier. That's quite a weak gladiator, needs to get some gear on there, or a higher tier gladiator, sort that character out. and have a better chance of winning. So what else we got going on?
We've got Mark W. Master the Game with Douglas McIntyre at the front. Sue Savage and Lord Morbius join them with Michael B. and Einherjar at the side there. So they're kind of breaking off a little bit and trying to get each other one-on-one, which I suppose is quite a good tactic, but it depends on what your opponent's doing.
Yeah, Einherjar is being attacked by Lord Morbius and a invisible servant, and Douglas comes in to join that melee as well, and is in fact the one who is chasing Einherjar across the arena.
Hello.
So it's down between these two now, and we'll see which way it goes. It's going to go to Douglas.
Well done, Douglas McIntyre. Congratulations.
Alright, so the next one, or next prize is from Hannah Rose. Now, Hannah Rose is a freelance writer for Wizards of the Coast. Well, freelance writer, but has written some of the major quest lines for the official D&D quest lines. But what we're giving away today is some books that are self-published on the DM's Guild. So for this you will need a DM's Guild account, I imagine. That's how it will get delivered.
Yes.
So the first one, now I haven't seen these books at all.
I've taken a quick look at them.
Okay, so this is College of the Opera.
Yeah, so basically if you've got a bard character, then they can go to the College of the Opera and get buffed up and get powerful.
Oh, so it's a new prestige class.
It's not a new prestige class per se, because there aren't really prestige classes in 5e, but...
Well, there kind of is, because you've got Bard and then you can go to the various different colleges. That is sort of a prestige class. That's how they did it in 5e.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, this is a college that you can go to as a bard, so you get lots of powers with your voice, as you can imagine, being an opera singer. And you know, you can do things like capture souls of your audience. Obviously, performance makes it big in there. So
cool.
This is if I was a D&D character, then I would do this.
Yeah, that actually would be you if you were a D&D character.
Yes.
So it's not the only book we're giving away from Hannah Rose.
No.
There is The Cartographer, I believe it's called, from memory.
Yep. Which is for Rangers.
Ah, so a map-making ranger then, I assume.
Indeed.
Awesome. So yeah, we're giving away this book as well as it's our second prize. So another prestige / not prestige class for 5e.
Yep.
And then there is a third prize. Archetype.
Yes.
There you go. The official word.
Yes.
Then there is a third prize, which is both of those books together. Which order are we doing this in? Oh, it's going to be the third prize last.
Okay.
Alright, so shall we get the knives out and see who's willing to stab the other in the back the most?
Yes.
Bring on the prize fight.
Okay, so first up is the PDF of College of the Opera.
Glad to see so many of you still in this arena. We're starting to see a little bit of daylight creep back in. See the shadows moving across.
I can see them, yes. Which is interesting, as it's only 1 in the morning here. A bit wishful thinking.
Well, it's a very simple lighting system.
I'm trying to think of some music jokes. I'm mapping my brains. I'm not very good at dad jokes on the spot. Chav Hunter is back in, I see. Very good, very good.
Okay, let's see who is going to take this PDF, and it's Lord Morbius going straight into Douglas McIntyre. Huge piles of blood coming out of both of them, actually.
May the best diva win.
What's happened to your cool gladiators, Lord Morbius? That's a tier 0. Running around with a parrot shield and a toothpick. So, Mark W is caught between Sue Savage, Einherjar and a fireball. That was painful.
Yeah.
Huge cackle in the middle. Chav Hunter getting back in on this fight after a brief time out in the sand.
Who else have we got? We've got a couple of Nexus, we've got Chav Hunter, Nexica, and Master of the Game. Still quite a lot of spells going on there. Oh, we've got some rhinos.
Yeah, definitely rhinos. Thank you very much for
Thank
the
you so
donation.
much.
We have now raised £6,848.05p.
Okay, so what is going on with the rhinos? They're charging around. But there's a lot of you in very heavy armour, so you might make it if you work together.
Yeah, this fight isn't over yet. There's only one rhino. It's fine. It's fine. One person could take that rhino if they're incredibly lucky.
It's interesting though that they're not seeing the rhino as the biggest threat.
No, they were kind of dealing with each other first, and then figuring they'll just deal with the rhino afterwards.
Yeah, it's not a big priority. It's only a giant
That could
horned
backfire.
charging animal.
It has just killed someone.
Yes.
It's in fact
It's gone to the Butterfly Project.
Okay, so yeah,
The kids are indeed going to the opera.
Yep. So next up we're going to give away the cartographer.
Yes.
So the Butterfly Project won't be allowed to enter this one at all because they've already won a prize from Hannah Rose. So this will be just between you guys.
So if you've got any Ranger characters, this is for them.
Indeed, and there is still another chance to win the College of the Opera in the very next prize when you get a chance to win that plus cartographer. But for now, we're just fighting for the cartographer. Yes, the rhino is overpowered. Deal with it. It all goes to a good cause.
Yes. So Einho is charging over to Wild Pix and Michael B. Got a bit of rendering issue there, but it's all fine now.
That's a perfect rendering, I don't know what you mean.
We've got Douglas McIntyre against AJ Pickett. Douglas got a new shield and helmet there, looking rather nice. Needs more gold though.
Yeah, more gold. I still want to see an all-gold gladiator. If I see an all-gold gladiator, the first person to do it, including weapon and shield, they are going to get Inked Adventures card set. So Sue Savage is just sort of moved herself in between two gladiators, and last I saw she was bending over in pain. Wild Pix comes in to attack Douglas from behind. Michael B gets back up to rejoin this fight, is coming back into this fight. Is that Hannah's gladiator? I recognise the gladiator, but I couldn't see the avatar. So Chav Hunter is, I think, attacking Hannah? Yes, Chav Hunter is attacking Hannah, and Wild Pix from the other side. Again, it's that 2-on-1 situation. You never want to get yourself into that, but it's unavoidable because these things are very uncontrolled, so good luck.
I love how Robin is still rooting for the rhinos.
Yeah. The rhinos are gone.
They're sitting up on the podium.
Yeah, so Master the Game is taking the cartographer.
Congratulations.
Well done, Juice. So, now your chance to win that prize again, combined with the College of the Opera. So this is your chance to win both of those PDFs together. Anyone who hasn't won the prize yet is still in with a chance of winning them both.
Yes. Fuka's asking, how do I know which of my tier 4s are stronger? You probably try to compare.
You could compare the stats. The system will just it just sees them as tier 4 and randomly picks one. So I wouldn't know which one's stronger. And of course it's situational. If you've got somebody who's got more armour, but somebody's got more attack speed, some situations will call for one and some another. So what's best?
Yeah.
I'll leave that up to you to decide.
Yes, so we have got Einhei, Fuke Enterprises and Nexica there. We've got a huge clump of people over on the other side. Let's see.
Let's not a club, let's rave. Because look, they're twitching.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of twitching going on. In fairness though, remember I was saying this is a web page. That web page has been open, doing all this animation for over 12 hours.
Yes.
Right, you're saying rendering issue. There are many web pages. Like, try and imagine leaving Facebook open for 12 hours and have your browser still perform well.
Yes, very, very true. So Michael P is getting back up, although I think people are... No, they're ignoring him. Okay. Sue Savage against Einherja and Michael B, although Sue goes down there. David Person against Einherja. No, I spoke too soon. I know, it takes a...
No, that's David and Jack.
I beg pardon, it is David Purse. Congratulations to you.
You keep never mentioning Jack. That's two people.
Because that's his alias.
Oh.
He said that.
I never saw that.
Yes. And he apologised for the confusion.
Oh.
Awkward.
I didn't know.
All right.
No idea.
Okay, so next we have... Well, I think you should explain this one.
This is MT Black.
Yes.
This is the best-selling author on the entirety of DM's Guild, who I contacted just out of pure chance. I just looked at, oh, this guy's supposed to be really famous. Let's message him. And he said yes. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have got, I'm trying to remember what the prizes are.
Yeah, we've got Callum Shan, Adventurer's Guide.
Adventurer's Guide. I did know more about these, but we've done so much in the last few weeks, I cannot really remember them now. So I'm afraid I only really know the titles. So
Callum Shan, Adventurer's Guide. Here we go. I will read it quickly now. So this is a source book.
Yeah, it's all sort of 5e content because it's DM's Guild.
Yep. It's a campaign source book, and there's a magic carpet there. That's already pretty cool. Land of Intrigue, Empire of Sands, and home to a million marvels and mysteries. So it does sound like it's got a bit of a desert theme in there. Before the first stone was laid in Waterdeep, Kalimshan was already ancient. A land of genies, primordial forests, sunken cities, and a magical desert. It is unlike any other place in Faerun. So, yeah, that looks pretty cool to me.
Yeah, nice art as well. Nicely packaged, put together. But so next one is Mordenkainen's Tome of Marvelous Magic.
There's quite a lot of Mordenkainen's here.
Tome of Marvelous Magic is that fourth one
Magic,
down.
yes.
Yeah. So
this is magic items. It's a supplement.
Okay, cool.
For you. So if you want more spells, this is it.
Spells are items.
Magic items. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, always need more magic items in D&D.
Yeah.
Because the ones in the 5e rulebook are largely based on the same ones that have been around for yonks and yonks. I recognise a lot of them from first edition.
You've got some nice, I don't know if you can see this, but you've got some nice random magic item tables for those of you who like to roll.
You can't have magic items without random item tables.
True, yes.
Yeah. Alright, now the third one, you won't be able to... Actually, no, you will be able to find it. This is The Complete Adventures of MT Black Volume 1.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many you get in that, but it's like an archive of a number of his adventures.
Yep. It's all of the MT Black adventures published in 2016, so you get 14 adventures.
Yeah.
14?
14.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And they're all best-selling and critically acclaimed.
Yeah, largely, yeah.
That is pretty amazing.
This is quite huge. He's like the best-selling author on DM's Guild.
Indeedicus. Alright. So, first up, we have got Kalimshan Adventures Guide.
That's the one. Alright, let's get this done, because we are still a little bit behind schedule trying to catch up.
Yeah.
So, where are we on the schedule? I can't see where...
I'm more ahead now, so we're coming up to this here.
Okay, so we're about half an hour behind. We've made up 15 minutes plus the time of this fight, so actually probably nothing at all.
No, but again, we will make up time a bit later.
We'll make up time a bit later.
Yeah, and at that point, yes, we'll definitely do a recap of how to upgrade your graduation, how to do missions, etc.
Okay, I'm going to leave this one with you for just a moment.
Okay. So, we have the usual bunch in. So, as you... you're back with your gladiator with the cross shield. That's pretty cool. And see, so she's got a mage there. You are moving around.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Alright, and you're off for a rather fantastic Faerun setting for 5e. So we've got Sue Savage against somebody, but I didn't quite see who it was. We've got AJ with a spiky shield. We've got Robin against David Pearce. Michael B against Master of the Game as well. Again, you're going sort of one-on-one, which is quite a nice strategy at the moment to try and thin people down. But there goes a fireball from Sue Savage because she's like, no, I'm doing this my way only, thank you very much. And there is a gesture from the champion, although I didn't quite see what it was, but this is for you. I wonder what this might be. Is it going to be some ank eggs? I think that might be what it's going to be, just on the quantity. There goes a shockwave as well, sending a few people down. It is indeed ank eggs. I predicted correctly. Down goes Wild Picks because he really didn't expect one to come shooting out of the ground like that. Robin is surveying the area a bit. And are the others going to take on the Yank eggs? Well, they're trying. So anyway, Fiuka, oh dear, Fiuka is trying to take 3 on at once. Is that really the best idea? Like, by yourself? No, Master Game, it is not rhinos. We're doing Yank eggs. Why is everyone rooting for the rhinos? They are pretty cool, to be fair. But they all appear to be down, except maybe one is still there. But it looks like they're not the main threat anymore. So, Robin has just taken somebody down. Oh yes, that's right, and then she's going to try and take on this other ank egg. Is she going to do it? We have still got Sue and Fiuk as well. I think, yes she did, fantastic. So just the 3 of you now. So, one of you is going to win the rather amazing looking supplement campaign setting. For Faerun, is it going to be Robin? Yes, it is going to be Robin, congratulations! That PDF will be coming to you. The Yankees are indeed scary. They're very cool looking. So next up we have Mordenkainen's Tome of Marvelous Magic. Would you mind doing this one?
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks for those.
Let me just get myself sat down here. So, this is for the Magic Item book. As Robin Devils takes their place on the podium. And the carnage will ensue below in just a moment. So, Douglas has got a Roman looking gladiator there, and Nexica has got no sleeves. Come on, it's light, your arms will get cold and bitten by midges. The champion gives the signal, waving their left arm around. I can't remember what that one does. So Chav Hunter taking on Michael B. We've got David Pearce doing something I can't see anymore. Being chased by AJ, I believe. And Lord Morbius as well. But Lord Morbius quits there, gave the no signal and went to sleep. So all the gladiators are running together. That is a Hydra I could see in the distance. Hannah Walker fighting Chav Hunter. What's Fugue doing there? Just kind of standing there, waiting and turning around. And now fighting Chav, and in comes the Hydra. And what is it going to do? It's going to largely stand there, bleeding. So, yeah, the Hydra just kind of walks through everyone and goes for a stroll, turns around. Someone's gladiator stuck there. I'm going to pretend that isn't actually happening and there's no bugs in this software whatsoever, as Hannah Walker, out of stamina, just kind of walks away from the Hydra to get a bit of a break. But that's going to be dangerous because this Hydra can lightning bolt at a moment's notice. So Hannah comes running back, thrusts that huge sword into the Hydra, but it's got so much health still. No one's really attacked it. Michael B comes in to rejoin and attacks Hannah and then gets fireballed. So Hannah has another go at the Hydra, but doesn't last that long. The Hydra then starts wandering off towards the next person. Who is it going to find next? Looks like it's going to be Mark W, who also doesn't have much stamina left either. I think this is going to the Hydra, honestly. Mark W is trying to get away from the Hydra. Look at those health bars. There's nothing there at all. There's just a little bit of happiness. That's all he's got left. I've got my happiness. I think it's just been fireballed. Yeah, down he goes. So the Hydra, yes, the Hydra takes this prize, so the kids at the Butterfly Project will be winning that prize. But, that is not the last prize from MT Black. We have the big one, the bundle, the complete adventures of MT Black Volume 1. So this will be a prize delivered by DM's Guild, so you'll need to have an account on DM's Guild with your email address, which you've done in the site and everything else. As everyone gets lined up for this last fight, there'll be no champion in this fight. We're going to open them in a minute. We've got to have one, it's a challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make them sound like they're really horrible or hot or both.
Never had them yet, but we'll explain all that in a moment because they can't. Nobody watching knows exactly what we're talking about there. So the fight is back on. This is for the complete adventures. Chav Hunter goes down already. Some very worn out gladiators in this arena right now. Wild Pix is taking on Douglas. I see an invisible servant running around like a lunatic. We've got Ein Herjar, who's fighting Sue Savage. Mark W is still in the arena looking quite healthy at the moment, I think. Roll for Initiative is in amongst the crowd, quite a low tier gladiator there. We really do need to sort of teach people how to tweak up their gladiators. I see Lightning Bolt is chaining off a dead bodies at the moment, but it seems to have worn itself out. So Mark W is fighting David Purse, and Roll for Initiative is also hitting David Purse. Everyone's hitting David Purse. I think it's a new sport. Mark W has a go at that invisible servant, chasing it across the arena. The pathing actually working on that end of the arena. Somebody there just gave up and lied down. Roll for Initiative, hitting Mark W in the back. Ouch. This could actually work for Roll for Initiative. We could see a low tier gladiator winning the battle, but Mark W turned around and he just crucifies them. This prize is gone to Mark W. Congratulations! 14 adventures from the best-selling DM's Guild author. Well done. Alright, so let's get back to the main camera. Hello. Now, we have given us a little... What I thought I'd do, because we're in the part of the stream which is basically like most of the Brits and Europeans have gone to sleep. Yeah, so... I mean, obviously, because you're staying with us, because I can see there's still a lot of Europeans on the stream, but because this is more kind of American time zone, we've got a little bit of a challenge for ourselves, because I think I said this on the stream last year, Americans make terrible sweets.
Yes, I've also got my own sweets. I forgot.
Have you? Are they also American?
Yes.
Okay, I've never had these before. We have got some Hershey's Drops. This is a cookies and cream. So I had Twinkies before and they were absolutely disgusting. Honestly, I don't know how America makes such terrible sweets. So I'm going to put that to the test and have a cookies and cream Hershey's Drops. Also, we do have, I think we have to cook them off. We've got some corn dogs for later.
Oh yeah, we do, don't we?
Yeah. So this is a cookies and cream Hershey's. Let's see what all the fuss is about.
It's a bit meh.
I'll finish the packet, but...
We also have some Jolly Rancher Chews in green apple, watermelon, cherry, and blue raspberry. I think I'll try and nab on the blue raspberries. Why is there this massive sticker on the back which makes it impossible to open?
The same thing on the Hershey's, actually.
Produced in the US of A.
Okay. So Jolly Rancher something or other.
Yes.
This is like a jelly sweet. Is it more wrapping inside the wrapping?
Yeah, it's chews, isn't it?
Okay,
So I'm going to go for a blue raspberry.
We won't be able to commentate or talk.
Yes, we will.
Okay. So
I thought you just agree with me
both
there.
got
Like, okay.
the both got the blue raspberry here. This looks a lot like we have what they call
Chewits.
Yeah. That. Oh God! How do you?
They're quite hard.
Yeah.
Harder than I thought.
Yeah. Nowhere near as good as the the British ones I was thinking of a little bit softer, where you can actually chew them.
Anyway, I used to eat toxic waste, as in the sweet.
Oh, okay.
It's in a little yellow barrel, and they have a blue raspberry sweet. And I managed to endure the sourness to get to the nice sweetness at the end, but holy moly, that was ridiculous.
I'm sorry, America, you just do sweets wrong. Your chocolate's terrible and you use the wrong sugar.
Hello, Jenny Fedderkins. Nice to see you.
Okay, so I think, yeah, my verdict is America still can't do sweets. We're going to try corn dog later.
I don't know if I want to now. I'll see how I feel later.
The Hershey's are okay. They're okay.
These just take forever.
They've got that slight bit of taste of the wrong type of sugar. Yeah, but I'll finish the Hershey's. They're just not as good as the those soft chewy English ones. What are they called?
Yeah,
Not
Chewits.
English, British. No, there's another fruit something.
Fruitellas.
Yeah, Fruitella.
Fruitella was the best.
Yeah. Just a nicer version of that. Sorry, America.
Well, Jenny says, we acknowledge most of our sweets suck. Hershey used to be good till they changed their formula and has less real chocolate. Yeah, makes sense.
American sweets usually, or American chocolate usually has a lot less chocolate than we have over here to begin with. So if they've made it even worse by American standard of chocolate in the sweet, then
She's saying
can't
next
be long
year
left.
we should send some good sweets to you along with our prizes. Thank you
take
so
that.
much.
We'll
We
take
would.
that.
We would, yeah, because somebody in Canada sent me like a YouTube sort of care pack thing, and he put in a load
Okay.
of really good quality dark chocolate.
I had a friend
With, like,
once in
salted
New York
and
send me these. I can't remember what they're called. It's these sweets that were only available around Christmas.
Mhm.
Sorry, not Christmas, Easter.
Mhm.
They were shaped like a little chick. I'm sure an American might have a better idea than I can't remember at all because these aren't just a part of my life. But I remember eating them, and I kind of ate them all in one go, which was a terrible mistake. You going for another Jolly Rancher?
Yeah, kind of.
Can't be that bad then.
It's alright.
And these things, they just tasted of just pure sugar, but the sugar that America tends to use, we use caster sugar here a lot more.
Yeah.
And America tends to use, I forget what they call
Is
it.
it fructose?
I don't know, it's a different type of
I
sugar.
think it's fructose.
And so it just tasted of that, which of course is not my palate at all. So, yeah. Anyway, right, where were we? Because we are actually behind schedule.
We
So-
are at Angry Hamster Publishing now.
which means it's time for a video, so I should have been queuing that up, and I didn't at all.
Well, what we could do, we could explain prize talk now instead of later.
Yes, give people a chance to.
Yeah, 'cause
actually
it's
do
been a
it.
bit of time
Okay,
now.
let's go through it. So if you're relatively new to the stream, or you're not entirely sure how all these gladiator things work, so firstly you have to be in the chat. If you're not in the chat, you'll drop out. That's the first thing. The second thing is you're going to need an account on our website, complus.live. The URL is above my head. As mentioned earlier, we particularly like it when you add this bit on the end. That takes you up to our donation page. All donations go directly to the Butterfly Project. But in a minute, I'm going to suggest you do something when you donate that you might not have done yet. So, let me take you to the website. This is what it looks like. Here's a website. Once you've created an account and logged in, go to your account page. And there's a number of buttons along the top here. The first one, for British people, you can boost your donation. This is a UK government tax incentive for charity giving. If you are a UK taxpayer, you can fill in this section here and it will boost your charity donation by 25% as some tax incentive thing. Anyway, moving on. The bit you want to modify your gladiator is your prize fighter. When you first come here, you'll be able to link your YouTube account. You need to do that to properly access the systems, and so we know the website relates to which YouTube account. Once you've done that, you go into Prize Fighter, and now this is our little Prize Fighter app on the website. So the first thing you can do is you go to Gladiators, and we'll give you some of our virtual currency, some denarii for free, and you can take part in auctions on Gladiators. There's a pretty good one there for only 33 denarii.
That's not bad.
That really isn't, actually. Once you've got yourself a decent gladiator, you can also get them some equipment. You go to the equipment section and you will see some amazing deals in this section. And when it gets a little busier a little later on, we'll add more items in here more frequently.
Yeah.
At the moment, just through the night hours, we've lowered down the number of items. There's a bit more competition for stuff. So once you've got some stuff, you can go to your Ludus. Now, anything you win the auction on, it kind of arrives in your Ludus. So the first thing you can do is you can change the gear on your gladiators, and you can take items off. You can add items back on just by that. You don and doff items. So there we go, we're holding the shield. If we doff the item, we drop the shield. Once you're happy with your gladiator, you can send them to the Colosseum. And this bit I think we kind of need to explain just
a bit more.
In a little bit more, just because it is a little bit more complex than I would like, and we'll try and come up with a better system next year. But basically, think of these as two separate physical locations. Your Ludus is your home, your school where you train your gladiators. When you're fighting in the arena, that is at the Colosseum. So you have to send your gladiator to the Colosseum. And you can send up to 3 gladiators to the Colosseum. And those are the gladiators that will be chosen to fight for you. You can, if you wish, I'm just going to put the screen share back on. So we're in the Colosseum at the moment. You can send gladiators home from the Colosseum by clicking this. And when they're in the Ludus, you can do things like change gear. Now, yeah, it's a little more complex than I'd like, but basically, once the fights are ongoing, we can't have people editing gear for a gladiator in the arena. So this is how we did it this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not perfect, but hopefully that makes sense. So if you think of it as 2 different locations, and only if they're at the Colosseum can they fight, only if they're at your Ludus can you re-equip them. But if they're at your Ludus, they're not going to be in the fights. So if you haven't got any gladiators in your Colosseum, you'll just get given a tier 0 gladiator, which isn't very good. So, the last thing you can do is you might find you want more denarii. So if you click the denarii here, it takes you to our donation page. And the thing to know about this donation page is by default it's anonymous. And what that means is, because all these donations go directly into the PayPal account of the charity. If you declare, because you're logged in, when you're logged in you get the option to declare that it's you. That means the charity will let us know that you made the donation. And when you do that, we can give you some denarii. And we will give you 100 denarii for every £1 you donate. And I've just seen how people were able to get to Prize Fighter without linking their accounts there. Yeah, it's on the menu. Alright. Anyway, so we'll give you 100 denarii for every £1 you donate. So that's kind of how it all works. So you can go boost your gladiator and twink them up, give them some gear. If you have made an anonymous donation, try and get our attention. We don't pay that closer attention to the chat because we're streaming, but we'll try and get my attention and I can sort it out. Get an admin's attention and they can send a message to me. I haven't got it open at the minute. Oops.
You mean a moderator? Yeah,
one of the moderators. Because I will open that chat back up soon, so I can keep half an eye on it.
Yes.
So that's basically how it works. So where are we up to? We're ready for this.
We are ready. Yes.
50 minutes behind schedule.
Yeah, but like I said, we will catch up when we get to about the 1:30 tier.
We won't make up 50 minutes. Okay.
Yes, we will.
Let's roll the interview.
Okay. This is Angry Hamster Publishing. Hello everybody, this is Jason from Complus3 and I am here with Liz Chipradit-Cool from Angry Hamster Publishing. Hello.
Hello.
So, we have known each other for some time, pretty much since the birth of Angry Hamster Publishing. I remember when, out of the blue, you sent through a kind of almost prototype little file of your new baby and said to me, please can you review this on your channel, which would become Witch, of course. But what I've never asked you before, and I've always been curious, why Angry Hamster Publishing as a name?
Basically, it's named after a miniature giant space hamster from Baldur's Gate. His name's Boo, and he goes for the eyes. But I was trying to think of a name for my company and my husband, because I love rodents and I've had quite a few hamsters. And my husband was just like, "Oh, Angry Hamster Publishing," or like my boyfriend at the time, and it kind of stuck with me. And then I'm like, "That's a stupid name. I'm not going to name my company that." Um, and then I just started calling my company that, and then all of a sudden that was the name, and it hasn't changed since. And I love it.
Okay, yeah, cool. Obviously, I think it was shortly after you sent through your kind of prototype for Witch, it then went to Kickstarter, did very, very well, and that kind of got the ball rolling for your company, and you've obviously made products since then as well. But originally, where did the actual concept for Witch come from? This kind of, sort of gothic, quite dark, modern fantasy horror.
Well, I had been always writing different role play systems, just kind of in the back of my head. And at first, I had kind of this idea for this huge combined world with all these different types of supernaturals, and you could play every single supernatural. And at one point, I had to narrow it down. And like witchcraft, and like being kind of a fan of those things, insofar as like, when I was a younger teen, I said that I was into Wicca, and stuff like that, and I was watching all the TV shows and stuff like that. And then as I got older and became more and more of an atheist, slowly dropped that away, but still, very much, something within that genre spoke to me. And so then when I was narrowing down what I wanted to actually do, I decided that, kind of the whole witch aspect would be the best way to go. And like the darker, grittier setting is mainly because I just wanted to play something serious. I enjoy playing more serious games, at least if I want to play a long campaign. And that's always what I imagined for a game that I would create. And that's kind of how Witch was born.
Okay. Having said that, I know that it is a generally serious game, but from reading it, for example, with things like the classes, they do have their own quirky traits, which, to me anyway, they come across as quite kind of upbeat of, oh yeah, they've got these sort of personalities, and it's kind of, enticing rather than always sort of serious and brooding. But, yeah, I think it works really well. I'm not saying that's criticism, but I just noticed it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I always I'm not awkward, but I always like finding kind of the humorous situations. Even when I'm playing quite a serious game, there has to be like just a session where you're laughing with your friends and enjoying yourself, because otherwise, dark isn't dark. Like if you're constantly living in just terrible conditions and everything's drama and everyone constantly mistrusts everyone and there's no joy, like I think that the dark isn't that dark. You know what I mean? You kind of just start kind of being cold and stoic and mistrusting everybody. And I think you kind of need those fun little quirks and those moments of levity to just really make the dark all the more dark, and kind of give you something also as a player to invest in, right? Because of course, in roleplay games, your character in theory is always invested in their lives, but you as a player at one point can just check out if everything you've done so far is just a misery, So having kind of those weird things in there, which kind of make you smile or, are a bit tongue in cheek, I think like kind of keeps the joy in the game a little bit,
When you run games yourself, or I don't know how regularly you play it as well, with things like the darkness, that can manifest in the actual mechanics as well as narration, of course. But in terms of how you see Witch, is it something, say for example, you get kind of mechanics that say, okay, in a year's time, this may happen or this may develop. So quite sort of longevity of the game, but do you see it as quite a slow, not slow paced game, but kind of slow building, almost like a horror game, or do you see it more as kind of you get your points of action, cinematics with more downtime in there?
Well, I think like with Witch and with a lot of games that I design, there's always kind of two stories going on, right? So there's your character story, which is like a slow burn, and in which that's represented by you continuously having to make deals with your demon, and then the demon will ask you to do something. And normally those are just longer quests that you can't complete in a session. Um, so the ultimate goal is to tell a really cool story about your character, but then that longer story is broken up kind of episodically by having little missions that you're gonna do, and like let's go to the other world because the other world is the ghost world, because the other world ruler wants us to do something. So you also get those kind of small quests with action, which kind of break up the longer story of things. So it's kind of both. But yeah, it's definitely meant for a campaign play, just mainly so that you can. Yeah. So basically, the main goal is character story, and that requires like a longer campaign. Basically, that's all I was saying. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, have you ever done any one shots of this before? Because I'm assuming you've demoed this at conventions. So if you have you done it kind of as a more explosive, fast paced thing?
Yeah. Then we do the typical like 4-hour session where some fays have taken a child. Something like that, and like you need to get the kid back, and then you get the reward from the parents or things like that, and then normally within that, like, because that's always with conventions, you always kind of just give people like a glimpse of what your game is, and then at the end of it's like, oh yeah, and then you have all these extra cool things you can do with your character later on. But yeah, that's normally what we do, just like one big kind of explosive adventure, and then your character walks off into the sunset towards their next story.
Cool. All right, let's move on a little bit to some of your other products. So the way I see Afterlife, Wandering Souls is almost a bit like the cousin of Witch. Whether that's what it's meant to be or not, obviously I don't know entirely. It's up to you. But with Afterlife, it's very interesting because there are things that do kind of reflect towards Witch. There's obviously the supernatural element, but it is still quite different. From a mechanics point of view, is there any particular reason why you kind of streamlined it more to surrounding a pool of D6s and moving away from 2D10s?
Yeah, I mean, I just think Witch, though I love the game, was like the first game that I designed. And since then, I mean, I've played so many more games and I've also written for so many more systems. So I think just Afterlife is kind of the culmination of my refining my skill, basically. And I think there's a lot of things I love about Witch, but I think if I were to write Witch today, it would look mechanically a lot more like Afterlife, probably a little more crunchy than Afterlife, but it would look a lot more like Afterlife than it would like how Witch looked, basically. Because I just think I didn't have the language, the mechanics language, to kind of convey what I really wanted to do with Witch as much as I did with Afterlife.
So you're thinking maybe a second edition of Witch?
I'm hoping. We have this year we're coming out with another Witch game, which is based around the tarot deck. And that's going to be kind of an adventure in a box, like kind of like the legacy games, the legacy board games, if you know anything about those. And that'll be for Witch in the Witch world, and it'll all be one thing. But yeah, once we sell through Witch, I would love to go back and kind of design it with what I know now.
Awesome. One thing as well about Afterlife that I particularly like, it's almost like you've taken sort of stuff from lichers with Witch, and the kind of, okay, they kind of deteriorate a little bit and they're slowly changing over time, but you've taken that up to 100 with Afterlife, in that things are changing constantly and there's so much fluidity. So is that something that you see as kind of the pinnacle for Afterlife and making it different?
The changes in the character.
Yeah, sorry. So, taking the characters, taking their surroundings, they're changing a lot over time. Whereas with Witch, things are kind of more static. Okay, this is your class, this is your character, this is how they might behave.
Basically, yeah. So the entire game of Afterlife is just a journey of self-discovery, because unlike Witch, where you can kind of have these unrelated missions, the entire point of Afterlife is finding your past memories and revealing kind of who you were before you died. So you're constantly changing. You're getting these things called death marks, which are like these symbols on your skin. You may even physically change in the game. For example, we had someone who started off the game as a child, and then grew up, like his character through unlocking memories, grew up in the game. Um, as you discover who you are, who you were, and kind of marry the two things, because who you are in the Tenebris, so who you are in the after, totally different than who you were in the real world, and how you meet at that point and find some sort of self acceptance of who you are in the past or who you are now, is kind of the core tenet of what Afterlife is.
Okay. And obviously as well, it's got kind of a very dark element, so again, sort of similar tone to Witch. But in terms of your third product, so in fact, sorry, I missed out a question. Let me start again. Oh dear. Cool. So I do want to touch on the artwork as well, for those two books, because as soon as you sent through your first art of the kind of the crocodile man and the witches around, I really enjoyed the whole kind of dark and light, warm and cool colours contrast. It's very kind of bold. Lots of sort of dark purples in there as well. It really kind of sparks off things like the new Sabrina series. That kind of dark, like things are lurking type thing in the shadows. So, in terms of how you convey what you see to artists, how do you do that?
Well, first, I'm very careful about the artists I choose. Just in terms of I kind of troll through hundreds of people before I find a style that I'm really into. Um, and that's really important to me, because if you find someone who is already kind of drawing what's in your mind, when you go to convey, like, I need someone fighting a skeleton, or I need someone hugging a skeleton on a boat, um, you're pretty sure basically that their style is already going to kind of be what you want. But I also make pretty extensive mood boards, where they can kind of see the general style and feeling that I'm going for. And if you look at Witch's mood board compared to Afterlife, you'll see two completely stylistic different games. Um, and then the actual communication of what I want drawn will be something like, I want a human, a live human, hugging a skeleton on a boat. And I'll say something like that, and I'll say, here's the mood board, do it in your style. And then normally they'll send me a sketch, and that's about it. Just because I had done so much pre-selection, that has worked extremely well for me.
Okay. But you say that, yeah, it does look a little different in Afterlife. So, to me anyway, it kind of gives off a sort of more ambiguous murkiness, like the colours are softer.
Yeah.
I suppose, would it be a case of it's depicting kind of expanse and sort of wandering or something like that?
Yeah, kind of the wantonness of going through the desert. And there's also like small elements. I was very inspired by, like, all the flowers and stuff in Art Nouveau. So you have like kind of this very intense floral style, and then kind of emptiness. And then the artist kind of trying to match those two together in their pieces.
Okay, yeah. And also the tarot deck that comes with Witch is also artwork that you've done as well. Was that something that came a bit later after you came up with the mechanics, or was it something that you knew from the start there has to be a tarot deck in here somewhere, just because of the nature of what kind of stories you can tell with it?
There had to be a tarot deck in there somewhere. But I didn't think that I would get to the point in funding with Witch that I would actually be able to make one. So I was like, yeah, there's a tarot deck and all witches use them, and it's really awesome. but I didn't actually think that I would include it in the book because I just didn't think that it would get to the level of funding that it did. I just assumed my like parents and my cousins and my friends would give me some money and I could make a fun book, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember now, actually. There were a few stretch goals, and I really wanted the Tarot deck to come through, and I'm very pleased it did.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that was such a shock.
So, for people who don't know how to play Witch, could you just explain how you've implemented the Tarot deck into it as the mechanics?
Okay, so basically, in Witch we have an item called the Devil's Deck, and you can actually use it as your character to divine certain answers to questions that you have. So, like, you can ask your GM a question and draw a card, and it can, point you in a certain direction. And witches can also just use them as games. So, because like basically we're going back to kind of the Italian roots of the tarocchini, which is basically just a tarot deck as a deck of cards, not as a divining thing. So it has two separate um, meanings because the actual devil's deck in the game is only the major arcana, and all the additional cards are just the cards that you use to play a game with.
Okay. But it's completely optional, isn't it? You don't need it.
No, oh, definitely not. No, I mean, I realize, there's always a barrier to play with all role play games, whether that's affording a PDF or dice or whatever. And I was just like, I couldn't at that stage, I'm like, I couldn't make it required for the game, right? Like, because there's no good online source for a randomized tarot deck. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, it's not required.
Although, having said that, I recommend getting it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, I just did, I have a Patreon with my friend Steffi, and I made it, and with that, I ended up making just a PDF of basic cards with the names on them so that people could play with them because, yeah.
Awesome.
But it's not the same as having the real art.
No, absolutely not. Okay, so yeah, your other main product, which we're also giving away today, is Familiars of Terror, which is quite different from what you've produced before. There are, like Familiars of Terror, there are some systems now or some companies that are starting to produce books for kind of aimed for a younger audience, so young teen, children even. So with Familiars of Terror, I know that there's kind of a bit of a His Dark Materials vibe where you've got your familiar and so on. Even a bit of Pokemon came across to me, that you have your sort of companion who can help you. But what were your main goals that you wanted to achieve, kind of taking this slightly different direction with Familiars of Terror?
Well, I started writing Familiars of Terror because I'm so sick of living in Witch's world. Like, there's only so much darkness you can write. Like, before you're just like something dark, shadow, yes, vampire, yes, magic. Oh no, horrible. Um, so I just needed to write about people with their cool animals traveling around in the world. So that's kind of where it came from. And then once and I wanted a kind of Pokemon type game, because I love Pokemon and I love Digimon and I love His Dark Materials. Just I want an animal companion. I want, if there's a class in any game and there's a person with an animal companion, I will play that person, or I will try to be another person who somehow still gets an animal companion. But once I started focusing Familiars of Terra, the game very much became about heroes trying to heal a broken world. So trying to be in the world, and also people kind of supporting you being that light, because that's fun to be a hero.
Yeah. So much more positive spin. Do you see it as to me it comes across as almost kind of more epic as well, in that you might go on these long journeys, again, kind of like with Pokemon, you're going from one place to another, you're discovering stuff, but you're sort of slowly evolving with your companion.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you each actually end up getting kind of a legendary legacy.
Okay.
So, your familiar can end up becoming one of these things called an ancestor, which is like one of these giant creatures. And you, as a character, continuously get titles too. So you play a seeker. That's like Terra's version of a hero. And as you quest, you get more and more titles till at one point, they'll know you as like Jason the Great, companion of Leia, save of Lone Tree. You know what I mean? And it'll continue going on and on. And you have kind of like this epic destiny, and people will tell stories about you for ages to come.
What's the longest title you've ever seen?
I've had like a 5. The thing is, with my players, I refuse to go any longer than 5. Though we've play tested for quite long. So I think like my husband ended up racking up like 7 titles or something like that. And I was just like, you're getting 3 from this villager. He knows the rest, but you're getting 3,
Yeah, at this rate, it sounds like it's going to get as long as Daenerys Targaryen, Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons, la la la.
Exactly. The unburnt, and yet
Yes.
the burnt at another time when he did that other thing,
Exactly, yeah. Okay, and start rounding off now. You did indeed mention that you have a Patreon with Steffi Devan, and you also have a little collaboration in the works. Can you tell us a little bit about your Two Women in Gaming?
Yeah, so Steffi is someone I met kind of around about the times that I started doing Witch. We were both freelancing for Onyx Path Publishing, and her name sounded very Dutch. So I ended up sending her an email like, "Hey, your name sounds very Dutch," and like we've been working together since then. And we decided to do a Patreon together, and we challenged ourselves last year to make 12 games in the space of 12 months, which we were successful with. Very proud of us. They're mini games. They're not like, huge things like Witch. But what we did was we compiled them into an anthology, and we actually kickstarted that at the start of this year, and sending the files to the printer on Monday, actually. So it's 12 indie games, 6 by Steffi, 6 by me, and we have anything from a game about Alice returning to Wonderland to Demon Slayers to a game about people with powers. I mean, and Steffi has a game about kitten witches, which is also very interesting. So there are just any kind of weird game that came out of her head last year.
Awesome. So, just for a little bit of fun at the end, pick one of these 3 infamous creatures from horror: changelings, vampires, or werewolves.
Werewolves.
Any particular reason that you prefer werewolves?
If you vampires versus werewolves, always werewolves. So
Well, that's why I put in a third one. I wanted to not have witch or witches, because presumably you'd pick that.
Yeah, no, I'm always, like, werewolf lore gets me, and it's also, it's like when I'm watching Vampire Diaries, I'm also still team werewolf, and there's a lot of supernaturals there. So
Awesome. Great. Well, thanks very much for the interview today, Liz, and thanks very much for sponsoring us once again.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Charfradikun. I'm the owner of Angry Hamster Publishing, and I'm asking that you please donate to the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause, and the more games that we can get to these kids, the better. Thanks.
Hello.
That video clip marks the halfway point.
So we're on a different camera.
Which we're slightly behind schedule for.
Yes,
Right.
but for the last time, we are going to catch up in bits. Okay? Don't worry. Okay, we are going to show off the physical
this is a postal
copies.
prize. We're going to be sending it out from here.
Yes, from Angry Hamster Publishing. And I saw that a few of you were really interested in the system, or systems. First off is Which Fated Souls. This is a sealed copy. I do have a copy of my own. This is the very first thing that Liz wrote as part of Angry Hamster Publishing.
Blocking you off camera.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes, I know. I'm not going to take it personally. But it's a very pretty book. First thing she wrote, and it's a nice sort of modern, quite accessible system. A bit D&D-y, but it is a different system. If you think of kind of Sabrina the Teenage Witch, or like the new Sabrina, it's kind of like that, but there's some unique stuff, especially with classes, and you've got your demon that you might make pacts with or something like that.
Okay.
Then we have Afterlife, which is it's not a spin-off per se, but essentially you are a soul wandering the afterlife, and this is where the system kind of became a bit more enhanced
Full
and streamlined.
colour. Even every page, look, I've
Yeah.
just opened a random page, you've got a decorative border going on.
It
down
is
there
indeed
in the
full
middle.
colour.
It's got consistent art style throughout, so you get this. Actually, let me just find some. There is plenty in here. I just didn't open it on a page that's got it. So it's nice. It's nice stuff. Well presented.
Yes.
Say consistent art style throughout. I did actually just have a half-page image up there. It was a slightly different style.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Kind of sort of cartoon, but not. Cartoon style basically. That's where most of it's at.
Yes.
There we go.
So it's a very nice little book. And then finally we have Familiars of Terror, which, as I was saying on the interview, it's a bit more for teenagers, this one, but obviously you can play it as an adult. This is where you've got a kind of a familiar. It does have a bit of a Pokemon vibe, and you go around. It's kind of epic. You travel from place to place, and you may fight evil or do good or what have you. Do you want to show them that picture of the of the singer?
Yes, 39, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, we just randomly saw this picture on the behind the scenes camera.
And we had many questions.
It has raised questions. So we have a singer playing, pointing to their drummer, who is a two-headed python playing the drums. The python playing the drums. Randomly with an extra head.
Yes.
So many questions. Many
Yes.
questions.
But also you'll be able to see Liz a bit later with me and Becky and a few other people from the industry in our panel at 9 o'clock UTC this morning.
Okay, yeah, I forgot we're doing the panel as well.
We are doing a panel. Somehow. On the home stretch. Why did we agree to do it then?
We're nowhere near the home stretch. Okay.
So.
Should we give these away?
Yes. So Angry Hamster Publishing we're doing now for the prize fighter.
Right, so, prize fighter, gotta get it up. There we go, right. Okay, are we ready for this?
Yes.
Okay,
ready.
we're giving away in that order, so it's going to be which fated souls first. Just hit the begin button. There we go, which fated souls is up first. So, don't forget, stay active in the chat, or you don't get a gladiator. I should have sat here earlier. A, this chair is more comfortable than that one and doesn't squeak. B, I can read the screen. So Mark W, a nice full metal gladiator there with a blue hood. I'm digging that look. All the names that have been with actually. Thank you for staying with us for so long. Okay, Einherjar has laid down the gauntlet.
Says
Stays
I'm
in
winning
place. Only a tier 2 gladiator though, Einherjar. You might want to get yourself a slightly more pokey one if you want a few more prizes. Don't forget, when you win with a gladiator, you get another one back which is 1 tier lower, and half the gear that was on the gladiator you do get back. So you don't lose everything when you win.
Hannah's really hoping for no red dragon.
Ah.
Well, we have no idea because it's random, but you may have jinxed it if you believe in that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. You've still got that absolutely gigantic shield. David Pearce and Robin Davies fighting it out. So, Sue just went down. Hannah just got back up. Hannah is going for the all-gold gladiator, I see. Nearly there. Just a few more bits.
Yeah.
Nice, good effort. You're getting there.
Oh, it's a tiger.
Tiger in the arena. Einherjar gets back up to rejoin this fight.
There you go then, no red dragon for you.
So roll for initiative, question whether they've lasted more than one hit.
Aww.
I think not.
No rhinos and no dragons, no, indeed not.
So yeah, need to get the tier 4, tier 5 have a gladiator going. Right, so spawning 2 red dragons is a problem because they don't fight each other very well once they've killed you lot. But, you know, if you get more people in, you absolutely can win a dragon. Try not to share this one. Right, where was I? Sorry, I got distracted by this one. So, somebody won. It's David Purse.
Well done, David Purse. You win a physical copy of Witch Fated Souls.
Woohoo! So now, here's your chance to win Afterlife Wandering Souls.
A nice streamlined system where you are trying to wander and kind of grow and evolve. It's a very sort of fluid setting, very unique.
So there's David Purse taking up his position on the podium.
I see what's going on in the chat about
Okay, huge gaggle in the middle. No idea what's happening. So, not at all. Duke is on fire. That much I could tell. Run away from the flames. Blood coming out of many, many people. So Chav Hunter's got himself mispositioned between a pokey thing and another pokey thing. So,
that's what they're calling them now.
Yeah, everything's a pokey thing.
Or a swishy thing, or a stabby thing.
Just pokey.
Oh.
Yep, it's nice and simple that way. I don't have to look at what they are. Michael B is attacking Puke, but then gets attacked from behind by an Ankeg. Whipped and slashed and bashed and boshed. See? Not poking. I'm evolving as a person. Lord Morpheus is fighting with Mark W and an Ankeg and an invisible servant that somebody's cast. Mark W just trying to get away from the fight for a moment, take a bit of a breather, get some stamina back, hoping the Ankeg will deal with Lord Morbius whilst he's recovering. But the invisible servant catches him up and then he gets hit from behind and then Lord Morbius quits and Michael B joins in the fight to try and take on the Ankeg. Well, that happened quickly. So Michael B attacked it. Oh, the Ankeg went away and came back. Right, so the Ankeg versus Michael B. Who is going to win? I think we've just had our second Ankeg victory of the convention.
We have. So they get Afterlife Wandering Souls.
Yeah, we're going to send that out to the kids in Uganda. I just got hope that this thing leaves the arena. It's really hard because it does the extra step where it doesn't disappear. It looks like it's working. It says good.
So this one is Familiars of Terror.
Indeed. So, yeah, Familiars of Terror, and again, it's another postal prize.
Great for families, great for teenagers and young adults, this one. I still love how it comes through the marble like that.
It's really hard to get it to do that, and I'm just worried that occasionally it broke before it wins too much.
Oh, there's an invisible servant there from somewhere.
Yes, yeah, it got spawned right at the start of the fight. There's been magic user in here somewhere. Meanwhile, Wildpix was having to go at I've forgotten. So the big bundle in the middle is underway. Hannah, Wildpix, Einhayar, Chav Hunter, Fuke is in there and Master the game, and already we've only got 4 of those people left.
Bam, bam, bam.
That didn't take long. Lots of blood splashing down all over the place. Wildpix getting hammered from multiple directions. Duke, just changed camera angle and it threw me. Hannah Walker and Chav Hunter are all that remain in the middle of this arena, and it's Chav Hunter.
It is Chav Hunter. Well done.
Well done indeed. This one goes to you. So,
So up next we've got some more footage for you from Becky's interview.
Yeah, so I was talking to...
yeah, don't drag it in there.
I'm very tired. Right. I was talking to Ben Parkinson of the Butterfly Project, who is the man who actually founded the charity that we're supporting today, at my mother's house over Christmas. And of the many topics we spoke about that day, let's get back to just see the right. The many topics we spoke about that day. One of them was live action roleplay, because believe it or not, in the remote villages in the north of Uganda with no infrastructure, the occasional building and dusty road, they're never tarmacked roads, they're all unmade roads, maybe a village has a well. He runs LARPs.
Yeah, which is amazing. There's an amazing video of, I think there's like 15 to 20 kids all dressed up as goblins.
Yeah, so they've done like the sort of African tribal mask things, but as goblins, which is really, really cool.
But a lot of them really like goblins, I noticed. It
is a popular monster, yeah.
Which is really cool, because I think, certainly from people I know, they're like, oh yeah, goblins are just like a little minion thing, they're not particularly good, whereas it's like, actually, yes.
Yeah, so let's go and talk to the man who set this charity up about LARPing in Uganda. I'm here with Ben Parkinson from the Butterfly Project, and I want to talk about something that, as far as I know, it only happened the once, but it's definitely a head-turning moment when you told me this happened. You ran a LARP. Your face says it all.
Yeah, that's right. I think the LARP itself is really a very challenging thing to run, and I've known a few people now who've done this, and they're all very expert, but we do our best and we try to put something together, and each time that we've done it, it's been one of our butterflies who have come up with the story.
Oh, so you've done this more than once now?
Yeah.
I only heard of it being done once at the first board game convention you ran.
Yeah, in fact, the second one we did it, and the third one. Yeah.
Okay.
So the LARP was really very successful the first time we did it, and so we thought, well, we must do it again. And Patrick came up with really quite an amazing story for the second time we did it, LARP 2. But the first time, what we had to do is we had to make all of the different weapons and shields, and we what we discovered out of that was that there were quite a lot of the children that we work with who were really good at this, and it kind of exposed their talent in crafts and making things, and one of them is now learning how to be a carpenter. In fact, more than one, learning to have carpentry skills as a result of realizing that he was very practical and was able to do these kinds of things in the LARP. As far as the LARP itself is concerned, I think there are some challenges with it, and remember, we do this because it's fun for the kids. The challenges are to put across the story, because the story has to be put across in local language. Which is, obviously we have people that do speak in local language, but all of the different concepts and the fantasy concepts, it's not easy for these children to immediately grasp these things. But Patrick has been trying to do this as best he can, and try to make it clear for the village children as to what it is it's all about. They love the fighting process, of course. And this year we made a few weapons, but we were able to use the weapons from the first convention that we did it at. Are we going to do it this year? I'm pretty sure we are. Yeah, and as with most of the things we do, we try to do it better each year. And the LARP will be one of those things where we say, right, now what went well last year, and we need really to try to work out a way to bring them and have all of these people to embrace the idea of the story. That's the one thing that I would really like them to start to do, because it will develop their imagination, because they're then enacting a real story. They're not just interested in the fighting. But the first year we did it, we also had things like puzzles, quests to do, and that really worked well. And we did those in the second version as well. But I think this third time that we do the LARP, that will be one thing that we focus on, to try to engage them with the story.
Awesome.
We need to get practicing on the fighting and make sure we've got a good way of making sure that's fair as well. Obviously, if we recruited somebody and then they didn't pass, they wouldn't be able to come onto the project.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they need to be going into secondary. So, while this might seem like something which is perhaps children should be passing, but in the village areas, a lot of it is dependent upon the schooling, the level of the teaching at the school. And so we need to be a bit careful. And because if the level of teaching is not very high, then that might also impact on things as well. And the village children, they have a much lower pass rate. Obviously not because they are unintelligent compared to city children, but simply because of the teaching. The standards in the village areas is much lower. So we need to make sure we have a good chance of making sure that they have all passed. Whereas in the cities almost everyone passes, but in the villages it's not like that.
Right.
So yeah, that's that process. As far as what we teach, once they come to us, then almost all of our members so far have been village based, and therefore their life experience is very low. And so one of the key things that we do in terms of our own vision for the project is we say that we want to broaden their horizons. And the main reason for that, broaden their experience, life experience, and the main reason for that is what helps make them to make better decisions. And we will want them, as they grow up, to make good decisions. And if they're going to be a leader in their communities, then they need to make good decisions. So that's one of the key areas.
So how do you do that though for a child that's sort of grown up in a remote village? What do you do as an educator to give them life experience that they can't get in their village?
Okay, well, we use film quite a lot, and we show a whole variety of different types of films. We allow them to travel to places. We give them a variety of different foods to try, different varieties of music to listen to. We show them, we get them involved in different artistic pursuits. For instance, we might be doing drama with them, and we bring in people for them to meet. We show them how to use the computers, which some of them don't even know what a computer is, So we'll show them what a computer is used for, and then they get used to typing, so we teach them how to type. And subsequently, the different office packages, we cover all of those in the first 2 years of the training. I guess one of the other key areas is travelling from place to place, because the rural children rarely, if ever, travel. Yes, they come all the way to Kampala for our training, which sometimes could be 5 or 6 hours or even longer to travel there, but that's not really. The idea is we want them to have the confidence to be able to travel from one place to another. And in the first year, we give them an exercise to do where they have to travel all around Kampala. We give them the money to move from place to place, but they do it under a certain amount of supervision. But they do this, and they learn to ask questions and to find their way around the city. So once they've done that, you will be surprised how their whole attitude has changed about their own personal capability. You know, they'll start to talk about, well, where can I go next? I'd like to go there, and you can let me. I can go on my own. You know, next time. So they're starting to have this kind of showing initiative to do things. We want to show them how to do that. Oh, cooking is another thing. We talked about eating, but we also show them how to do all sorts of different types of cooking. We have a gas cooker there as well, which is helpful, so they can bake, which they don't do in the villages generally. So yeah, the idea is to just broaden that experience.
Cool, that's amazing.
The other key thing that we do, which, while it sounds like it's us kind of almost, well, the area is ethics that we cover, and this is one of the areas which we cover. We have something called the 10 tenets, and the 10 tenets are 10 different things that we ask all of our butterfly members to do. So for instance, the first one at the top of the list is honesty, and we talk about responsibility for themselves and their environment, equality, from beggars to presidents, that's the way we put it, and there are 7 others which are kind of key to our what we're expecting of our different butterfly members, and what we find is that this is something that they really latch onto, and one of the biggest things which creates our butterfly members is this, because it's almost like they look at this and they say, thank goodness for that. You know, I don't want to be someone who's part of the corruption. I don't want to be somebody who is not irresponsible. I don't want to be stealing. I don't want to be getting involved in any of these kinds of things. And your project encourages me not to do that. So therefore, they feel a kind of sense of relief.
Yeah, like they've come out of an environment where they're kind of defaulting into these things, and then it's like, oh, you mean I don't have to do that?
That's right. It's almost like they know what is right and what is wrong, but there's a lot of wrong things happen which they think they might be pushed into. It's not the same in you know, as a general thing, but what we do know is that after 6 months or so, a lot of them will come back to us and say, you know, I feel I've changed. I feel like I could have been part of the corruption. But now I feel confident. I'm also now amongst other children and other butterfly members who are not going to be part of that. In the future, they are part of a team of young people that can all work together to create change in Uganda. Obviously, that's the kind of thing that we really wanted to do when we set up the project.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, so just a little bit of technical support for Roll for Initiative. So it looks like we had a problem when we linked your website account to the YouTube account. It didn't sync up properly for some reason. So I've just cleared the link. If you go back to your account page on ComPlus and just relink to your YouTube account, and then I'll just manually fix the data on your Gladiator and set it to that account, and that should solve it. I think, yeah, we're doing prizes in just a moment, but I think I also found out what caused all this mess in the first place, which was my own fault. I made prize fighter, because Sugar Fiend had this problem earlier, and there's one other user that's since disappeared. I made prize fighter available on the menu whether you had linked your account or not, so people were able to get to prize fighter without linking the account, and that's what caused the mess. So I think I fixed that, but it's hard to test when you're in a live situation and broadcasting. So let me just see if you've had a chance to relink that account yet. Not yet.
He's going to give it a shot.
Okay, if you do that quickly, we'll try and get that done before the next fight starts.
Yep, but in the meantime, I'll show off the next prizes.
Yes. Okay, you do that.
Okay, so let's go to. So next up we have Absolute Tabletop, and by the way, we're about 40 minutes behind still. We've made up 5 minutes.
Go us.
So the first prize they're giving away is one of their adventure kits called Oath of the Frozen King. I can't talk apparently. And this is their first adventure kit. As you can see, a very frosty themed adventure with lots of zombies and liches in there, which is all very cool. This is a fantasy supplement essentially that you would probably use with 5e, and it is all 5e compatible as well. But if you want to put it for something like Pathfinder or even something else entirely, you can fit it to other role-playing systems. Lots of cool stuff in here. Lots of NPCs, locations, modular adventure elements, full colour maps, and things like that. I don't think there's any more screenshots, but you get an idea. Here's another one there. So very nice. And as you can see, it's successfully funded on Kickstarter as well. So that's their first prize. The next prize is another adventure kit, Shadows Over Drift Chapel. With the big beady eye there, you can see this is a bit more, is it Cthulhu themed? Well, not Cthulhu per se, but it's more horror based. But again, very similar in that it's a 5e compatible mechanics. But this is more, there's things like flintlock weapons, there's madness mechanics in there. Many encounters. This is a world called Gloam, which is a kind of Eldritch inspired, they call it. So yeah, it is inspired by Cthulhu, but obviously not officially Cthulhu. But it looks very cool if you want that for your 5e adventures. And the final prize is Be a Better Campaign Master, Book 1, Building the World. So this is, as you can probably imagine, for your world building. So really nice book. This really quite thick as well, from what I know of it. So quite a chunky book. But for example, you've got really big details like drawing your coastlines and how to actually draw everything properly. What can be featured in a river. There's a nice sort of live world building down here as well if you have time to watch this. 127 pages. Yeah, there we go. More than 1,000 options for unique geographical features like cities, dungeons, caverns, etc. Amongst various other things. So it's not just about how to draw a map per se, but it's about how to do it in a way that will bring your world to life and how to make it beautiful and things like that. And there's also some worksheets in there as well. So those are our 3 prizes.
Okay, so I can see that has now linked properly. I've sorted out the Gladiator Day, so it should work. If it doesn't, that's because I've been doing this for over 12 hours.
Yes. Alright, so here we go to the prize fighter.
Okay, so this is for Oath of the Frozen King from Absolute Tabletop. Dun 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 dun. Or should that be dun 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 dun?
Somebody was requesting zombies earlier, so this is the closest that you'll get, and obviously Master Game will be very familiar with this as well.
I could put zombies in as a monster.
That's what people have been requesting.
Really? It's just the art, you know, it's 3 months of work to do a new model that I have to, pay someone to do.
David says, I've submitted my address to the prize section, but it doesn't appear to be saving. Did it go through to you? Don't you keep submitting? I think that was a problem last year as well.
Yes, then it would still be a problem. No one told me because it did.
Because we forgot. Alright, so in the meantime, Mexico is fighting Ihaya over there. We've got Lord Morbius against David Purse. We're a little bit thinner on the ground for this round. Mark W versus Fiuk Enterprises. We've got Chav Hunter all with the...
Yeah, we've got the address. We have it.
We do have the address. In fact, pardon, I was getting the perspective mixed up there. Chav Hunter is down. Chav does not have a mage. That's a right master of the game. He's just taken somebody else out, and those are quite insane dreads you've got there.
You know what it is? We don't pre-fill the form because security. It can't be hacked if we don't deliver it. So that's why. So I took GDPR too far last year, apparently. Right, so the tiger is in the arena and tearing its way through a number of gladiators, but falls foul of Fuke, who still has that big sort of Celtic knot shield thing going on.
Robin has got magic missile going on there. Oh, did you see that? That was a one-hit kill. Ouchie, very brutal.
Another one-hit kill for Robin with the magic missile. It doesn't do much damage, magic missile, but if it does the last point, that's all it needs to do.
Yeah. However, Hannah Walker's getting back up with their tightest gladiator. Robin's still standing though.
Not anymore.
No, the others were kind of ganged up on her a bit.
That all ended.
It was Hannah. Well
yes,
done
Hannah
to you.
Walker takes this one.
Oath of the Frozen King. Alright, next up is their next adventure kit, Shadows over Drift Chapel.
Don't forget, you've got to stay in the chat to get your gladiator into the arena.
Yep, keep on typing in the chat, please.
I forgot to check if Roll for Initiative had their Super Duper Gladiator. Oops. My bad. They now don't. They've now got a tier 0, which must mean their previous gladiator left the arena, possibly? I hope that's what happened. Because, like, if your gladiator leaves, you might get another one, etc., etc.
Yeah, Roll for Initiative is leaving now.
Okay, what, were they fully armoured and stuff like that? No. Must have worked. It must have.
Well, let's see.
Oh, there's yeah, no, they've got an armoured gladiator in now.
Yeah, but I think their old one left
Yeah,
as well.
okay. But now they're armoured ones in.
Cool.
Alright, so Lord Morbius says, I've had enough. I'm going to lie down here and just have a little sleep in the kitty litter. Master of the game getting that Earth Shatter out again.
I see why you said kitty litter now.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a tiger in the arena. That is a big litter tray, that whole arena.
Yes.
I would not want to be lying down in it right now. This is a fight you should win.
Indeed. Now, what's going on here? Is that a win for the Butterfly Project?
That is.
It is. So they get the Shadows of the Drift Chapel. I thought of the other two, and then
this one is for Be a Better Game. So Be a Better Campaign Master. Book 1, Building the World from Absolute Tabletop.
Yeah, a couple of you were drooling over this one.
Well, only one of you can win it. It won't be somebody that's won a prize already, so there'll be no monsters in the arena this time. You may have just been spared a dragon. Who knows? So there's Lord Morbius with his seriously oversized halberd.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
There's Roll for Initiative, fully armored gladiator. Woo, it worked. Master the game, getting some spells out, and then getting stabbed in the chest.
Oops.
And then the
And
face.
yeah.
And we're next. Roll for Initiative has 2 gladiators. That's why I got confused. They have 2 gladiators, but different.
Yeah, they switched accounts.
Different avatars. So.
Yes, they do work. So that one's the older one. That'll go off in a bit because they haven't used that one, like the chat, for ages.
Okay.
Whereas the other one with the D20, that one will be the new one.
Okay.
However, both of them have gone down, unfortunately. We've got Nextcur versus Fuke still going on, as is Master of the Game, and Mark W, who's got back up by the looks of it somewhere. Yep, and he rushes in. Ooh, with
taking Fuke from behind.
Ooh, ouch.
Fuke was all set to win that one, I think, with all that armour, but attack from behind, what can you do? Master of the Game still in though, got that aura of magnificent spell running.
But he still goes down.
And it's Mark W who takes the win.
Congratulations.
Okay, so that was the Absolute Tabletop giveaway. Next up, if you thought Be a Better Campaign Master was complete and thorough, have we got a surprise for you?
Yeah. So, this is a collection of PDFs from Sly Flourish. Yeah, Sly Flourish is back with us this year. This is a huge PDF bundle, which is apparently worth $80.
So you're getting a PDF version, but just to show you what it is, Jason happens to...
This is one of the things that you'll be getting.
Yes, Jason has one
Out
of the
of
books,
many.
so we thought we'd just sort of flick past it here on camera. Should we go to camera one?
Sure. My face. There we go. That's a blank page.
That is the final page, indeed. It was a blank page. So you're getting a very slow flick because I can't do it from this angle.
Yeah.
So it's a full colour print throughout with plenty of art, nice page layout and stuff like that.
So this is Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master. So if you're somebody who doesn't really have enough time to spend hours and hours prepping, or you're somebody who wants to maybe streamline your techniques of how to prep, these books are for you. I've raved about Return of the Lazy DM before in that it really helped me change my technique a bit, and I did a really good Cthulhu campaign on the back of reading this, as well as sort of applying it elsewhere. But in terms of the actual bundle you'll get this as a PDF. You'll also get the original Lazy DM. This is kind of like a revised version, but there'll be some stuff I'm sure from the original for inspiration. Also, in terms of what else you'll get, let me just quickly remind myself. You also get the Lazy DM's workbook, which is a new book that's out. Then we've also got Fantastic Locations, which, as you can imagine, is various locations, which gives you ideas. Bear in mind, this is fantasy based and mainly leaning towards 5e, but it's not mechanically so. So again, if you want to change it to something else, then you can put it in there. And like I said, I've used this for Cthulhu, so it's possible.
Yeah. A lot of the DM tips transpose, but obviously locations is going to be grounded in fantasy.
Same with Fantastic Adventures, which is a load of fantasy adventures, essentially, which are really cool. And there's also Fantastic Adventures Ruins of Grendel Root, which is, again, a new publication. So all those, we've got 3 of those bundles to give away. And we're about to do so right now.
Yeah, let's get to the prize fight. So stay active in chat, everyone. I don't think we've got anyone new in, so we don't really need to cover how all that works, I don't think. So let's see how well you all die.
Yes. Alright, so this is the first bundle that we are giving away. So, again, this stuff I really highly recommend to anybody who wants to improve their GM. Or even if you just start it, it's great stuff to get into, and it just saves you that slog and toil of doing hours and hours and hours of prep, but actually you don't need to necessarily. Yep, we do indeed have the usual bunch.
Yes. You know what? I think the Constitution plus 3 prize this year is kind of going to be random who gets it, because I think several people are going to get the maximum points.
Yes, indeed. We haven't really talked about it.
It's coming. It's a 24-hour show.
It is indeed a 24-hour show. Although I did say at the start, we'll talk about that in a bit, but only 2 bits.
Well, it is a bit.
It's a bit.
It's towards the end of the show when we talk about it. Okay, roll for initiatives. Big new gladiator is holding their own in the arena now after those upgrades. Putting a big hit on Fuke, who's gone down. Hannah Walker as well, part of that melee. What have we got going on here? Wild Pig's just kind of watching the world go by as we have a rhino bouncing around the arena.
There you go, you wanted it, you got it. Got a rhino. I hope you're happy.
It's so badly animated. By the way,
so good.
I've avoided using it for 2 years. I do have a lion model, but it's so bad, including the animation. It's worse than this. Really low res. Which is why it's never featured, even though I really wanted a lion, but nobody's done one. Nobody's done one that I can buy for a reasonable price.
Oh, I think though that the rhinos are down.
They are indeed.
Fantastic. So the first person to get the Sly Flourish bundle is David Purse. Well done to you.
Why did
No
you do that?
Hannah, Rhino not going to win. I don't know, but we are very late/early in the morning.
It is now the really difficult part. It's just beginning.
It's 2 o'clock UTC, 3 o'clock in the morning UK time.
3 a.m. to 6 a.m. is the worst time, local time. We are just 5 minutes to 3. We are getting into the part of the stream where it gets really hard for us to stay awake. Once we get through that, though, I actually find the end isn't so bad. But these next 3 hours is where the challenge is.
Yeah. So this is another Sly Flourish collection bundle. Again, worth sort of $80 this, so it's a really nice collection.
That was the head scratch. I think that's the Scorpions.
It may well be, which means this is easy money for you.
No, it isn't, because now there's not enough Scorpions for all the gladiators to team up. So it could go. It could be a disaster. Oh no, it's Wildebeest. That's completely wrong. It's Wildebeest.
Oh. Okay, head scratching is wildebeests. So like fleas.
I mean, there's like 10 or 11 different monsters, so you know, I get it wrong. Okay.
Hannah is indeed still awake. Kudos to you.
Woohoo!
But just don't fall asleep in your comfy sofa.
Einherjar is still alive, as is Mark W. Most of you, well, half of you, a third of you are still alive.
A quarter of you. See the pattern?
It goes down quite quick.
Yes.
Yeah, so a fifth of you are still ticking. Number of wildebeest still, there's 2 wildebeest left still. Einherjar just went down to 1. Master of the Game faces off against 1. Chap Hunter getting back up, deciding whether to get back in on this action. Mark W stabbing Master of the Game in the chest, but then getting ganged up on with Master of the Game and Chap Hunter both taking out Mark W together. They wear him down and put him down, and it's Master of the Game who is going to win this prize.
Congratulations!
There's the victory cheer. Right, we have another one of those, don't we?
We have one more to give away.
Right. That hasn't updated for me yet. Hopefully it'll come through in a second.
Yeah, it's not updated on here either.
Oh, it's the same price though, isn't it? Yeah, it's updated here now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because it's the same. So it's the same. Alright, so a couple of gladiators, 2 wounded to continue, leaving the arena. There's our victor, taking their salute. Should we apply to exercise? Right, so, and the fight resumes.
Indeed, so we've got Wild Pits versus Roll for Initiative back there, Chapman and Robin Devils in the foreground.
There's the signal, that's the blowing the kiss. I don't remember what that is. What does blowing the kiss mean? Does anyone remember?
Isn't blowing the kiss the public domain eyeball monster?
It could be, or Hydra, one of the 2.
Yes. Then we've got Roll for Initiative versus Robin Devils back there.
It's the tiger. That was it, tiger. Yeah. Because I thought cute puppy, go kiss. Yeah, I don't know why my brain thinks that way, but it does. I love kiddies, and this kiddie is munching its way through the gladiators. Just Wild Picks left to go. Actually, there's another gladiator showing on the bar at the top.
Yes, that will be Robin Devils, I think. Oh no,
it's Einherjar.
Like I said, slightly different shades of brown. So sometimes it's hard to tell who's who.
The tiger goes down. It's Wild Pigs, Einherjar, and possibly Roll for Initiative. Roll for Initiative deciding whether to get back in on this fight or not, or whether to just stand there and recover. Mark W coming back on this as well. Takes out Einherjar. Now starts stabbing Wild Pigs, and I think Mark W's going to take it before Roll for Initiative makes up their mind about resuming or not. So not quite enough stamina there on Roll for Initiative. So that's those 3. Next up, we're going to have a little movie break. Well, not a movie break, it's an interview.
Again, we're not that high budget.
We were last year, we had a movie.
We did have a movie. But yes, we have another interview, this time from Rising Phoenix Games. Now, Rising Phoenix Games, they produce supplements for sort of 5e and Pathfinder. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. But they specialise in mainly either one-to-one or solo scenarios. So not you kind of you're not sort of, oh, this is for 3 to 5 players type thing. No, you can play these on your own, kind of like a choose your own adventure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the donation. Where are we up to? £6,853.05. Thank you very much.
Nice. Or you can play it one-to-one with somebody else, which is rather nice. So we have some PDFs of those to give away. But beforehand, we have an interview with the man behind the games, Rodney Sloan. So, yes.
There's a bit of kit, by the way, in the auction house that's not being bid on.
Hint.
Just saying.
Go get some auctions, people.
There's a fairly cheap tier 5 as well. It's come down a bit. So, in fact, there's quite a lot of gladiators available at the moment.
Maybe I should show them rather than...
Yeah, by all means.
Yes.
Tier 4. I mean, there's a tier 3 for just 45 coins.
Here we go.
There's a tier 3 mage for 146 with lightning bolt and mage armor. Right?
Yeah, these are really good bargains. Now it's your time to upgrade if you've got some coins left.
And if you have a look at the equipment tab, so that tier 3 mage, add healing with the cape of healing for 24 denarii. Maybe give him a spear and soft sole boots of the magi. That's a made gladiator right there. I mean, that's just everything you need.
Absolutely. So yes, please donate and please have fun upgrading your gladiators because they're more exciting as well.
No, you get to dress them like it's like awesome.
Exactly.
It's awesome. And when it gets busier a bit later, so we'll do something like this part the stream. We're getting to the point America's going to start to go to sleep in the next few hours, but then Europe starts waking up. Our channel is a bit bigger in Europe.
Yes.
So we tend to get more Europeans on. So when it starts to get a bit busier, we will open up more items for auction and stuff like that. So a little bit later, we'll get you to do another recruitment drive for us.
But as we mentioned before, because there's fewer people on now, you're more likely to win stuff.
Yeah, so those of you who stick around are much more likely to come around with big hauls. And let's be honest, this is the third time we've done this, but the first 2 times, there were dozens of people who took home boxes of stuff. They also donated a lot of money, but they took home boxes of stuff. So this is the time when they stuck around and won.
Yeah, Master Game is right. Sleep is for the weak. Certainly tonight. But we're going to give you a bit more time now to go to do some auctions and watch a really cool interview with Rising Phoenix Games.
And then after that, we've got we'll be doing. Oh, that's a biggie. Oh my God, we have some real biggies after that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We're not going to tell them.
No, we'll keep it secret. They can look at the behind the scenes camera and get a peek at one of them.
Cool. Well, enjoy. Oh, wait, hold on. Next video.
You press the wrong button.
No, I queued the same video. Never mind. I'm tired. Hello everybody, this is Jason from Complex 3 and I'm here today with Rodney from Rising Phoenix Games. How are you doing today, Rodney?
Good, thank you very much. And yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Very good. Rising Phoenix Games, you've been around for a while, nearly 10 years now, and I noticed, interestingly, that it was founded supposedly on New Year's Eve. So, can you tell us a bit about what happened with that and how it unfolded into Rising Phoenix Games?
Yeah, so I was working as a web app developer, and not really that happy in the job, and I wanted to follow my passion and get more into writing and role playing games. So I decided, you only get one shot at life, so let me do that. and then we went to Japan for 5 years. So we are 10 years old, but we've only really been going for 5 years, which is, but yeah, it's been a good journey, and I've learned a lot, and I'm very happy to be able to do this. I'm not full time, really. Like, I spend a lot of time doing editing and freelance work as well as Rising Phoenix stuff. But yeah, it's a good place to be.
Awesome, cool. And when you sort of got going with your company, you started off producing solo RPGs, and also they can be played one-on-one with another player. They've evolved into, you've got like a Choose Your Destiny series as well, which is designed for 5th edition. Why did you go down this route as opposed to a lot of other companies doing adventures for, say, 4 players or sort of a group effort?
I think there's a lot of room in the market for solo RPGs. Also, when I was a kid, I used to read those fighting fantasy books.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there was something about that I really loved, and I think, now we're in a time when this is for a lot of people the only way they can play, to open up a book, play by themselves. So yeah, it's been a good little route to explore.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, like you said, you've got like fighting fantasy and choose your own adventure books and novels, but not really much of more going into the role-playing part. So yeah, that's a nice little niche that you've carved out there.
And I believe D&D is also, I'm not sure what the line is called, but I think they've also got a bunch of adventure books now where you can be, I think it's called like You Are the Fighter, You Are the Cleric, or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's definitely space for it. And I think what's nice when you're the writer of those books is that in more of a sense, you are also the GM, because there's no one else necessarily to run the game. We do write our books so that if someone wanted to run that as a game, they could. But still, you as the writer, it's a different challenge. If you're providing all the information for the GM can take that and they can run with it, and they can make up for a lot of your faults in a way as the writer. But when you're doing it for one player, you have to make sure that your balance is right and your descriptions are right, and also that it's entertaining. You can't rely on someone else's descriptions to carry the adventure. So
absolutely, yeah, it is quite different. Also, a lot of your books of this sort of variety, they take place in Scarthy, which looks like quite a rich, developed world. So, also I noticed it seems like you can kind of unlock more parts of Scarthy, and it kind of implies almost that they're linked together. So, can you tell us a bit about that?
So they do sort of follow on, or they do follow on, but it's not required that you read book 1, book 2, book 3 in order. We've basically done the first book, Death Queen and the Life Stone, is the first adventure, and then there's 3 adventures that follow that. So you can go into those, any way that you want. And the third one of those books we have is been sitting in editing for a while. We have a Patreon that we've been running for the Choose Your Destiny adventures, but we sort of want us to take a step back and just re-examine things. I think we've still, as a relatively new company, we've tried many different things. Some things have worked well. I think the Choose Your Destiny adventures have worked well, but we have to think quite carefully about our next step forward. So we've basically put them on hold for the moment, but our intention is to just relook at that and then come back to it again. But it's definitely something I'm excited about, and I don't want to drop. Though at the same time, we're seriously considering looking at Pathfinder 2nd edition.
Okay.
I think the D&D market is a strong one, but I think the Pathfinder 2, there's a lot of for one, the community is a really nice community, and I think as it's a relatively new game, I think there's a lot of place to grow into it. So yeah, we actually released a book a little while ago, Heaven and Hell.
Oh yeah, okay.
For Pathfinder 2, which has been one of our top selling products at the moment.
Nice.
And we'd like to keep supporting the game. So we've sort of had to say, okay, well, we can't do everything at the same time. We have to focus on one thing. So now it's Pathfinder 2 for a little bit, and then we'll get back to the adventures.
Yeah, definitely. And then another product in your arsenal, which you're also giving away at Gun+ 3, Claustrophobia, which I never thought, out of all the kind of indie RPGs out there, I never thought I'd see an RPG based around playing a garden gnome. How on earth did you come up with that? What was the inspiration behind it?
So there's a site online called 1000 Monkeys, 1000 Typewriters, and they have this contest, the 24-hour RPG contest. So I entered that and wrote the initial draft, basically, of Claustrophobia was for that contest. And then I was like, well, I could take this a bit further and I could make it into, a pretty book with pictures and everything. So my brother did all the art, the illustration for it. And then we basically developed it, smoothed off a lot of the edges that you get from making something in 24 hours, and play tested it, and then we published it. And now we're looking at, or we've started work on. So Claustrophobia is now 4 years old this month. So we are busy working on Claustrophobia Extended, which will be the next or second edition of the game. I think I've learned so much in these past few years, just in terms of game design, writing, and I think there were mechanics in the game that worked well, but could work better. And we also want to extend the game a bit. I think it was very much a beer and pretzels game, very light.
Yep.
And we want to take it to the next step, maybe give you a lot more options, not too many options, but allow you to tell the story that you want to tell. So this is a good opportunity for us to go back and rework things, and hopefully make a book that more people will, or a lot of people will enjoy, a game people will enjoy.
Sure, yeah. Having said that, obviously, I did assume you were going to do some tweaks at least to your new edition, but can you give us a little run through about the current D6 system and how that works?
So one of the main sort of features was the health system was D6s. So you had a number of D6s, say, I think it was 8 D6s. It's been a while since I played, but you could then roll them, and then you would lose them through injury and through going mad, through basically what we call claustrophobia. So you're down in the depths of the earth. Fear and terror take over, and then you start losing dice, and your dice pool gets smaller. But then you can also share your dice pool in certain ways with other characters. So that was kind of a neat mechanic, but at the end of the day, when each player needs a huge pool of dice, it starts to get a little bit unwieldy. So that's one of the things we're looking at changing up. But I think it will be an interesting re-envisioning of the game. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, definitely. So you've kind of answered my final question a little bit, unless there's anything else you want to add. But as you said, you're going to be working on your new Claustrophobia edition. You want to kind of go back into Scarthy and relook at that at some point. But you're obviously an established company. You've won a lot of drive-through awards and things, and you've really grown. Is there anything else that you have planned or upcoming in the near future?
Yeah, so our main thing now is that we're busy working on a new setting, Valkyrie Ragnarok and Valkyrie Saga.
Okay.
And we are releasing fiction for those two on our website and through our newsletter at the end of every month. So now we're just doing the sort of the taste tester, if you want, and eventually we'll start releasing books for that. We're working on a few systems for that. and that will then be Pathfinder Second Edition.
Okay.
And then, so I can't really say when the first books will come out, but that's one of the things that we're working on. We're also working on a series of books for the Dungeon Masters Guild called the Undersea Source Books, and that will be 7 books broken up into six initial basically books of. The first one is Races and Classes, which is out already. The next one, which should be out in 2 or so weeks, is Feats and Equipment, and then we'll have a magic one, Monsters. So all of it is covering undersea adventures, pirates, mermaids, all that sort of thing.
Awesome. And I'm assuming those will be available on your website and on Drive-Thru.
Yeah, so it's only available on the DMs Guild, but we have links on our website to that.
Sure.
And then another thing we were very excited about, we've got a lot of things on the go, but is we've recently partnered with Imperial Publishing. They do the Nightscape series, which is a series of novellas, novels, comics, and there's also a movie, which I believe was 2012, it came out, called Nightscape. And so we should be releasing sometime this year the RPG for that called Nightscape Red Terrors. So very excited about that and getting to play in someone else's world for a bit. So look out for that one.
Cool. So lots of stuff coming up on the horizon. Fantastic.
Yeah. And that's a sort of Lovecraftian. It's set just after the fall of the Berlin Wall in Russia.
Oh, okay.
So you've got entities from deepest, darkest space and ancient relics, and it'll be fun. I think it's definitely one to look out for.
Awesome. Great. Well, thanks very much, Rodney, for taking the time to talk to me today, and thanks as well for coming on board this year for Complex 3. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. I had a reason to wear a suit for a change. I put on pants today. Hi, I'm Rodney Sloan of Rising Phoenix Games, and I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project. Thank you very much.
We're live.
We're back.
I've had no idea that was about to happen. Thanks for the warning.
You're definitely getting a bit tired.
You didn't tell me.
I thought you could see on it.
No, your head was in the way at the time. So I was slightly down.
This.
Right, anyway, where were we? We were being professional.
Yes. So, we have got Rising Phoenix Games to give away first, and then followed by Artalzorian, aka Cyberpunk Red.
So Rising Phoenix Games are giving us a Claustrophobia, Lunatic Labyrinth, Death Queen of the Lifestone PDF bundle.
Yes.
3 times. So you get 3 chances to win the same prize. You get all 3 of those in each one.
This is what Claustrophobia looks like, which was the game we were talking about where you were guard and gnome going down into the centre of the earth on this sort of nuclear boat. So it's a good little fun game. And then the other 2 are more to do with these sort of solo adventures I was talking about and the one-on-one, one-to-one adventures. There's one... Yes, there's 2 of those, sorry. I just had a bit of a brain freeze.
Alright, so, should we fight to the death then?
Yes.
Don't forget, get yourself in the chat, do what Hannah's just done, say, still awake. Because if you're not in the chat, you can't be in the arena. If you're not in the arena, you can't kill people. If you can't kill people, you can't win.
Because that's how it works.
Yes. Kill people to win it. It's not about surviving. It's about looking good while slaughtering people. What I need to do, I need to create a weapon for the moment.
Desire has come back.
Desire's welcome back up. Welcome back to the stream.
You can see them in the chat. It's also just but obviously they are. Fuga's got a different Carrington there with a big
massively oversized mallet. Master of the Game has come back in with a wand character, so that's going to be a magic user. I think the magic users also actually said
interesting. Okay.
Wild Pick's in the wrong position there, stuck between a rock and a rock.
Rock and a rock. But not a bird rock.
What?
You know, the rock.
Oh yes, the rock from Reaper Miniatures that we gave away earlier.
Yes.
Desire has had a bit of time out in the sand and decided that's enough time building castles. It's time to go out and make my empire in the arena.
We're going to have rhinos, I think. So.
You think rhinos?
I think there might be rhinos.
Could be. It
Yes,
is a
it
rhino,
is.
you are absolutely correct. So, Hannah Walker is sort of pondering rejoining. Meanwhile, Mexica hammers Lord Morbius, as did whoever was the other side of the frame. It's the line of death, really, isn't it? You just sort of join the line and hope the swords don't come for you. So, as the whole fight moves over to a different part of the arena for reasons that aren't clear to me, it moves again. So, right, we have Mexica, Master of the Game just cast Earth Shatter and most of the arena fell over. That is what happened.
That is a very accurate rendition of what happened.
Yeah. But one of them didn't. That was Roll for Initiative, who's now given him a very hard time. This is the downside of the wand. Oh no, it's not a wand, it's a staff. It is a staff, it can be used in melee. And there goes the
It's
Earth
going to be
Shatter.
Master of the Game.
More Earth Shatter. That is just relentless on the Earth Shatter. And well done, Master of the Game. You win the prize because of it.
Yes, indeed.
Now that you've won with a mage, though. Oh, of course, when you win with a mage, you always get another mage back.
That's right.
Yeah. If you win with melee, I think you get anything back. I'm not sure. It might be fixed to me. So yeah, well done. That prize goes to you. I can't remember what we gave away. Oh, it's Rising Phoenix, isn't it? The bundle from Rising Phoenix.
Yeah. So we've got another one of these bundles coming up now. So again, it's the Claustrophobia RPG system with 2 solo adventures suitable for 5e and Pathfinder.
Awesome. So let's see who takes this one home.
Oh, that's a big. Oh, it's still a halberd.
It's that ridiculous oversized halberd he's been holding for a long time. Chapman's got the witch's hat back on. There was the waving of the hand in the air that signifies the scorpions. And fireballs there from Chap Hunter. One of, from what I understand, was it 26 gladiators that Chap Hunter has been decorating. Thank you so much for all your support. So. Yes,
oh no, it's not scorpions.
It's the wildebeest.
It is the wildebeest.
I'm so tired, I'm forgetting. So, yes, wildebeest charging around the arena now. They enter the arena in a bit of a panic, but they do calm down and become incredibly dangerous as they do so. So,
so the calmer they are, the more dangerous they are.
Oddly, yes.
That just sounds terrifying.
Yeah, that's because wildebeest are malicious murderers. Yeah, and the calmer they are, the more preconceived murderish they get. So yeah, it's just really like they should be in prison. So the wildebeest working their way through the gladiators at the moment, causing the heroes a bit of an issue until Chap Hunter just fireballs the lot of them. And then he goes and stands in his own flames. I think it's just what he wanted to make his victory pose look more impressive.
Well done, Chap Hunter.
That one's all yours.
And we have one more of these Rising Phoenix Games bundles to give away before we move straight on to Cyberpunk Red from Art Azorian.
That gladiator, of course, will now be retired, and you'll have to choose from one of the 25 others.
You're 24.
24 now, is it? I thought.
Well, because he had 25, now he's lost
26.
Oh, okay. Well then, yes. My bad.
Alright.
But yes, so keep going in the chat, people, and then you'll be able to get into the Altazorian draw as well.
Absolutely. So, yeah, because next up will be Cyberpunk Red from Artels Orient, but here's the big Malay. So, and there's a plane blocking our view. IPR, I think, came out of that one victorious.
Salute.
That's the Scorpion, isn't it?
Robin says it's rhinos. No, it's not.
Okay.
They really want rhinos. Why?
I don't think it's rhinos. It is the Scorpions. Yeah. And there's enough of them that the gladiators have teamed up, which is just going to turn it into a bloodbath at the entrance.
It's a red smear.
Yeah, basically.
Lovely. Okay, and now where are we?
Oh wow.
Well, that came from nowhere.
Oh, Robin Devils has made themselves like the #1 most hated gladiator in the arena right now by killing everyone with a single spell.
Wow, Robin.
How to get the top of the survivors' hate list. You nearly won though.
I have trained you
nearly
well.
won.
However, it's Hannah who takes that bundle. Congratulations.
That fight was a lot shorter than expected.
That was hilarious.
I think 2 people kind of survived. Like one was teetering on the edge of death.
Yeah.
But that last person just gave you too much grief.
Wow, Robin. Unbelievable. Okay, right, so we are now up to Cyberpunk Red Jumpstart kits. So we have 3 physical kits to give away, and they are being sent directly by Artels Orient themselves.
No, I think there's a factual incorrectness there from a moderator has asserted that Robin Devils killed only 50% of the map. I assure you that was 92%.
Yes. Okay, so I guess we're going to go straight into this one, aren't we?
Yeah, let's go straight into Cyberpunk Red.
We're trying to catch up a little bit if we can.
Yes, we are a bit behind schedule still, so where is the schedule? Look.
We're up to Cyberpunk Red.
I see it, yeah. So we're 27 minutes behind. We have been gaming.
We have been gaming.
We just need to just catch up a little more so we can get back to where we should be.
Yes. So, Cyberpunk Red, I still need to play Cyberpunk Red.
I know, one of our friends actually won it at Comcast 2. He hasn't won it for us yet.
But it's basically, it is a reboot of Cyberpunk in a nice little starter set called the Jumpstart Kit. And yeah, it is the big Cyberpunk game that goes back many years. And I've still not played it yet, so I'm disappointed in myself. I'm looking forward to the video game of this as well.
Now this is a postal prize. You're actually getting the boxed set. It'll be sent out directly from Artels Orient.
Yes.
So don't forget when you win this one, you'll need to go to the prize claim in your account and give us your address. So Chav Hunter fighting David Purse, Zion fighting Mark W. We're pairing up into nice neat pairs.
Oh, there's an invisible servant over there.
Yeah, Lord Morbius says I can't take any more, goes for a little nap. I feel the same.
That was a salute from the champion.
Okay, well we all know what that means now, right?
Well, Hannah thinks it's Red Dragon time.
No, that's not Red Dragon.
It's not, no.
Right. Yeah, AJ, you are in this one.
It
must have been a blown kiss. So I missed the animation, so I wasn't sure which salute you meant, which is why I was being cryptic. So Hannah getting stabbed from behind in the bottom, I'm sorry to say, by someone. That's where the blow landed.
Chav Hunter is up against Hannah.
Yep.
Since they're now
across
back
the
up.
chest, across the legs, moving around.
That is a nice shield, I must say.
What that Hannah was holding is a device.
But it is Fiuk who takes it. Well done to you. You get a Cyberpunk Red Jumpstart kit.
That big slow hammer doing its job.
Oh yes. But there are still 2 more of these.
Now there is a comment here that I want to follow up on. Master of the Game says, I hope to see Becky Rose do more with Prize Fighter over the following months. This is great as is, but has so much potential. Yes, and I do intend to develop it more. I'm going to add water and naval combat at some point. I'm going to add horses at some point. And I'd also like to add the Circus Maximus and chariot racing. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to create a new channel on Twitch and start streaming on there, Running Prize Fighter, for no other reason than Running Prize Fighter. Haven't named the channel yet, don't know what it's going to be called. It's going to happen at some point. Relatively soon. Probably starting off as it is and then slowly evolving over time. Because I'm hoping next year I want to learn Twitch and then run this convention next year on Twitch.
Yes.
So,
YouTube. Yes.
Oh, YouTube.
I hope you're listening, YouTube.
We could tell stories about the heart attack they gave us yesterday.
Okay, so Lord Morbius is going with Invisible Servant against Nexica. We've got Love for Initiative, who's out of breath. Robin, who's coming into the fray as well, with David Purse. There's not that many of you left in the arena at this point, and there's still 2 Cyberpunk Red boxes to give away.
Yeah. So Michael B joining this fight. Chav Hunter getting back in on the action.
And Mark W as well. Oh, it is a Hydra who is...
I suspect it's me. Yeah, absolutely. That Mesmerize spell going off all over the place.
Oh, yes.
So what the Mesmerize spell does is it makes you forget about the person who cast it at you.
That was a big blood splatter right there. There was a magic missile going into somewhere. Has anyone killed a Hydra / dragon? Well, they've certainly not killed the dragon yet. I think, has the Hydra been killed yet?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I don't think so.
The public domain eyeball monster has definitely been killed a couple of times.
Yes.
I don't think the Hydra's gone down yet.
Maybe just the once.
No, I don't think we've seen it die yet. I mean, it can die. It's not, like massively more powerful than the public domain eyeball monster. I mean, maybe, but it's in the same kind of league, So it definitely can be killed. I mean, looking here, its health is getting quite low. Or is that the mana bar? Oh, that's the mana bar. Can't see the health bar.
It's still quite...
Oh, there's the lightning. It's taken Hannah down. And there's a victory for the Hydra. So they're going to get a copy of Cyberpunk. I think they got one last year as well, actually. They're going to get another one. Oh, Hannah was disappointed in that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You may get the next one.
You never know. Although, I don't know if there's much left of your Gladiator after that lightning bolt. The wounds carry on between fights. So, new Gladiators come in, old Gladiators leave. And yeah, we'll see who's still in it for the last round.
The last Cyberpunk Red Jumpstart kit.
Absolutely. Your last chance to win this amazing new RPG system. Well, it's not that new anymore. It was new at Complus 2. That was only like 6 months ago or so. So, 7 months, something like that. Hydra takes up its spot on the podium. We wait for the battle to start. And here it is, AJ Pickett and Chav Hunter cross paths. AJ jeers at Chav Hunter as he disappears into the distance, hunting for someone else. Nexica and Michael B going head on, and David Purse is in there as well. Hannah, Einherjar, and Roll for Initiative on the other side. It's a load of 3-way fights. No, it's down 2. Hannah and Roll for Initiative. Mark W and Master the Game in the middle of the arena. Nice sensible place to stand where you're unlikely to get picked up in anybody else's fight. AJ Pickett has Aura of Magnificence going, so he's running the Melee Mage strategy. So that's where you don't worry about mana items so much and sort of give yourself a bit of armor and swords and stuff. And seems to be working for him at the moment. There's the Shockwave, who hit 3 people at once for that. As Mark W says, oh, that's enough of that. I'm gonna see if I can stick this pokey thing in you.
I'm liking that hair from David Purse's Gladiator.
Is it a
very
classic
80s
lockdown haircut?
Well, 80s if it was cyberpunk.
Yeah, it is a bit. It's another one of those meshes that isn't quite worked. We'll I'm definitely putting the hair down to the 6-week issue.
Yes.
Right?
Oh,
I
and
did
then
wanna
goes the
fix it.
lightning chain.
Oh, it's proper chain. Oh, so many people are dying.
Is that a KO? Yes, it is a KO.
And then he
from
gets hit,
David
although
Purse.
presumably his own invisible servant goes and whacks him in the back a couple of times.
Oh, no.
And then somebody else gets up, Roll for Initiative gets up to deal with him while he's getting hit by his own invisible servant.
Ooh. Oof. So it is the invisible
So it's David Purse versus
servant,
David
yes.
Purse.
On behalf of David Purse.
David Purse gives up because David Purse has beaten him into submission. Oh, I love the invisible servants. They just mess the
trolls.
logic up so much. So basically, the AI in this has a team system. So what I do is when you cast invisible servant, it's on your team. But what happens in this, when it's only your team left in the arena, your team splits. So you'll become individuals again. But then somebody else stands up.
Okay, so...
Right, what we got next? It's
next up.
Dungeons on a Dime.
Indeed. So basically, it is a very rules light role-playing game, mostly fantasy, but there's a little bit... It kind of reminds me a little bit in places of J-Punk, which was a setting for Fate. So it's got a little bit of kind of Far Eastern vibe sometimes. So quite interesting. Recently there was a Kickstarter for a branch of Dungeons on the Dime called In the Red. So we've got 3 of these in PDF form to give away. If I can go back and find it. I had it somewhere, but now I've lost it. Here we go.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 very rare In the Red PDF packs, which contain the very rare, the In the Red RPG PDF with some nice maps, and you also get some little kind of paper minis that you can cut out. And then Legendary, which also contains a few more nice bits of artwork in there as well, which these are all kind of reflective of the stretch goals that happened in the Kickstarter. So you kind of get some more stretch goals on top of that.
Yeah, the Legendary is like the super duper one. And that's the one we'll be giving away first. So that's the big prize first. And then there'll be 2 runner-up prizes of the very rare. So we're opening with the star prize again.
Okay.
So let's bring the pain.
Let's bring the pain. So the first Legendary is the only Legendary in the red PDF pack. One Pix asks, is a tie possible?
No.
No.
It used to be, and then basically you'd sit there with everyone dead in the arena waiting for somebody to get back up, hoping somebody would. But then I realised that could be a problem if nobody was going to get back up, so I changed the code to detect the last person to be standing. And then they will just get up as if they were about to.
Welcome back, Fenland Ghost. You're really up early.
Welcome back. You just missed winning another copy of Cyberpunk Red. But instead, you can win Dungeons on a Dime instead.
Yes, and Hannah really wants a red dragon again. You basically want the 2 strongest, most violent things in the arena.
I have to say, you need, I think, at least 30, ideally 35 people in the arena for that to happen, which we can support. Like, we've set an artificial limit at the moment of 25, kind of a soft cap, and that's fine because that still supports like basically 50 odd people between all the 3 fights.
Yeah, and we've got the view count up all the time, so we would never get exceeded at any point.
If it got a bit busier, we'll knock the graphics back. We can actually raise it to a theoretical limit of 200, although I don't think this computer will quite cope with it. With the live streaming at the same time, but we can cut graphics back and add more gladiators. So we've already cut the graphics back a little bit, just because the computer's also handling all of the encoding for the live video and various other things at the same time, so it can't quite run everything. But without all that stuff going on, like if you just run this locally on the computer, it will run full graphics with about 25 gladiators with camera.
Yes, indeed. So we have Rhino, so you sort of got what you want, people in the chat. Whether it's rhinos or red dragons, seriously. But they've both been taken down, I think. Or have they? No, the Rhino is still there. Okay. It had a rest for a minute and then got back up and went into a massive frenzy there. So Desire versus Roll for Initiative and Chav Hunter.
So Desire has actually changed their avatar in order to avoid confusion with Chav Hunter. But I cached them, so I'm not getting an update. So basically I only read it once. So let me see if I can figure out how to do that whilst you commentate.
Okay, cool. So, Robin's got her mage out. I have seen that a couple of times. Chav Hunter now versus Robin Devils. So we've got a mage with magic missile versus a big heavy armoured person. Oh, and the Master Game's got back up as well with his trusty Sun Rod. But no, it is Chav Hunter who takes the legendary in the red video pack and traces to you. So next up we have 2 copies of the very rare edition of In the Red. So this is everything that the legendary one had, except you don't get the extra artwork, but you do get everything else. So you get the game and the setting, and you get some nice maps that were a stretch goal for part of Kickstarter, and also you get some little cutout minis. So all very nice. Everyone's getting ready. They're just kind of having a little moment of respite.
Can I just ask, has Desire 007 presumably gotten an account? I don't know what the account is. I can't find it on the thing at the moment. Can you just give me the first 3 letters or something of your email address? Don't give me the whole thing, just first 3 letters, and I'll find your account hopefully from that.
Oh, that was a fist shake from the champion. So whilst people fight, what is going on with the animals? There's 2 butterfly icons that appear, which means there's going to be more rhinos again. Maybe. But for the meantime, it is a few of you still running around.
I found it.
I can't see. What was the version? Mark W. Oh, it's a Hydra. Aha. Okay, makes sense. So meanwhile, Shook is running around still with his trusty massive shield. Desire is going to take on the Hydra themselves. I don't know if that's the best way of dealing with it, because it can have a pretty powerful mesmerize spell. Fenman Ghost has been in for this round, has got back up. But that Hydra... Oh, there goes a fireball from the Hydra too, as it slowly advances and starts cooking everybody who is left in the arena. Poor David Pearce is struggling there. Who else is left? Just Fuke. Okay, so it's Fuke versus the Hydra. I'm looking at the health bar. I think Fuke has got this.
Oh, you think he's going to take a Hydra?
Quite possibly, if he plays his cards right, but at the minute he's running away from it.
Need to get this camera in place. It looks like he's on fire to me.
Yes, well now he's on fire, and Fenman Ghost is back in. Well, he wasn't on fire before, so there you go.
He's got no stamina bar left.
Live commentary.
In fact, neither of them have got much in the way of stamina. I think this is going to the Hydra.
Maybe, yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, I think I just sorted out your icon there, Desire 007, so hopefully you will have a your new icon up on screen. That will confuse me and Jason substantially. We'll have a new icon to learn. I didn't expect the Hydra to go quite so undefeated, but I think as it gets busier again, I think that'll change.
Yes,
definitely. We've got a long way to go in this. I hate to break it, we still have over 1 working day left to go.
It is 2:45 UTC and 3:45 UK time. So we're nearly at the stage where it's going to start getting minutes. Thank God, because I am starting to struggle a bit now.
We are in the middle of the hard part.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the bit we really struggle with, that sort of 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. block for us. If we get past that, then I find it actually starts to get a lot easier, and then by 9 a.m. you're absolutely fine.
Good. Okay, so this is the second very rare in the red PDF pack that we're giving away, the last prize of Dungeons on a Dime. So now that the Butterfly Project have won, this can be anyone's.
Yeah, so we've got Lord Morbius and Roll for Initiative going at each other, Fuke and Michael B going at each other. Roll for Initiative turns around and starts hitting Fuke. AJ is having a battle with Hannah, and along comes Michael B just strolling through, having a look around.
Taking the sights in.
Master of the game taking on David Pearce, and in comes Robin. Robin with a tier 0 gladiator there. You need to sort your gladiator out there, Robin. I think you've got a you need to upgrade. Simple as that.
She does have a few gladiators, but I think one of them. No, it didn't win, but it very nearly did. So, sort out your Ludus and just double check who was actually in the Colosseum, maybe.
Yeah. Right. So Hannah Walker and Einhayar look like they're the last two to me.
Yes, they are the last two.
Yeah.
And I think Hannah's going to take this one.
I think so, with that level of gear.
Oh yes. So
congratulations
to you.
That's with the Assassin's Dagger as well.
Yes.
A very fast weapon.
Mega curly. Because it's a full curly blade. Okay, wonderful stuff. So next up, we have got a few more giveaways and interviews before our next changeover, which is happening in just over an hour's time, around about that.
We also have a lot of prizes to give away in that time.
Yes. But then
we can do it.
We have that, so we've got a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
I think we're only like last year we were over an hour and a half behind at one point. So no, it's fine. We got this. We're under control.
Fine, and we are slowly.
We always overpack this. It's like, how are we going to fill 24 hours? And then we always struggle to keep up with what we've planned.
Yes. But anyway, up next we have Gallant Knight Games.
Mm-hmm.
So Gallant Knight Games, Alan, he has done a few different systems. One of which is his Tiny D6 system. So we're giving away two books from that. One is Tiny Dungeon, one is Tiny Frontiers. So you've got kind of a fantasy and a sci-fi one. It's a nice little system. It's got some really great reviews on drive-thru. So if you like sort of more streamlined fantasy or sci-fi systems, that is for you. And there is also Cold Frontiers, which is a kind of espionage system, which you can play in different settings. But for example, you could do it in World War or Cold War, maybe even a bit in the future. So there's a lot to go for there. I just need to quickly queue up. Oh, actually, have I done it? I've already done it.
Woohoo! Go
Thank
you.
Me in the
just
past.
say, Fuke is saying he's fading on both the chat channels. So he might not be keeping his Constitution title.
No.
Oh,
We
can we make it? Can we make it?
We believe in you.
If you need to rest, rest.
Yes, that too. That too.
Yeah. It's not the end of the world, but you will lose your title.
Okay,
Right.
So here is an interview that I had with Alan from Gallant Knight Games, and then we're going to give some lovely Tiny D6 stuff away.
Awesome.
Hi everybody, this is Jason from Compass 3 and I'm here today with Alan from Gallant Knight Games, one of our new sponsors. Thanks very much for coming on board this year, Alan.
More than happy to be here.
Brilliant. So we're going to focus on basically on the prize that you're giving away as a new sponsor.
Sure.
So a couple of them, Tiny Dungeons and Tiny Frontiers, use your Tiny D6 engine, which you call a minimalist system.
Yes.
So tell us a bit about how the Tiny D6 system works.
Yeah, so it's a really straightforward, easy to teach and easy to understand system. The base mechanic is you roll 2 6-sided dice. If either dice shows a 5 or a 6, you've done the thing. That's it. It's that easy. If you have advantage, which you get from traits, abilities, magic, or magic items, or really good gear, you get 3 dice. If you have disadvantage, which is some sort of hindrance, bad weather, whatever would be slowing you down. You have disadvantage, you roll 1 dice. That's it. As long as any of those dice, when you roll, show a 5 or 6, you did the thing. That's it. You just need 1 dice. So, that easy.
Brilliant. So, nothing to do with advantage and disadvantage from that other system that I won't mention.
No, I mean, that mechanic's been in a lot of other games under other names anyway, so.
Sure.
No.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I was having a quick look at the character sheet as well for Tiny Dungeon, because one thing that with sort of spell casting in fantasy systems, it can get quite sort of crunchy sometimes, and it's not always my personal cup of tea, but I noticed that yours is nice and streamlined to kind of go with Tiny D6, but also you distinctively lay out several different types of sort of stereotypical casters. So you've got your wizard, you've got your druid, but they've got their own sort of little house of rules. They're in that little pocket of what they need to do.
The character sheet, yes, it's really straightforward. There's not a lot going into it. Every character has 3 traits. They pick either based on the Tiny D6 game, like an archetype or a heritage or something. And that gives them a bonus trait that gives them some kind of hit points or stress or something. Mm-hmm. And then, that's it. Your character sheet can fit on a little 3x5 card. You have 4 traits. You have some weapons you're good with. That's it. Some hit points. And those things all tell you what you get advantage on, what you don't get advantage on, stuff like that.
Yeah. So was it your idea to just kind of have a full minimalist type game, sort of quick and easy, or was it more you wanted a minimalist system to leave room for other things like sort of stories or campaigns?
I mean, I just wanted something that was really about how it's good for conventions and demos and teaching people who haven't role played. It's a very easy way to teach somebody how to play the game.
Sure. Yeah, and it seems like it's working. Like a lot of people I've noticed are really, really into your systems, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it seems to have caught on, so that's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the other system that you're giving away for us is Cold Shadows, which is quite different.
Yes.
So espionage, and it also uses a system that it kind of derives a bit from Fate, but we'll go into that in a bit more detail in a minute. With regards to, because there's quite a lot of sort of espionage and spy RPGs that have been out recently, and you've got your old sort of James Bond RPG as well. What made you come up with Cold Shadow, and how did you get it to stand out from the rest of the crowd of espionage RPGs?
I didn't want action spies jumping out of planes or doing things like that. I wanted meetings in dark alleys and yelling at each other from behind desks and things like that. And then what makes it stand out is the mechanic isn't about if you do the thing or you don't do the thing. It's about who gets to control the narrative and the story. So when you're rolling, if you win the roll, you get to determine the outcome of the action. So if we were rolling in something and I won, I could say, hey, you shoot me. Because, let's say we're throwing down with guns and we're trying to see who draws first. And we could go, you shoot me. Or if I win, I can go, I shoot you. And then what you do is you have a wager mechanic that lets you add additional details to the scene. So when you're rolling your dice, you decide how much you want to roll, how many you want to save to wager, and you go back and forth with that.
Okay. And with things like the aspects and stuff, which is quite a larger than life thing you get a lot in kind of these sort of big, powerful hero type characters you get with Fate and House of the Blooded. Why did you choose House of the Blooded as the system to marry with Cold Shadows?
A lot of the storytelling beats are similar. They're both games about kind of tragedy and the price of failure and duty. They're in a lot of ways they're about cost, right? And the John le Carré bent of Cold Shadows is about cost. It's about the price of doing your duty, and that dovetails nicely with those mechanics, which Houses of the Blooded support sort of a larger-than-life kind of romantic tragedy style story. And in Blood and Honor, which is what we actually used as the baseline, they support kind of a samurai tragedy story, which, again, samurai stories are very much about duty and honor and, following through and the cost of that.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was a natural genre parallel in a lot of ways.
Okay, fine. And You also, I know there's a couple of little bits and bobs in there that may have been tweaked from history to kind of give a bit more drama or make the story better. But again, why have you gone for a more historically authentic setting as opposed to, say, I don't know, an alternative reality?
Because real history is interesting enough. I don't need to make stuff up to, tell good stories. And I think as a, those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it. And role-playing games are a great way to get people to look at history and understand it. And I don't want to say live it per se, but pseudo experience it in a new way, right?
Yeah,
so, and we're always learning more especially about the last 100 years of espionage history. So an article came out a month, maybe 2 months ago, about how the CIA and the German intelligence division, the BND, they actually owned and were the financial controllers, owners, and product designers of the world's largest producer of code-making information.
Okay.
The CIA was selling code machines that were already broken to countries they wanted to spy on through this private company for like 40 years. Nobody knew.
Wow.
And this is real history, right? This just came out. So, we're still finding out stuff like from the 60s on, countries like Iran were using code machines that we sold them. They didn't know we had already broken because we designed them, alongside the Germans. And we were making money selling them. And the CIA was funding itself, selling them and running this multi-million-dollar company.
Yeah. And am I right that in Cold Shadows you can kind of tweak to, whatever kind of, not time period, that's the wrong word, but any kind of sort of setting that you want, so it doesn't have to be bang on in present day or World War II, for example?
Yeah, so it's the dice, the equipment and stuff is measured in how many dice it gives you. Okay. So if I'm setting the game in the 60s, a good phone gives me no dice. A really great piece of technology gives me 2 dice. Then if I play it in the modern day phone, no extra dice. Really great piece of technology, 2 extra dice. Like, that doesn't have to change. So you can really scale the game wherever you want. You could totally do it in alternate reality or the future, or you could easily make it like a Roman spies and the Caesarian Rome kind of time frame or anything like that.
Yeah. Have you ever had anyone kind of maybe exploit the technology factor a bit and go, oh, well, can I get some more dice to have some nukes or something?
No, the game's got a lot of guide rails around how you can tell the story.
Okay.
So that's not really a problem.
Fine.
And it's a high-trust game. It assumes that if you sit down with the players, they are going to... You're all on the same page that, our goal is to tell this kind of story, and derailing that is a bad move and it makes you a jerk. So don't do that thing.
Sure.
So the game sort of says, if you're going to play this, you got to play it with the people who are going to play the right way.
Now, as you obviously know, a lot of us are stuck at home. A lot of people in the industry are working from home as well and having to adjust accordingly, and it's affecting some people more so than others in terms of how they work. But I noticed on your blog that you came up with a nice little innovative way for creative people to not get into a bit of a lilt and do something worthwhile. With your Tiny Trove community contest that I believe the deadline has just passed. So, what is that something? Obviously, that's coming to an end. But are you looking to do sort of more recurring things like that to kind of keep people's spirits up? Because that's a really good idea.
Yeah, that's definitely a potential option. It just kind of depends. Everything is different. So where I am, they got ahead of it early and they've been pretty good. So things are slowly, like really slowly reopening right now where I am.
Okay.
So, which means I'm at work, I'm at the day job, I'm doing those things that have to be done. So, yeah, we'll probably do more. I don't know if we'll do another contest. They're a lot of work for me because I have to review each submission, and read it and decide and make a decision. So, but the Tiny Trove is always open. Folks can always contribute to that.
Yeah.
So even if there's not a contest, people can create and sell their own Tiny D6 stuff in the Tiny Trove as long as they follow the rules. So
cool. And presumably people can just come onto the site or access the library and give stuff a read.
Yeah, you'd have to have the Tiny book those up if you don't have them, or get them from this giveaway. But yeah, once you have them and you've read them, you can just go make your own tiny product. We have templates, art, all kinds of things folks can use up there. So
brilliant, awesome. And one last question, just to round down, Alan, for the interview. Since you've coined the term Gallant Knight games, what is your favourite suit of armour, or what would your suit of armour look like if you were wearing one?
Ooh, that's a question. Nobody's ever asked me that ever. I don't know if I know how to respond to that. So I'm a big fan of late Viking Age history, that time period around 1200s. You wouldn't catch me wearing it, but I really love cataphract armor from the Byzantine Empire. I think it looks so cool. The kind of the overlapping scale mail cataphract stuff. But I mean, Gallant Knight, I'd probably have to wear some sort of kind of Gothic style full plate. Overly ornate, can't really move in it, not super useful, but it looks great.
Well, exactly. It's about looking good.
That's the best 90% of the battle.
Yeah, exactly. Brilliant. Well, thanks so much for joining me today, Alan. It's been great. And thanks for joining us for Con+3. And thank you for your generous giveaways.
Of course. More than happy to participate and keep doing the good work.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Alan Barr from Gallant Knight Games, producer of games such as the Tiny D6 line, the Zorro role-playing game, Cold Shadows, and other games. I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project. It's important that we remember as a community that even in the hard times, there are still those who need our help. And it'd be wonderful if you could just spare whatever you can to help donate and make somebody's life a little better today. Thanks.
Hello, we're still here.
Woo, still going.
Kind
Still
of.
going. Can I just, I just kind of want to slap Fuke a bit for a minute. Because I just freshened up, new t-shirt, came in feeling all good. Read the backstage chat.
Yeah.
He used the Y word in capitals,
yes.
and it set me off.
Yep. Dearie me. Right, so we have now the Gallant Knight Games giveaway.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, let's go win this thing you've just been talking about. The Tiny Dungeons PDF is the first thing up.
Yes.
Alright. Let's do it. Let's get this ready.
I can't find the window for this. Oh, it's there. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. So
Yep.
we're giving away 3... No, it's different things, isn't it?
No, it's just there. So it's the Tiny Dungeons PDF first, then Tiny Frontiers, and then Cold Shadows.
Ah, right, okay. Let's get our fight on.
Bam, 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 bam.
Okay, so Gallant Knight Games giveaway. Here we go.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. So, we've still got a few people left, but we've got people left. Hopefully they'll be back soon though. AJ, yes you are in this time with a very odd shaped sword there. It's kind of square shaped. Who else? Robin...
Sword of the Aggressor.
No, they do. Robin Devils has got a mage out now with a cool one thing.
Yeah, I don't think they're the only mage in the arena though. Hannah has gone for the Pilum.
The what?
Pilum. It's a Roman spear. Designed to break off, so it's really hard to tend to the wound. Doesn't break off in this. It's also not thrown in this. But anyhow, so Mexico goes straight for Mark W, who gets out of the back by somebody else. Chav Hunter getting his shockwave. That is a gladiator that hasn't been given any extra equipment there, Chav Hunter. Disappointed in you. AJ Pickett has got a mage, so has Marcia. Lots of aura of magnificence in this battle. I see 3 gladiators with aura of magnificence. I have no idea what that's doing to a sound like that. It always sounds like chirping birds. So, I don't know what that's doing. We have a kitty cat in the arena. So the arena floor, which was once clean and pristine sand, is now blood and kitty litter.
Lovely.
Benland Ghost taking on the tiger all by himself. That is a dangerous strategy. They do a lot of damage when they attack. Duke running around, AJ there, and still got that big Celtic shield on the go, I see. And is hammering somebody from behind. Puke and Desire 007, yeah, you have it updated. Fenland Ghost is, I'm not sure if they're getting hit or doing the hitting. I don't know, it's one of the two. Wild picks against Fenland Ghost now, and AJ Pickett. Those are the last two to survive. AJ gets off a shockwave. Michael B starts hitting Fenland Ghost from behind as well. That turns Fenland Ghost around. AJ Pickett now distracted by someone else as well. Robin Davis firing magic missiles into the mix. Michael B goes to deal with him to sort that mess out. Meanwhile, David is going to turn around and start hammering on Michael B. AJ gets back up. He's going to start... Oh no, he's just going to stare in the distance and look at the horizon because it's quite pretty in the morning.
Yeah.
So, Fuke also gets back up and just hits AJ in the back. No, not AJ. Not AJ. David, I think, has just gone down. So it's Fuke versus Michael, and Michael versus AJ now. As master of the game now has a little look at the horizon as well. This one goes to Michael B.
Woo! Congratulations!
You have won the Tiny Frontiers PDF.
No, Tiny Dungeon. That's the next one.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Tiny Frontiers is up next.
Yes.
You are quite correct.
I am, yes.
So here we go. Tiny Frontiers PDF from Gallant Knight Games is next. Alright, I think it's light enough now to turn the fires down to half.
Yeah.
Let's do that. And actually, there's few enough people now. I think we can turn shadows back on and dropped items back on. I've kind of got shadows on extreme. Hopefully it'll be okay. So yeah, we're kind of just gonna max the graphics out for a bit and see if it works okay with this kind of player count. If it doesn't, we'll have to knock it back down a bit.
Who was that with an Earth Shatter spell?
That was AJ.
Of course it was.
So the shadows won't properly come back on until our next refresh.
Yeah.
And then we'll get them out. So, because they're partially on.
Yeah.
And I think actually that is going to be too slow.
Yeah, it is really slow.
It is. So let's just turn them off for now, and we'll experiment next time round. So there we go. That's what it's out. We've got a Rhino in the arena. Desire.
Oh no.
Desire. Taking on Fenland Ghost, both heavily tweaked gladiators here, but these ones are a lot of armor on the torso, so this could go either way. It went to Desire. I couldn't see Fenland Ghost's health bar. It was inside the dead corpse of a tiger that Fenland Ghost killed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So the Rhino storming around the arena, still in a bit of a panic at the moment, hasn't calmed down yet. Duke Enterprises getting stabbed by Desire as well. Desire's on a roll. Desire's just working their way through everyone one by one, having a go at David at the moment with the eye patch there. Cool looking gladiator.
Yeah, I like that sword.
Yeah, there's kind of like a sort of Final Fantasy style thing, isn't
double
it?
pronged blade thing.
Completely ridiculous and unhistoric. But it's Desire 007 that wins this battle.
So now it is the Cold Shadows PDF from Gallant Knight Games.
Yep, so this will be our last Gallant Knight Games giveaway, and then we'll be moving on to Free Link Publishing.
Oh yes.
The makers of the Simbaram system.
Plus others.
And others, yes. Simbaram's the one they're, I think, best known for, isn't it?
Yes.
So yes, the Cold Shadows PDF from Gallant Knight Gaming. Sorry, Gallant Knight Games.
It's cute.
Right, who do we still have alive in the arena?
Good question.
In.
Not that
There's
many.
a number of people that still managed to get back up. They're too heavily winded to get back up still. Desire 007 going to take their salute podium. And those basically, they kind of did a reset there because they weren't getting back up. They're too exhausted to continue those gladiators. And you can't send another arena into the gladiators. Sorry, into the... Oh my god.
Another gladiator into the arena.
Until your last one is left. Although I think you might be able to when they're flagged as leaving. But then occasionally you can end up with two, can't you? I think AJ managed it earlier when his gladiator that was leaving got to, oh, it's a dragon.
Oh,
there's
God.
two gladiators against a dragon. Well, this will be brief at least. Congratulations.
This is Butterfly Project.
Yeah. There's no hope. There's no hope. This is the only this is truly random. So Fenland Ghost gets picked up and dropped at low altitude. He'll get back up from that, I'm sure. AJ Pickett is kind of just, he's got no stamina left already, so he's kind of walking around. Oh, he's got stamina.
A little bit.
Yeah, so Fenland Ghost gets the knife in on the dragon once. But as soon as that dragon starts to play, I think you're going to see the end. Oh, the shockwave might have just saved AJ Pickett there. David is going to try and rejoin this fight perhaps. Oh, there's the breath weapon. That just hit Fenland Ghost dead on. AJ goes down to the dragon, and there's the win.
Yep.
So that just proves two people cannot kill a dragon.
Correct.
Just in case you weren't sure. Yeah.
Okay, so that was the Cold Shadows PDF from Gallant No Games.
I like the bit of it.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's cool.
I like the tail swish as it walks. It's very sassy.
Alright, so that was Gallant Night Games. We are going to move on to Free League Publishing.
Yes.
What are we giving away for Free League Publishing?
We're giving away a few things. So we are giving away a Simbarown bundle of PDFs. So we're giving away the core book, the Advanced Player's Guide, the Monster Codex, and map set. We're also giving away a copy of the Forbidden Lands core rulebook and the core book of Coriolis, the Third Horizon.
Okay. And can I just say, we are now only 11 minutes behind because we've been rushing through these.
Yes.
So let's see if we can actually make it on time.
Sure.
Yeah, and then we'll get late. All right, let's go into the arena then. So the Forbidden Lands core rulebook from Free League Publishing is up first. Let's get in the chat. Don't forget, you've got to stay active in the chat to get in the arena. So let's see who is joining us. No one has joined us yet. What's going on?
Wait for it.
It's taking its time. The doors haven't even started opening.
No.
I think I might need to give this a refresh.
Okay.
Alright, let's do it. Give it a refresh. I might also need to give it a debug.
Oh dear.
Right, let's have a look, see what's going on. I think we've got a bad response from the server. Let me just have a little look at this.
Well, while you're going through that, after the Free League Publishing giveaway, we have got a bit more footage for you of the Butterfly Project interview. Ben and Becky talk about sort of former butterflies and what they went on to do after being at the Butterfly Project. Then after that, we have two more giveaways. One from Miniature You, which is where you take a selfie on an iPhone.
God.
What?
YouTube switched off the API because we've exceeded a quota.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's a problem.
That's a big problem.
Okay, let me just go have a look on this machine because I've got some dev stuff on here. I can go have a look.
This is bad, this is bad. Yes, indeed, there goes your attempt to be on time. Thank you, Nick. We didn't exceed any quota last year.
No.
Okay, so basically what the problem is in order for our website to read your YouTube IDs, we have to tell Google what this software is and what we're using it for. I'm not sure what API stands for, but the API is what kind of links everything together. So we have had to jump through a lot of hoops each year to actually get this all to link. Yes, Fenland Ghost, it is YouTube, yes. So yeah, we've had a lot of problems. We've had to show them, like demonstrate a lot of this software to them and show what we're using the IDs for. And now they're saying that there's some kind of quota that we've reached. So without the API, we can't run your IDs in the Gladiator Arena.
It's the chat monitoring.
But yes, anyway, what I was saying was you get a selfie from you and you can 3D print it onto a miniature. So you get your face and your upper body on a miniature. Then we have Pelgrane Press, who have got a few nice PDFs, their core books to give away before we change over onto the next stream. But until we get this fixed, we can't really do any more Prize Fighter. So maybe now is a good time to run the footage instead. What do you think, babe?
Sorry. Yeah, run the interview. That'll give us like 10 minutes breathing time or something.
Yes. So enjoy.
I'm here with Ben Parkinson, who founded the Butterfly Project, and I've got a question, because like for the last 2 years I've been going around telling everyone in the RPG industry how great your project is, but I want to put it to the ultimate test. How great is it really? And the question I've got then is, have you had members who've gone through your educational system and have left and gone on to do great things?
Well, I believe so. Our project is 10 years old now, and we are only just getting our members through university.
Okay.
So, but what I would say is that they have all done remarkably well. As far as this year, we've had 2 or 3 of our members have been representing youth at World Youth events and have been travelling abroad to kind of represent Uganda. We currently have 2 at overseas universities, one in India, one in South Korea. We have a young man who is a professional actor.
Yeah.
Who is obviously doing really well. He also has a catering business that he runs as well. We have a young woman who has become a property agent, and she is actually owns her own properties now. This is a girl that grew up in a slum area.
Wow.
So I'm thinking if there are others. I think most of them are coming towards the end of their university. We have one who's training to be a doctor who has a few more years to go. One of our economists, by the time this goes live, he will have finished he will have graduated from university. But yeah, I think almost all have gone into university, which I suppose is unusual. And certainly our economist, he used to say to us, he was the first person who had ever graduated or ever even entered university from his village area. So that's something I guess we can be proud of. And you know, I suppose the thing that I like is that these people trust each other. And we have discovered recently that our South Korean university person, he's still there in Seoul, has come up with an idea for university students in Uganda, which is requiring writing of code. and he's commissioned some of our younger members to do that, writing that code for him. So they are all part of his social business that he is setting up. So that's something that's happened this year, which I've been quite excited about. Yeah. And you know, one of the things with our project is, you know, we have our ups and downs, and some days I think, gosh, things have not gone very well today. But then the very next day, you'll find that the young members have come up with something completely unique that I would never have imagined that they would have come up with. And they surprise you almost daily with the different things that they've done or that they want to do, and the enthusiasm that they show for the different area. It is part of what we ask them to do, of course. We want them to be proactive people who show imagination and initiative and these kinds of things, and identify problems and look for solutions. But it's very nice when they do that, and you can see that the training that we've done is starting to pay dividends. Yeah. So yes, I would imagine if you ask me the question in 3 to 5 years' time, that we would see even more things happening. They really have understood the whole concept of social enterprise, the idea that a business needs to be something that considers the environment. A business requires them to think about the people that work for it, as well as just profiting from that particular business. They really understand that, and that's what they want to be. They want to be social entrepreneurs. And they can even run a profitable business on one side where they have a mind, or they have a desire to work to create a better Uganda. That's all I could possibly ask for.
Thank you. Now, I do just have one more question. I've been saving the biggest and most important question until the end, okay? And I know this is a complete surprise to you, but have you mastered the rules of Fundraiser yet?
Ooh. I'm rather better than I was. But yeah, it's one of those games you need to be rather fast at moving stuff around, and I'm not very good at those kind of games, but yeah, I do know roughly how to play. Yeah. Mastered, no, not quite yet. I'll have to be talking to some of our members to get that mastery. Maybe this year, who knows, yeah.
Hello there, Nostromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names, but one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project.
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to view the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different, but we gather together and make an adventure.
Give as much as you can. I am. I hope you will do as well.
We're supporting Com+3 and the Butterfly Project,
which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins.
I like goblin because it is nice looking, it is green in its skin and has red eyes, and it shines like something made of gold.
I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project.
Yeah, everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause and well worth your support.
Every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps.
So please dig deep, be generous.
So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can.
It's a really important and fantastic cause.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spell. Let's wish. I can wish the reality to change. Like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
And I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project,
which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play.
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project.
It's a great cause.
And I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it.
And if you are able to contribute something,
please donate now.
These kids deserve as much help as we can get.
Get out there and support the Butterfly Project.
Thank you so much if you've donated already. And if you haven't, there's still time.
So in that character, I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant, and I was a hero there.
It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
Okay, so this is what's happened. YouTube has switched us off.
Thanks, YouTube.
We can't talk to their systems anymore, and we'll next be allowed to do it in 7 days' time. So, what that essentially means is we have a choice about how we do this. We can't use Prize Fighter for the rest of the stream. Sorry, YouTube have just switched us off. What we do know for certain is we will now absolutely definitely be doing the convention on Twitch. Next year.
Yeah. This is the last straw.
Yeah, I'm done with, because what we haven't said, you might have heard it on the backstage stream if you're on that one, but we were just talking about one of the issues we had with YouTube in the build up to this. The other one is we couldn't do the multi-camera stream. They deprecated it within the last week without telling us, even though we had an event set up with multi-camera.
Yeah.
Ready to go. So we don't have, because we're a small event and stuff, we don't have anyone at YouTube we can contact to do an emergency resolution on this. So I don't know if anybody in our audience happens to spend money with Google. Maybe you have some level of access there that I don't, but I have no way of resolving that quota issue within the time frame of a live show. We just need to increase our quota, is what it comes down to, and I can't do it. So we have a choice. We can carry on, but without Prize Fighter. We can do some dice rolling to determine the winners, like we did at Con+1. We can come back in 2 weeks' time when this quota has reset and do the second half of the convention then. We'll all be under quota. So that's option 2. What I can't do is what we plan to do. I don't know why the quota was so low. I swear on the other account it was higher, last year's account. But that account, of course, gets switched off every 6 months because YouTube, we're at the yearly event. So, yeah.
Tell us what you want.
So what do you want? Do you want to carry on with a dice roller, but you won't have prize fighter? But what we'll do is we'll set up a camera over a dice tower. Do as if those of you who remember Com+1, what we do is we've got you to put a number in the chat, and then we'll roll a dice through the dice tower, and the last person to type that number wins the prize. So we can do that, and we can just carry on, or we can come back in 2 weeks and finish with prize fighter. So 2 weeks is the first vote from Chav Hunter. I mean, I'd like to carry on because we haven't.
Yeah, me too.
My personal preference is get it done. Let's do because it's like we'd come back and we'd do a 12-hour stream, and that just doesn't feel
right.
Right.
And
But we've had a
also,
vote for Dice Roller.
now you can see, babe, it is starting to get light outside.
It's starting to get light. We're most of the way through. We're halfway through the hard bit. We've done an hour and a half of the worst 3 hours. Lord Wobby says dice roll and finish it up. Then we go to YouTube, beat them up, and take the lunch money. Well, you're likely to get more donation if you delay 2 weeks, right? I don't know. I mean, the dice roller doesn't directly lead to donation. Prize Fighter is good in that it directly leads to donation and stuff. Can you run Prize Fighter without YouTube tie-in? The problem is, with no way of setting the entries, I would have to manually do it somehow with all the IDs. And then if somebody new comes on the stream, the OAuth should still work.
Yeah.
I would have to do some code, and it's 4:30 in the morning, and I've been broadcasting since 12.
But also Nick's got a very good point. Remember, this is about the kids. This is not about some fancy prize fighter, whilst it is amazing, babe. And they need our help now, as opposed to in 2 weeks.
They do, although we have raised enough to get them through the next few weeks. But yeah, you're right. What the charity's hoping to do is they were hoping, like, if we did really well in Com+, and we haven't been doing really well enough to do everything they wanted to do so far, although the end of the con is always the best part in terms of money raising, but what they're hoping to do is all of the kids that have friends in Akoli district and Kinawataka. No, that's Dame Kiri. Kinawataka. That's the New Zealand singer, opera singer. Oh my god. 4:30 in the morning. What was I saying? Yeah, the one of the other slum districts near the centre. The kids who are coming in, because they're feeding about 20 kids a day that come into the centre. They all know people. They all have friends who are starving. There's more families out there that are starving. Yeah, but prize fight is a big draw. You'll get more in 2 weeks. We have raised enough to tie them over, but at the same time, we came in with intention to do 24 hours, and I feel that if we only did 12, we'd kind of have failed at that.
Well, we haven't. We've done more than that.
Well, yes, we have, but we haven't done the 24 hours.
We've done nearly 16 hours.
And
in one way, to be fair, when we first decided to do this in 6 weeks, we were under the impression it would just be potentially 12.
This is true. We did when we initially because we only had 6 weeks to plan this, and we knew that so many companies were closed. We did originally think, this is going to be a 12-hour event, because we won't even be able to get hold of half of everyone. And then we managed to find new sponsors and people to back us.
Lord Mum is asking, does the old code for last year's Prize Fighter software still work, or is it unusable as well? It's the same problem.
Yeah, it also uses the YouTube API, and it's that was a really badly written prototype knocked up in a couple of weekends. It's tied to a YouTube account. I mean, I could probably sort it all, but again, I'm live and I'm exhausted. I can't do a lot of coding right now. Master of the Game says, don't do any more giveaways, just carry on. let people donate to beef up the prize fighters for 2 weeks from now.
Do the full 24 hours though.
We won't have more prizes.
No.
And I'm going to go back to work on Tuesday.
Although
so,
Chat Hunter also suggests that people will hear how YouTube has stopped this happening and will donate more if we do it in 2 weeks. And YouTube might help with the charity as it's their fault. I don't know if they're going to do that.
I don't know if they'd acknowledge it's their fault. There's a quota limit on the API. We've reached the quota limit. We didn't expect to ever get anywhere near it. I wasn't. The last thing I was looking at.
No.
Because we were well under it last year with the same tech. I'm using the same script to read the live chat.
So...
But you know why? You know what it is?
What?
I've just realised why we've hit the quota limit. We've got the backstage thing running. So it's doing twice as many calls.
So actually it is their fault, because if we had a second camera, then it wouldn't have been a problem.
It would have been on the same chat.
Wow. God damn.
Alright. I think we're going to carry on for 24 hours. We'll talk about whether we're going to give prizes away or not. But somehow we're going to carry on for 24 hours. Because I committed to doing this for 24 hours. And if it's just you're donating for our endurance, then so be it. But
there is the panel as well.
There's the panel? Yeah, we can do some panels.
To be honest, I am in a lot of pain at the moment as well.
You're in pain?
What's
up?
Got stomachache, I think.
Okay. Well, look, I can handle that. I can carry on.
I know, but I don't want it to be a third time either. I just don't know what to do.
Take some painkillers.
I've already done that. I'm waiting for them to kick in.
Okay, they will kick in. I'm going to need to take some for my tooth. I've had a tooth problem the whole of the time we've been in lockdown. I can't go to the dentist to sort it. So I'm going to take painkillers for my tooth in a bit. But I'm going to carry on. I think I'm going to try and do some panels and stuff. Maybe we'll do some chats, some talks. We will fill the time with entertainment. We still have some recorded films we can watch. We'll discuss about giving away more prizes with Dice Towers or something like that in a bit. So I'm not reading the chat at the moment. I think what I'd like to do, I'd like to put the long break video on.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a 10-minute break, just because I'm borderline emotional and I'm just going to go outside for a bit. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, and This is going to finish at midday tomorrow, this stream.
What,
Today, I don't know what day it is. It's going to finish at midday, and we'll figure out what we're going to do about prizes together when we get back from this little break.
Hello there, Yastromo here. Oh, I'm known by many other names. But one thing I must tell you today is to support the Butterfly Project.
Playing RPG has changed the way I feel the world.
Oh, absolutely. They're very lovely people.
Yeah, it makes me to feel the world as the world of heroes.
So you must donate as much as you can.
When you look at this game, at the beginning of the level 1, all of us were different. But we gathered together and make an adventure. So we started by working together, which has helped to create a very good relationship among us.
Give as much as you can. I hope you will do as well.
Hi, I'm Mike Mason from Cozy. I'm Call of Cthulhu Creative Director. And we're supporting Com+3 and the Butterfly Project. And we encourage you to donate and play some games, have fun, and help Com+3 raise some cash for the Butterfly Project.
And I just wanted to thank you for donating to the Butterfly Project and let you know that every little bit that you can give to help those kids in Uganda learn through role-playing games, every little bit helps. Thank you so much for all of your contributions.
So please dig deep, be generous, and just think about what they're going through and how much better they might feel if they get a chance to play a game or two.
It has enabled teamwork such that players come and discuss together to finish a mission, and also it has enabled people to think or thinking skills whereby players come together and think creatively.
I like playing this adventure because I kill a lot of monsters and I gain experience points.
Hi, this is Dan from Atlantis Miniatures. Just wanted to say everyone should get involved in the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause, it sounds fantastic. We'll be getting involved and I hope everyone else does too. Thank you.
My name's Andy and I'm from D&B Games. If you could donate whatever you can to the Butterfly Project, it's a great cause and well worth your support. So please donate what you can. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jay from Feral Gamers Inc. Just to say, if you can, please donate to the Butterfly Project. It's very good. We all learn through play, and it's important that everybody gets the opportunity to learn. And if people are learning from playing games and all that stuff, that's brilliant. I mean, that's great. That's what what it's all about. So if you can donate, please donate. If you can't donate, at least share it with people who can. A little thing, and if you're a publisher or anything, just do what you can. I mean, it doesn't take much; it takes no effort whatsoever, and it's a day in your life, and it can change the whole of a life of somebody else. And if it just takes a few hours of your time to change a whole lot of their time, then that's great. So please donate.
I want my character to become the greatest and the strongest in all of those characters, and I want it to go in the highest level, or to finish all the levels in RPG.
In the last adventure, I was playing Barbarian, human barbarian. So in that character I achieved a lot in the Golden Field when we were fighting the giant, and I was a hero there.
Thank you so much for donating to the Butterfly Project. We all really appreciate everything you do to help those kids. Thank you.
One that we are playing right now, and it has some aspects of Africa in it.
Hi everyone, my name is Elizabeth Terfadikun. I'm the owner of Angry Hamster Publishing, and I'm asking that you please donate to the Butterfly Project. It's a great cause, and the more games that we can get to these kids, the better. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Lynn Hardy. I'm the Associate Line Editor at Call of Cthulhu for Chaosium, and we're here to support Com+3 and the Butterfly Project, which is an awesome project helping support disadvantaged young people learn through play, which is incredibly important. So please be generous, donate, and enjoy your games. Thank you.
There are very many monsters in RPG, but the one I like most are the goblins. The thing that I want my character to achieve, I want it to reach up to level 12.
Hello, I'm Ralph Sherman of Pro Fantasy Software, and we are happy to support Com+3 and the Butterfly Project. And if you are able to contribute something and do a bit of charity for the event and the organizers, we'd be happy to see that. Otherwise, anyway, enjoy the convention and our software.
Hi, I'm Mark Whittinson, better known as Wit from DiceMachine.com. It's very, very important that you donate to this charity. Role-playing games as an educational tool is a thing that I believe in for many, many years, and I think these kids deserve as much help as we can get.
I like Goblin because it is nice looking, it is green in its skin and has red eyes, and it shines like something made of gold.
Hi, I'm Robert J. Schwab of Schwab Entertainment, creator of Shadow the Demon Lord, and I just wanted to say, get out there and support the Butterfly Project. It's important.
The evil it has is to be destroying the evil all over the world,
Hello, I'm Charlotte. I'm from Rattlecake Inc. and this is the lovely Callum.
Hello.
Hello. We're thrilled to be sponsoring Con+3 this year and to help with the Butterfly Project. And thank you so much if you've donated already. And if you haven't, there's still time. So get your skate on.
Please donate, because the Butterfly Project is really changing lives and bringing help to the people that need it. Just a little donation can really go a long way into supporting somebody. So
yeah, you might even get yourself some cool dice.
In future, I want my character to be strong and to be a great killer, to be a preserver of life, and to be turning the undead.
Hi, I'm Rodney Sloan of Rising Phoenix Games, and I want to encourage you to support the Butterfly Project. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Brian Willey. I'm with Filigree Forge, the United States Outreach, and I'm here with Jason Green talking about the Butterfly Project, which is a school in Uganda that educates children who are living in poverty and in isolated villages, and they use gaming to do this. They have board game clubs, they run tabletop RPGs like Pathfinder and do LARPs, and every year they do an online con to help raise money. So I hope that you will contribute and give us a listen.
Hey, I'm Alan Barr from Gallant Knight Games, producer of games such as the Tiny V6 line, the Zorro role-playing game, Cold Shadows, and other games. I want to take a moment to ask you to donate to the Butterfly Project. It's important that we remember as a community that even in the hard times, there are still those who need our help. And it'd be wonderful if you could just spare whatever you can to help donate and make somebody's life a little better today. Thanks.
Bears, goblin, I feel like one bugbear in one round. So one of the things where I like role-playing it improves on people's planning, group work.
I've been playing a class wizard, and I've chosen the name Ezren. And as a wizard, I wanted to be the most powerful one, so that I can disappear or go into invisibility, and I can even teleport myself anywhere I want. And also I can have the most powerful spell as wish. I can wish the reality to change, like if they have killed all our parties, I can wish that the parties were back, and then I can bring the whole party back. That is what I wanted to achieve.
Hi, this is Joe from Heroic Maps, and I want to urge you to donate to the Butterfly Project. It's a really important and fantastic cause, and something that we support wholly. Thanks.
Yeah, the monster that I like most, it is the goblin.
Hey guys, this is Kelsey Dion from the Arcane Library, and I just wanted to ask you to please support the Butterfly Project. It's an extremely important cause, and I will be so grateful to know that you've been a part of helping it. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Justin Heesman from the Ultimate Games Master. We are really pleased to be sponsoring Con+3 again this year. So please donate now and give all you possibly can to this amazing cause.
I would like to resurrect people for the first time because it is my new spells. So I would like to resurrect people for the first time, and also to prevent death in the community.
Okay, carry on playing your game. Carry on. Off you go.
So, we have
a plan.
We have a plan that we'd like to run by you all.
Yes.
So, here's our thinking. It's too important to us that we want to finish this stream at the right time.
Yeah. It's getting light outside, for God's sake.
Yeah.
We've done the hard bit. We're
It's
on
a
the home stretch.
24-hour non-stop stream.
Yeah.
It always has been.
Our body clocks are already messed up, so we might as well go on for another few
And
hours.
too much has gone into this to what it. So we would like to continue broadcasting, but
Whoop, whoop.
what we obviously can't do is we can't use PrizeFight to give out the prizes. Now the Dice Tower was an option. We'll talk about prizes in a minute, but this is our suggestion that we want to run by you.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier I did mention that it was my own personal plan to set up a Twitch account and start streaming games like PrizeFighter. PrizeFighter's the first one I got, into good condition. I actually have some others I've been working on as well. But my thinking was, in various stages of completedness, my thinking was, I sort out the Twitch stuff over the course of the next week, hopefully. I don't know, I've never looked at the Twitch yet. I don't really understand Twitch yet, but I will figure it out, write the code this week. And then once that's sort of up and working, what we could do is one evening each week we'll do like some giveaways. We'll run Prize Fighter, we'll have some fun with it, and at the end of it we have our big prize fight where we do a giveaway. And then we'll maybe do 6 prizes or something, and then the following week we do the same again. We have some prize fights and then a big giveaway at the end, 6 things or something given away at the end. So we'll do like a series of Complus mini events in the coming weeks, but on Twitch rather than YouTube, because
seriously,
they have so let us down.
Yeah. Well, in some way, it's been quite interesting having the behind the scenes, because you kind of see the raw emotion that's gone into this.
So yeah, that seems like it's getting a lot of approval.
Yeah, people seem to like that idea. There have been a few suggestions of like name, like someone said 3.5, then Master Game suggested, well, yeah, but then there's Pathfinder that came in after 3.5. Complus Miniatures.
We'll do Complus 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and we'll see if we can.
That's a bit too programmer.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is.
What's wrong with Complus Minis?
Complus 3.5.
Or Complus 3.5.
Hand drawn half on the end.
3.5e. Oh yeah, we could do that.
We'll do the fraction, but hand drawn. Yeah.
Sugar Fiend is asking, could you create a new YouTube account, reconnect accounts to do that, and then use the new account for Prize Fighter? No, not really.
Right, so the way you get the API authorization for YouTube, it took us 2 weeks to get this account set up.
Yeah. So, as you can imagine, the other account will take that long.
Yeah, you have to do it every year because they switch the account off after 6 months of inactivity. So
Yeah.
for us being a yearly event, and we don't use the API in between times,
No.
so it gets switched off. We have to go back through it.
Yeah.
It is just one of the many nightmares we've had with YouTube this year. So just to reiterate, like what's happened here, YouTube have switched off our API because we hit a quota limit. The reason we hit that quota limit is because this year we've run multiple streams at once, but we ran multiple streams because originally it was planned that we would do a multi-camera broadcast.
Which is one stream but with 2 cameras.
Yes, which was working last week. All as planned, you get the same chat for both videos and all that kind of stuff, and it all worked. But in the last week they deprecated it.
Yeah, which is why we had we had to tell you to go to different streams from the ones we'd already set up, because even though we told YouTube, okay, we only want 1 camera now, it goes, yeah, but you set it up with more than 1, so it's not going to work.
We couldn't edit the event.
No.
Not trying to edit the event, trying to start the event.
So yeah, that's what we're going to do. But in the meantime, on this stream,
we're going to keep going.
We're going to keep going. We're going to do more discussions about stuff. We're going to show off prizes in more detail.
Yeah, we'll talk about the stuff a bit more. We'll maybe even get some panels going. We'll maybe even get some of you on. We'll have a chat. So have we still got any industry people on? Because we had Roll for an Initiative.
I think they may have gone, but it will be sort of late where they are now.
Yeah.
It's
So
getting
Master of the Game's still on. Master of the Game's a YouTuber. We could maybe do a little panel on Master of the Game. Return the favour. You gave me an interview on your channel to promote this a couple of weeks ago. We could return the favour maybe
absolutely
in a little bit.
How do you feel about YouTube right now?
Yeah. When are you planning your move to Twitch?
Yes, I think we'll still run the interviews.
Yeah.
Because it then at least gives you info to as to what the products are about.
It gives us our little rest.
Yes, we do need the rest, or else our throats will just be dead by the end. So we do need them.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've still got the panel. We're still going to go ahead with the panel. which we had planned. We were actually thinking of doing a few more, but it was quite short notice. So we do have the official panel at 9 o'clock UTC this morning about the joys of gaming.
Mm-hmm. We could also
Chav Hunter wants us to show off the rest of the prizes. Yeah, we will do, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll go through. We can do a recap and all the stuff we've given away as well. Bit of nostalgia over the stream so far, over the event this year.
But if you can, please donate, because anything we can give them now will help. And yes, it's great, if we can come back in a couple of weeks' time or every other week or so and do it, but at the same time, they need help sooner rather than later.
They genuinely do.
If you can give anything, then please do. It will really, really help. And you'll see, like I've been saying these past few weeks, Ben and the others have been coming back with updates saying, yeah, this donation helped with this. It is a small charity, and you will directly be saving lives because of this.
Yeah, the things that are happening. So just to recap those who've missed stuff at the moment, and actually let's just talk for a little bit about what this charity is and what they do. Yeah. So the Butterfly Project. The reason we very first found out about the project was I saw this random picture it was a group for Twilight Imperium, the board game, the big sort of epic grand board game of stuff, and it was a picture of some young African children playing the 3rd edition of Twilight Imperium, and I just commented something on that image, I forget what. This person I didn't know replied, called Ben Parkinson, ended up in a conversation, and it turned out he was the founder of the Butterfly Project. And as I got to learn more about the project, and this was just before, it was about 2 weeks before Con+1.
Yeah, so we were close to putting everything together, etc.
Yeah.
But yeah, you had to talk to them, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I did a few interviews for them, and we kind of aired them. And at that point, because we were raising Con+1, we were raising money for Child's Play.
Yeah.
Because we wanted some continuity with Brigade Con that predated Con+.
Yeah.
So what we tried to do was try to any old board games you got, if you finished with that board game, send it to the charity. They had a UK address you could send them to. Lots of people said they would, and sadly nobody actually did, which is a bit of a shame, but never mind. Not important now, because since then we were able to adopt them as our main charity that we wanted to support. So we initially agreed to do 2 years. So Con+2 and Con+3 would be for the Butterfly Project.
And originally our £6,000 target was to
5,000.
Sorry, 5,000 actually. Gosh, I'm overestimating. £5,000 target was to get one child all the way through her 7 years of schooling and education. And as you can see, we hit that target, which is fantastic. But obviously, this year, there are far more pressing things. I mean, obviously, education is a very important thing, but there are people who are sick, who are dying, who have no food, absolute bare minimum things they don't have. What are you looking at?
I was just reading the post
Oh,
from
the chat.
I doubt we'd even hit their radar, sadly, because we're going to be new on Twitch. But what this charity does initially, just to remind you all, is they take some of the most underprivileged children in the world from some very hostile environments. Growing up in the slums of Jolly Quarter, or even just regrettably, this is a country where 80% of people die before the age of 30. The average age in Uganda is 16.
Yeah, that's my age almost.
Yeah, that's like 80% of the population is dead by then. The average age is 16. There is the poverty is quite extreme. In Jolly Quarter and some of the other slums around Kampala, it is typical for a child of about 6 years old to be working in a quarry. There's a quarry there that they generally work in.
Yeah.
Either that or collecting rubbish for the scrap value and selling it to recycling things and so on. So that is from about 6 years old ish, because if they don't, there's not enough food or money for clothes, things like that. Now that's under normal circumstances, and the Butterfly Project wants to change that. So it gives these kids an education. That's the first thing. And as we mentioned before, it is a boarding school, so the kids stay at the centre to just kind of get them out of the toxic environment that they're within, so that they can give them a sort of fresh perspective. And one of the first things that was mentioned in the interview earlier, that because they're living in an environment where lying and cheating and deceitfulness is kind of just a default.
It's just what people do.
It's what people have to do to survive, regrettably. But there's kind of one of the things they find, because they look for children that are quite selfless, and one of the reasons they want to take kids in and work with children rather than adults is because these patterns aren't yet set. And so by taking in kids and then just saying, look, there is another way to do this. You don't have to be like that. And actually, most children would prefer to be honest. They're just that quite often these kids aren't shown that is an actual option. That they don't need to, lie and cheat and deceive and everything to get by, and that the school will help them, to just be decent people. And so they educate the children, as a school would, doing the curriculum, etc. But in the evening, the centre, has all these kids there. They play board games and role-playing games because A, it's entertaining, but B, they're a fantastic tool for continuing education. Role-playing helps them develop their imagination, imagine a better future for the communities they're in, and they do tackle issues and topics that help these kids address the issues within their communities.
I mean, think about how you have improved as a person from role-playing games. A lot of people talk about how they can open up more and talk more and improve their speaking skills, things like improvisatory skills, creativity, and I definitely think I've grown as a person from playing roleplay, and I'm sure you agree as well that you have.
Absolutely. Juice is asking if we do want to get him on. Yeah, we'll. Are you planning on sticking with us? Or are you thinking now there's no prizes for a bit, you might just, toddle off? Because if you like, we'll do that, in a bit. Not right now is my thinking, but
because it is late where he is now.
Okay.
It's about midnight, I think.
Okay.
And also he's got a little.
He does have a little sprog, doesn't he? Yeah.
A little sprog.
So, or maybe after you've had a sleep, come back. We'll still be here, I suspect.
Yeah.
We'll see what time that is and see if it works.
It is light, sort of.
Yeah, we have morning light here now.
We have morning light. That's why I'm looking out the window so much, just feeding the light in.
And of course, the natural result after years of doing lots of role playing and board gaming is that this school produces lots of wonderful little nerds, and they are really great kids.
Yes.
And that is what happens normally, and then what they do is these kids go back into the community. The school encourages them to come up with an idea to bring about change in their community. It might be a small project, it might be more ambitious, but they encourage them to come up with something to take back to their community and bring about some kind of positive change. And then the school supports them with the funding and the personnel and materials, whatever it is they need to make that project happen.
So he says, I'll probably be up in 6 hours with a baby. I will come on though.
Awesome. That'll be what, 11?
That's 11. So
here.
that's after the panel.
That could probably work.
Yeah,
probably sometime around
if
there.
we're a little bit later than 11, don't worry. Just in case we run over a bit with the panel that we've already planned.
We could just add him into it. Just progress on.
Morning!
Then and support the kids to do that. Now that is what they would do under normal circumstances. But what's happened with the outbreak is Uganda has gone into lockdown, quite a strict lockdown. And on the one hand, it is quite strict considering the number of cases they've had, but you know, that strategy does work a lot better than, say, what Britain's done. Which is, you know, to not lock down terribly quickly and end up in a bit of a pickle. But is it what the difference though with Uganda compared to Britain and you know a lot of the developed countries is we have a social security safety net to catch us. So you know I haven't worked in just over 6 weeks. I think it was. It is 6 weeks to pretty much today, because I went straight from work straight into the con, didn't I? Because I remember joking, I wouldn't have minded a day off before we started the con. There is no social security safety net. So what we have is like I haven't been working in 6 weeks, but I'm still getting paid. Now we have, you know, disaster relief, all that kind of stuff. The government has got, in Britain we call it the furlough scheme, but there's similar things in other countries that we're still getting paid during this time where we can't work. But there isn't any of that in Uganda. It's not there. So what the government did say was that they would deliver food to the poor areas. And I'm not going to comment on the government or, you know, why that hasn't happened, or why the food isn't arriving to people of one particular ancestral tribal background in particular areas where there's high densities of that particular background don't seem to be getting any food. I will not speculate on the reasons why that is, but it is what's happening. There are massive numbers of people who aren't getting food. They have no income, no means of working, not allowed out the house, under threat of being shot or arrested if they breach the curfews and so on, and in so doing they're forced to stay in the house. Often these houses in the slum districts are half the size of the room we're in right now, with as many as 20 people sleeping in them. It's not a great way to live. So these people are stuck inside these very small rooms, in a room often where you can't actually stand up, and they're starving. People are starving all over Uganda at the moment. Like I say, it does appear to be one particular ethnic group, from what I understand, that is suffering the most. So show the stream your miniatures and other games collections. You know what? We can do that in a bit.
Fiocco also asked that we need to switch streams if we want this recording.
We will need to switch streams imminently, actually. That is something we need to do.
Thank you for reminding us.
Yeah, it's not urgent, but we do need to do that soon. I think I'll have a coffee before I can face clicking YouTube again.
But yeah, please give what you can. And one thing I also thought of is, because we're doing the Twitch stuff a bit later, if you donate now and you've got a declared account, it's still going to be there when we do Twitch. So it's not going to disappear or
there'll be no reset. We'll just be carrying on. Because we carried on with the Con Plus 2 stuff, so we've got a track record of this. Any Denari or Gladiator tier you had from Con Plus 2, you took into Con Plus 3. And we'll do exactly the same with the Twitch stuff. So keep donating if you can. So what the charity is doing, they are feeding the kids so all the kids that stay at the school normally have had to go back home. 4 kids have stayed on to do some work in the community and stuff. So Joseph, Arnold, Patrick and Andrew have stayed on. And we can show you some of what they've been doing. We've got some films of that. They are... What?
I just saw a question from Master the Game. No, what I was meaning was that if you donate, then you can still... have the coins there in 2 weeks or however long.
The auctions and stuff are still running. That's all on the website account.
That's all the website and all confined to that. All the API is being able to stream the prize fighter with your YouTube IDs as the gladiators. That's it.
It's the thing that monitors the chat, pulls the avatars and names and all that kind of
So
stuff.
you can still spend your coins and buy gladiators independently. We're not saying you can't do that at all because it's all set up on the website.
Yeah, so the website is fine. Our code hasn't broken. It's YouTube.
It's all
so
YouTube.
it's just the connection to YouTube we can't use at the minute. No, the website bit's all fine. What you might, I think you can even do the linking to YouTube because that's a different quota limit. It's just,
it's just
the live chat monitoring, and I can't get the channel IDs out. I could.
Unless the game says it's not working for him at all.
I can't even get back to Prize Fighter now. It isn't working for me.
Huh.
I don't know. Let me just have a look on the website. Let me just see if it's working for me. It should be fine. Maybe run out of quota there as well. Wouldn't surprise me.
Hooray.
That kind of day. It is going slow for me, I have to say. You know what? I had a similar thing around this time when I was upcoding at this time for the con a few weeks ago, and the database had crashed. And I had to get in touch with the server people and say, database has crashed. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
So I reckon, because it's a cloud server, and I reckon there's some other user on this server. I can't actually. Do you mind if I just see?
Yeah, of course. If it is that, we can get that fixed, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Not necessarily right now, this minute, but we can in the next day or so.
No, it'll. Sort itself out.
Because the good news about this year is we got ourselves a better server with less people on it, hence why it's been so smooth.
It has been a lot better.
Yeah.
But I think there might be some kind of backup or something that runs at this time of day that tends to lock the database out.
Yeah.
I think that's what's happening.
Okay.
Because it happened to me about the same time when I was working on it a few weeks back.
Do not panic, people.
There's a lot of people on this site at the minute.
What are they all doing?
I think it's the database again.
Yeah. So don't worry, YouTube has not tainted the prize fighter or anything.
The database has crashed.
It's just the database, so we can get that back up.
Service, cron, stop. I'm not going to worry too much about it, to be honest. No, I can't stop the cron service. Why would I stop the cron service? Shared server.
Oops.
So I'm treating it like it's my own.
Oh, we don't have that luxury.
Luckily, I don't have pseudo privilege on it. Wouldn't worry. It'll probably come back. I'm not actually going to worry about chasing it up right now because I think it's probably just a backup. Yeah, I think. Oh, has it just finished? Potentially.
Done.
We'll see.
A drum roll.
It might have just been doing its daily backup.
Yeah.
Nah, not getting into the catalogue.
But even if Prize Fighter is down, am I right that as long as people are logged in, they can still go to the donate page and donate, and it will add the coins?
As soon as the database server isn't crashed, so we had that disaster to come.
Yeah, so we would have also lagged behind again.
Yeah, but that'll probably just be temporary. In worst case scenario, I have the server people on Skype. I can just go and annoy them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too worried about it now because we're not in. It's no longer the big crisis, so I'll just let it sort itself out. It'll probably come back up shortly.
Yes. We should probably do something though in the meantime.
Well, I was talking about the kids and what they're doing during this lockdown.
Yes.
What are they doing? Well, they've got a video which does cover some of it, but they volunteered with some local refugee children right at the start of the lockdown. They have been feeding, so the charity has been feeding the kids that have gone back home to their remote villages in the north. And they've also been paying the internet connection so they can keep in touch with these kids. Meanwhile, the kids that live locally in the slums have been coming in every day in small groups to be fed at a time, groups less than 5 because that's the limit. And the yeah, always into the sitcom, yeah. And also they have been feeding families that are starving. So there are I think there's about a dozen families that are currently being supported by the project. They're doing that out of the monies we've already raised in the build-up to the convention. The monies that we're raising during this 24-hour convention, they know of many more families that need help that they can't yet afford to help.
Yep.
So this will help with that. So yeah, anything you can give.
Once that becomes available again.
Yeah, when the site will almost, if it doesn't come back up in like 30, 40 minutes or something, I'll worry about it. But it's probably just like a daily backup or something. Because we don't absolutely need it, I'm not going to go waking up our server admins at 5 a.m. to go sort it. As long as it's back up by, I don't know, 7:30 or something, then that's fine. Or maybe 7. Oh, apparently it's already back up.
Oh,
I'm being told.
Thank you, Han.
So
there we go. So yes,
yeah. It's probably just doing its backup.
If you do want to be buffing up the gladiator, then in the meantime, more donations, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. Because these auctions, the auctions that are running, they're going to continue to run for the rest of the day, but then they'll be gone. So this is your chance to pick up cheap gear.
Yes.
So
absolutely, and because you're on mainly before most of Europe wakes up, you've still got a little bit of time before it gets a bit busier, and then we're going to have to explain things. It's like, by the way,
you can't use this stuff yet. Oh.
Well, it's the best we can do.
Okay, we need to set up new streams. To do that, I'm going to need coffee in order to just click a button on YouTube right now because it's kind of depressing.
Yeah.
So we need to do. So we need to really play a video while we do that.
Yes.
So if we've reached 5 o'clock, we haven't run the form. No, we did run Former Butterfly. So it's the Schwalbe Entertainment. Let's run that video now.
Okay.
And then I don't know how long that one is.
It's about 20 minutes, and I'm happy to talk about it a bit as well.
Okay, so let's get that video queued up. That'll give us a chance to have a coffee, get the next stream set up.
I've already had a coffee.
I haven't.
I know. Right.
And then when we get back from that interview, we'll do the stream switch and see how many of you come with us.
Yes.
So we are going to keep the entertainment coming. Yes, we will. I will show you the miniature collection because I don't think it's ever really been shown to any great extent.
It might have been once, like the whole thing. I don't know.
Not really. No. And I could actually fill up the rest of the 8 hours with that.
Yes, that's true. Actually,
yeah, it depends how much detail you want to talk about each mini. There's a lot.
Yeah. But anyway, so I can only talk for so long then before I need to empty my bladder.
Well, we were going to play a video.
We are, but I was going to talk about this as well.
You want to talk about it first?
Yeah, I'll talk about it a little bit.
Knock yourself out. I'm going to go to the loo now.
Although there is quite a lot of glare. But anyway, so essentially this is for a PDF giveaway. This is a hard copy of the book, of the PDF that we're giving away, that literally arrived a couple of days ago because after interviewing Robert from Schwalbe Entertainment, I went out and bought this. Because this was supposed to be my pick-me-up system for when things were getting difficult during the night. But I suppose it's still really like. But anyway, what is it? So, Schwalbe Entertainment is a company run by Robert, and it does Shadow of the Demon Lord, which I've heard of, but not ever run or played before. And as you can see, it is a rather dark and gnarly looking fantasy setting, kind of in a similar vein to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. if you've ever played the older editions or the new one by Cubicle 7. But this, to me, is almost like Warhammer on steroids. There's a few similarities in here, so there are things like you have things called paths, which are similar to the career options in Warhammer. So instead of your classes, you start off basically with a job. I'm sort of chopped off, so I'll sit back down. You start off with a job. Normally it's a fairly rubbish one. Like in Warhammer, you might be a rat catcher. In this one, let me just see if I can find the paths. Here we go. You start off on a novice path. It's a little bit different. Basically, with the novice paths, you have 4 choices. And they are very generic sounding. So you can either be a magician, a priest, a rogue, or a warrior. So, sounds very old school already. But then as you get onto your expert paths, you start choosing, okay, what do you actually want to do? And kind of hone your skills in a little bit. So for example, you could be an artificer. You could be a cleric. You could be a thief, a scout, a sorcerer, a fighter, so it's getting a bit more precise. And then you've got your master paths. You've got things like an executioner, an acrobat, engineer, chaplain. I mean, how do you get from priest to chaplain? You know, but it's slightly like even more honed. So lots and lots of different choices in there. And also one thing that Robert made very clear was hello. What I'm going to sit here. Oh right. He didn't want you to be able to have to lose abilities as you kind of go down your path, as it were. But yeah, this is an awesome looking system. And just so you know what it looks like, this is a full colour. Oh, I've focused on the map there, which is fantastic. This is a full colour paperback book. We are giving away 2 PDF copies of the core rulebook, plus a core rulebook with some other stuff in it. So very, very nice indeed. But let's have a chat to the man himself. And also I discovered that he really likes black metal, which is one of my favourite genres as well. So we were talking for ages afterwards about which bands we liked, etc., etc. So he's going to talk a little bit about how he came up with it, the system, etc. And I hope you like it. Hello everybody, this is Jason from Com+3 and I am here today with Rob, who is a new sponsor for this year and the mastermind behind possibly my next favourite game, potentially, that I'm just starting to read, Shadow of the Demon Lord. How are you doing, Rob?
I'm doing great, thanks for having me.
Brilliant. You were heavily involved with things like D&D 5e with the design, you've done some stuff for Numenera as well. Shadow of the Demon Lord and Schwab Entertainment kind of became your baby, I suppose, a few years ago. So what made you decide to kind of start up your own story and your own set of games?
It was, once my contract with Wizards of the Coast came to its conclusion, I had an option to either go back into the freelance trenches or to start my own imprint. And rather than go back to that grind, I figured I would be the owner of my own means of production, Workers of the World Unite, and all that good stuff. So that's why I jumped in with both feet into the Schwab Entertainment world. And it's been an interesting trip. I mean, I do a lot more things than I used to do. I mean, I sometimes miss the days of just locking myself in the office and pounding out words, but it's different kinds of stress. So it's good.
Good. Also, with regards to your world, it is huge. There is a lot of world building and history that's gone into it. Behind the planet Earth, the lands of rule, etc. But when you started creating this incredibly vivid world of yours, what was the starting point or the first laying of the foundations?
For the world or for the game? For the world?
Mainly for the world, yeah. So the kind of the I suppose the richness of it.
Right. What I was looking for when I was sketching out the structure for the world was to create opportunities for apocalyptic stories, so that every location would give you kind of an interesting backdrop for the to be the setting for your major campaign. So we have a place where the religion can become inverted. We have a frontier. You have a Nordic style hellscape in the south, and so there are a lot of opportunities for building your own things out of the setting.
Okay.
Yeah, so I sketched out what the major themes and concepts for what sorts of campaigns I would run myself, and then welded that all together.
Right. And in terms of the actual world and locations in the world, did you start with one place specifically, or did you kind of go sort of bigger picture first and then details after?
I went with the Northern Reach first. That was and it was going to be, that was originally was going to be all there was going to be to it. And I was just going to kind of block in other pieces later on, or with the rest of the larger land setting bit. But Northern Reach was going to be the place where I was expecting people to do most of their stomping around. So that became the focus. And then, as you can see from the map, it's not very well. It's only lightly sketched in for the continent map. And then as we've released Lands and Shadow supplements for it, we've been zooming in and detailing those locations.
Okay, cool. As regards to the mechanics, quite different from D&D, and I know that you've had a lot of inspiration from Warhammer, but again, it's much more streamlined by the looks of it. So you've got your D20 and sometimes a D6. Can you tell us a little bit about how the mechanics work and why you went for more of that kind of approach?
Sure. One of the things that I was really striving to achieve with this game was to eliminate all the obstacles that people find when trying to play role-playing games. At one point in the draft, Demon Lord used a full set of polyhedrals, and then during the early play tests, I would have a group of casual players and have a group of hyper-invested players, and I'd have kind of a mix of the two, and so I was running multiple groups. And I found that for the casual players, these are people that only game because they just want to socialize. They really don't care too much about the nuts and bolts of it. Even things like different sized dice can be an obstacle to gameplay, like difference between a D8 and a D10, for example. And I just wanted to clear all that stuff out of the game. So what I really basically did was I took my original designs and then stripped until it became as streamlined and as straightforward as it could be. So the game system itself is really, as you mentioned, straightforward in the sense that you're rolling a D20, you're looking for a target number 10, or the target number of whatever is trying to resist your roll. And we model difficulty with boons and banes, which are D6s you roll in addition to your D20. Boons and banes cancel each other out, and you always add or subtract the highest one. So that lets you deal with situations on the fly as a game master that you might, it's diminishing return. So if a player has 3 boons and you want to give them a 4th or a 5th, it's not going to bust the game. Similarly, if you've got 2 or 3 banes, it really doesn't matter if you give 6 or 10 at that point, because you're probably going to roll that 6.
Okay.
But what's cool about it, though, is it'll let you be more fluid in your running style and respond to things without having to, be too hyper focused about worrying about how bonuses stack. Some of the other things we did with this game were to get rid of the initiative process that has kind of really bogged down a lot of other tabletop games in my experience. And one of the things I kind of found was that there's a strange procedure you go through when you're in full narrative mode and you're telling the story, and then you want to switch to a tactical mode, that you have to go through this big procedure of lining up who goes when. So rather than deal with that, we just assume that players go first, and they can go in whatever order they want.
And there's a fast and slow combat,
right.
I believe.
If you act fast, you get to do one thing on your turn. If you go slow, you could do 2 things on your turn, and the game master goes in between fast and slow turns.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So again, even with that, it's still very, very simple.
Yeah, and it plays fast, and then eventually once character and the game you might go slow in the first couple rounds, which means the combat rounds last a bit longer. But as people are converging and you're just trading blows in a fight, pretty much everyone's going on fast turns, so you're only having to worry about one thing a round per player, and it really flies.
Brilliant. Okay. Obviously, it is a very dark and gritty game. But I know that there's still kind of at least a starting point of you've got your heroes pushing back the darkness. But I am aware that there are things like corruption in the game that could potentially taint characters, and things like forbidden spells and all this sort of deliciously dark stuff in there that the players can potentially latch onto. I mean, how far can players take that with regards to how corrupt they can go before the game can't really be played anymore? Or is there no end at all to that?
There's no end. The one of the one thing that I want to make sure with this game was to get rid of this idea of the Morkockian alignment structures. I don't want to have players be locked into a particular structural or moral structure that they have to kind of try to stay within the lines of. So in this case, the game makes no assumptions about being a hero or a villain, because the world is probably going to end. And so the very worst people might work with the very best people and have to Voltron together and do whatever they're going to do. So with this game, corruption is really the control mechanism for the game master to kind of encourage players to not go completely wild. But corruption itself is a lot of fun because your character starts undergoing these strange mutations, and the signs of, or the marks of darkness become more manifest in you as you continue down that road. We have the game has 6 or 8 dark magic traditions, which exploring those kinds of things allow your character to really kind of grapple with evil and darkness. One of the things too is that devils in the setting are actively working to subvert mortals or corrupt mortals so that they can basically reap their souls and gain that power. Even though devils are trying to do this, and they're a villainous force in the setting, they are just as much opposed to the annihilation of reality as anybody else is. So you might bargain with a devil in this game and then gain some sort of really cool benefit, but if your character becomes incapacitated, there's a good chance the devils are going to come and snag your soul.
Fair enough. And you've kind of reflected this very well in the artwork. There are some games that kind of have corruption mechanics as well, like Simba Realm. Their artwork is very visually dark and murky and not too many colours in there, whereas yours is kind of, I suppose, colourful, not as in like kind of happy and rainbows, but it is very vivid, like especially with the more gory pictures I've seen, with things like, somebody's sort of getting acid thrown on them and all the sort of different bits of anatomy coming out of them. So very dark. So was that something that you kind of envisaged from the start, or was that something that kind of came along as the project went along?
I'm a big believer that art sells the book. And so I have been, since the first book, since Shadow of the Demon Lord came out, it was right on the heels of that, I took over the art direction for the line. And so it's been an interesting process for me because I never did art direction before, but I know what I like, and I have some background in illustration, so it was easier for me to take on this role because it's something I really like most about what I do. And I've worked with some very talented artists that make my products look awesome, I think. So yeah, we want to make sure that I think the Demon Lord art style is, we don't flinch away from the grotesque.
Yeah.
In fact, I want the grotesque to be right there in your face and not be hinted at, because that's kind of the nature of the game. I mean, this is if black metal music was a role-playing game.
Yeah.
This is kind of what I was envisioning.
Yeah, I'm a big metalhead myself, so I definitely got that vibe of kind of the gory black metal. Yeah, definitely came across that way to me as well. Having said that, there are some things I noticed that were quite similar to Warhammer. So like your different paths. So you've got your novices, your master path, etc. And the characters can really go off in a lot of different directions by the time they reach their master path. Which one do you personally think is your favourite?
I'm not really sure. I've all the interviews I've done, this is the first time I've asked that question. I'm not sure if I have a favorite. Yeah, one of the things with the path system is that I built it so that it scratches the itch of character customization that people really want, but controls the delivery of those mechanical objects by bundling them into bigger pieces, so that you're not having to sift through like thousands and thousands of little different buckets to figure out how to make your character as cool as you want, but rather you have these big thematic chunks that you just kind of grab and block together. I think I'm a big fan of characters that can do a little bit of everything. So I'm probably partial to warrior that goes into spellbinder, and probably one of the Gish style master paths that lets you cast spells and fight. It's not even, I mean, there are some things like the Apocalyptist, which is cool as hell. Anything that kind of that grapples with forbidden magic is fun. I like the idea of being able to take two creatures and fuse them together as my way of dealing with them and turning them into, and taking two people and making them into a one monster. I think that's kind of fun.
Cool. And with the first master paths, they're kind of your very bog standard, stereotypical type class. You've got the warrior, you've got the wizard, and things like that. But presumably, whilst they kind of have quite heroic sounding names, like, oh yes, you know, you're a wizard, etc. Presumably they are very kind of not underpowered, but like kind of low powered to start with, and they have to grow from there.
So with the path system, I wanted to make sure that players could make narrative choices without feeling like they're sacrificing their combat effectiveness. Because, I mean, this is a game about fighting demons and cultists and beastmen and terrifying monsters and stuff like that. So with that in mind, if your character decides, well, I want to become a scholar or a sage when I start as a warrior, then I don't want to penalize that player for not, hyper focusing on fighting with weapons. This character gets some new cool toys to play with, and then later goes on to become a theurge. Well, now you've got extra magic you're playing with too that kind of incorporates into everything you've done so far.
Okay. Also, since the first game first core book came out, a lot of supplements have come out for it. Sometimes it's specifically for expert players or more advanced players, so there's lots of different choices for players. But have you got any new supplements in the works that are going to be coming out soon?
Yeah, I sure do. Right now, I'm focused on, and I'm still adding. We've got maybe 8 or 9 different lines or thematic chunks of products that we put out. So we do Lands of Shadow, which zoom in on parts of the world. We have monsters pages, which adds monsters or expands on monsters, information about monsters. Of course, we have adventures and poison pages, which are often optional rules. So things we've got coming out, we have a monstrous pages that deals with spirits. That'll be a lot of fun. It's got some really cool art. Matteo Spirito does some work in this, and I'm pretty excited about it. It was supposed to be a 5,000 word thing and ended up being 15,000, so it's going to be a nice chunky expansion. Nice. We also have Soldiers of Fortune, which reveals 3 new fighty type expert paths, trying to get some balance back to the game now that we have Occult Philosophy, which added a veritable mountain of magic and paths for it. And then we're doing a short adventure called Suffer None to Live, where you are racing against time to rescue villagers from beastmen before they eat them. Then we have a new Ancestry coming up, which is about some mushroom people. That should be fun. And then we're doing a Cult of the Machine God and a Lands in Shadow focused on the Northern Reach. So those are just a few things that are coming out for Demon Lord. Although my time right now is largely swallowed up by Shadow of the Mad Wizard, which is the next game I'm working on.
Okay, cool. So just to round this down, as a bit of fun, Rob, what out of all the demons that have manifested out of your brain, which one of them is your favourite?
I think it goes all the way back to my work on Tome of Corruption. I think one of the tables that in the big demon tables that were, or mutation things, was a creature who uses eyeless white mice in place of blood. And so I took that idea and then I made a demon in one of something somewhere that's made of glass that has eyeless white mice all running around inside of its body. And I think that's a lot of fun because you break the demon up and the mice come pouring out. It's yeah. It's not that exciting, but I find it gross.
Still, it's not like, you know, the stereotypical demon and how it looks. That is very different.
Yeah. It's the nature of Demon Lord is that demons don't have physical bodies on their own.
Yeah.
They grab whatever's available when they come into the world, and they assemble their bodies from that.
Brilliant. Great. Well, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to me today, Rob, and thanks so much
sure.
for sponsoring us this year. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Hi, I'm Robert J. Schwab of Schwab Entertainment, creator of Shadow the Demon Lord, and I just wanted to say, get out there and support the Butterfly Project. It's important.
We're
Hello.
back. Now we are just setting up the third stream, which I've just realised I haven't got on the clipboard in this computer. If you're joining us on the third stream, because I think that goes auto live.
Yep. That appears to have gone
Yes, that is live. So if you're joining us on stream 3 right now, welcome. Welcome. We have some bad news to come. Some good news too.
Yes.
So
That's the
if
best
you're
we can
on
do.
stream 2, now is the time to go to stream 3. I'm going to go grab the link from here somewhere. Plus 3, part 3. Right. Let me just grab the link to put in the chat for people who are still on stream 2.
All change.
New stream. It's all change. Head over to stream number 2. Sorry, number 3. Because we're now broadcasting to that stream, and we're going to cancel. This stream will now end. Stream 2 will end. Stream 3, if you're watching part 3, will continue, and then we'll give new viewers the
news.
The news, yes, the news.